Speak up. With the last of her strength, the last of her breath, the last of her rage, Zoe bit his ear. Her teeth sank into the wrinkled gray skin. The dangling golden earring was cold and metallic on her tongue. She bit down hard and tasted blood. Tasted victory. Pyrrhic, but a victory all the same. The boss screamed. He pulled away and his ear tore. Zoe swallowed the lobe and the earring. Flesh and metal sank down her throat. It could be the metal essence in her body that made it so easy, but she didn't care. She grinned a bloody smile at the wide-eyed boss, before he brought his boot down on her face. Her teeth crunched under his heel. She choked on blood and dentistry as he lifted her off the ground like a sack of kittens. There was no struggle left in her, only leaking blood. He strode toward the edge of the boat. An insult like that deserves a fate worse than death, he said. Good thing this is a Black Star dungeon. He held her over the edge of the yacht. Her feet dangled above the black void that surrounded the vessel. Water rushed into the depths. The charm wore off and, without ceremony, the ponytail detached and fell into the emptiness below. It vanished in the darkness, but Zoe wasn't watching. She glared into the boss's burning yellow eyes. "I'll kill." He smiled at her wrathful expression as blood trickled from his missing lobe. "No, you won't." And he let her fall. "Enjoy eternity," he spat after her. The globule fell toward her outstretched hand as she plummeted into the void. Chapter 26. Divided We Fall. Bella watched with horror as the dungeon boss threw Zoe over the side of the mirror-clad yacht. For a brief instant, she saw Zoe's face, all blood and shattered teeth, eyes wild with animal fear. Did their glances meet across the turgid water before she vanished? Down into the yawning depths of the hole. "No!" Bella stumbled forward, feeling the uselessness of her actions before her shoes splashed into the lake. "She's gone." Anton's voice flat and tight. "Nothing we can do." Bloody water lapped Bella's knees. Was she crying? She wiped, dry, hopeless. Zoe was the strong one, all her might, all her skein. She even had the charm of the monsoon fairy to boost her attributes. If she failed against the dungeon boss, what hope for the rest of them? Her hands wrung empty, the rune blade back up the shore thrust into the ground, and her mind empty of chatter. Empty of all thoughts save one. What were they meant to do now? She remembered how easy it had been to say they would reach level 20 together. Hell, her whole life flashed. How easy is it to say anything? So much of her life had been talk, plans that never materialized. Even the friends she visited in America turned out to be. How quickly plans fall apart. Dark shore soil crunched under Anton's shoes. "I'm going." "Then go." A moment of lapping water. A moment of dread as the dungeon boss's yellow eyes burned into the back of Bella's mind before the yacht turned away and continued its weaving route between the half-submerged houses. A moment of dawning realization. Anton still stood behind her. For a minute, she breathed and watched the yacht slide away. "Why are you still here?" She couldn't turn to face him, not after he persuaded her to stay. "Didn't you want to leave?" But whose fault was it that she didn't charge the yacht with sword in hand? Hot wind shrieked through her veins. She glanced down at the sword she gripped tight, the only thing she could trust. and whirled on Anton. "Why did you make me stay?" She swung at him, low and lazy, and he backed away with widening eyes. "You're such a damn coward! She did everything to save us. We should have done more!" She chopped, blade pulsing heat. 20:57. Anton leaped back up the shore, stared down at her, hands by his side, flexing, unflexing. "I won't fight you." "Then stop moving and let me hit you!" Bella charged. 19:57. She slashed for his chest, and he bent over backward to dodge. He was quick, but she had leveled up, closed the distance between them. Her dexterity was higher. The rune blade touched Anton's shoulder. He rolled, even as the scorching metal sliced him. A thin groove dug into his flesh, blood steaming as he kicked out. His foot struck her hip, knocked her down, and launched him away. Heaving, they watched each other. Anton trailed a finger along the burn on his shoulder and glared at Bella. More emotion than she ever saw on his face. He stabbed a finger toward the lake. "She told us not to fight among ourselves. Were you just waiting for her to die so you could attack me?" "Yes," whispered the rune blade, brambles coiling along her wrist. "Hack him to pieces." She screamed and threw the blade aside with disgust, as though throwing away a piece of yourself will remove it forever. She sank to her knees and sobbed. The world blurred behind a wall of tears. Anton watched, his wound still steaming, and if he felt awkward, or compassion, or anything at all, he hid it behind a stony mask. Bella cried, and the lake answered, deep splashing. Footsteps upon the muddy shore. Hope rose. A monstrously huge mirrodile crawled out of the bloody lake. One eye scratched away. 3 skeletal arms dangled from its mirrored hide. Bony fingers dug into the flesh like clay, still grasping, twitching like leeches. The mirrodile shuffled onto land. It eyed them, yawned its savage maw, and the crane tongue poked out. "Punish all trespassers!" The mirrodile waddled toward them, building speed, sprinting. Anton leaped down from his high ground to Bella's side. He kicked the swooping beak and spun, landing a heavy blow into the mirrodile's flank. It slid down the muddy bank. Anton grabbed Bella's arm and hauled her to her feet. He stooped for the sword, but a fiery pain swept through Bella at that sight. "Don't touch it!" Anton's finger stopped inches from the blade's hungry runes. He raised an eyebrow. "I'm just picking it up." "No, I'm sorry." She bent and lifted her curse. "It's not something anyone else should touch." The mirrodile charged again, crane tongue screeching. The circular pattern on the feathery forehead glowed, and the lake water twisted into bloodied whips. Bella swung the blade down and gouged out the mirrodile's remaining eye. It hissed and retreated. Bella and Anton took the opening. Together they made short and messy work of the monster. As the cold rush of death energy filled her, Bella felt a returning calm. "I'm sorry," she said. Anton waved her away. "I was being an asshole." "You're still an asshole." He watched her for a moment. "Are you poking fun, or do you still want to cut my head off?" Bella grinned. "Yes." His lips twitched before settling into his casual poker face. "What do we do now?" "How about we work together? Maybe we can even get Zoe back from the pit. There's so much we don't know. Maybe she isn't—" He nodded. "Sounds like a plan. You want to explore the island, or should we wait here and grind these shiny gators?" "I still think they're shiny crocs." 3 of the creatures slipped out of the water. Their heads swung toward the pair on the shore, and they charged. Bella lifted her sword. "I want to explore the island," she said. "But first, let's blow off some steam."
Hash, hash, hash. Rue sulked. Alone in his pavilion, hunched forward on his couch, staring at a display of fragmented metal that showed only darkness. The dark of nothing. He brooded, and the weight of his emotions flattened the intricacies of the red crystal ground, grinding prisms down until the landscape was smooth as a billiard ball. The sky of clear-cut stars gazed down as he gazed inward, and finally sighed. Why did all his projects fail? Did he push her too hard? And the young boy he once was, the one who thought adventuring in the cosmos would be fun, laughed. Innocent laughter, from deep in his soul. It echoed, clanging like a bell in his mind, though his lips remained still, serious, grim as a blood-crusted blade. When did he last laugh like that child? He had laughed many times since the war camp, since his enslavement, since he donned the mantle of the bladed forest. But when did he last laugh with childish and unadulterated joy? He dismissed the black projection. No point staring at nothing. He stood, alone under the stars, with the steady crystal pulse rising through his soles. Even if the woman lived, would her fate have differed from his own? A weapon forged by a different smith is still a weapon in the end. Nothing changes. Footsteps. Two people approached across the red waste surface of the bloody eye. Lorilla emerged from the horizon, with Esme shadowing her. The younger commander's form draped in darkness, vaguely feminine, and her head bisected like a half-eaten boiled egg. They bowed before Rue. "So, an official visit." "Rise," and the weariness in his voice depressed him further. "Lord Rue," Lorilla said, "it is time to release the settlement polyps." He wanted to dismiss them. He wanted to sulk. But duty ever calls. "Lead the way," he said. They strode across the red crystal, and Esme walked beside him. "How goes your project?" she asked with her dark whisper. "Failure." "Oh?" "She tried to solo a dungeon boss before her body was forged, before she received her first gate. I may have had a hand in pushing her. A bright light casts a long shadow." "I suppose." Lorilla laughed. "I believe our Lord is too forlorn to ponder your sage advice, Esme." Esme smiled. A wondrous thing of soft obsidian. When a mouth is all you have, it becomes quite expressive. "I merely mean," she whispered, "that our Lord should realize the standards he sets for those who would follow. High as yonder stars they are, and such a burden they make." "My high standards led to her death. Is that your meaning?" "Death, my lord?" Esme's smile widened. "Why then does your quest persist?" Rue stopped. He checked the system. The burden of being interesting. Quest status, active. Rue smiled, and then he laughed. Booming, raucous, and joyous, almost childlike. As his gaiety persisted, the others smiled. It was good to see their lord happy after all this time. After everything they lost. Bloody and broken, Zoe fell through a pit between worlds. The wind tugged at her scabbing skin, tore free flakes, and sent them drifting up like gory snow. Rain fell with her, a vast ring of water drained by the yacht's abyss. It created a thin wall in the dark, and she fell in the center like a speck in an eye. Hopelessly ruminating. What could she have done differently? There was no way to run, no way to get past the boss's barrage of lightning.
The island, ever elusive, was a tease, but never a target. She thought she was strong enough to take down the boss. Hadn't she taken down everything else that came her way? Wasn't that the lesson of her life? That if she was strong enough, she could win. Her strength let her survive after her mother abandoned her. It got her through medical school when she had nobody to lean on. It helped her navigate sordid business deals with a criminal organization. But it didn't stop her mother from leaving. Didn't stop Ben from betraying her. Didn't stop Cassie from turning into a monster. Didn't stop the dungeon boss from crushing her under his heel like a bug. Tears leaked from her eyes as she fell through the void like trash down a chute. It was all a lie. Her strength was a falsehood. Deep down, despicably deep, she had felt a sense of relief at the end of the world. Finally, a world where your worth was measured by your strength. Skein was the sum of your attributes, and Skein was everything. She'd even experienced a perverse thrill when she saw how much more Skein she had than Anton or Bella. The curse had been accurate. She devoured the bell fragment because of gluttony. She deserved the punishment, and she wondered, was there really an increase in hunger? Or was it all psychological? She supposed it wouldn't matter soon. The circle of sky above her shrank into a blue coin, shrank into nothing. How long before she struck the bottom? Or she might fall forever. The dungeon boss said it would be an eternity after all.
A fate worse than death.
Though she couldn't fall for eternity, there was a clock counting down her time. The burden of being interesting. Objective: reach level 20. Time to complete: 4 days, 15 hours, 34 minutes, 12 seconds. She had hoped that the quest would deactivate when she fell into the hole. Falling here felt like falling through a dream. If she passed beyond the world, beyond her dimension, then surely the quest would end. Why should the system punish the others for her mistake? Because she had the pride to act as a leader. Tears rose as she fell. Skein 7/117. Every time her skein ticked up, she instinctively redirected it toward vitality, healing her body as much as possible, skin sealing over as scabs flaked away, for no reason other than her flesh stubbornly refusing to quit. Skein 5/117. She wanted the deep unconsciousness that came from reaching zero. She wanted to close her eyes and never open them again. Skein 3/117. A tooth wobbled and fell as a new one pushed into place. She barely felt the pain after everything else that happened. Skein 1/117. How long now had she fallen? Tie to complete: 4 days, 15 hours, 32 minutes, 37 seconds. She frowned. The expression drew blood from her scorched flesh. Something was wrong. She counted, slow and even under her breath. 1 minute in full, and then checked again. T to complete: 4, 15 hour, 31 Nate, 36 Ekin. Her eyes widened. What? Her vitality continued repairing her body. She continued falling through the shaft of darkness, counting under her breath, trying to keep the number even despite her rising mania. Another minute. 4, 15, 31, 35. That confirmed time was slowing. 1 minute registered as 1 second on the clock. She experienced something like this when crafting her technique, but this felt different. This wasn't her perception of reality. but reality itself slowing down around her.
But why was the system scrambled? Why couldn't she understand the voice in her mind? She counted another minute, and this time, when she nudged the system, it came faint, like a whisper from the other side of a hallway in a language she couldn't understand. And then the whisper died. For a moment, the purest silence she ever experienced. So absolute, she heard her stomach gurgling in her ears. Before, ding! Welcome to the Black Star System. Chapter 27. The Chains That Bind. Zoe fell down the wide shaft. Total blinding darkness. Raindrops scattered about her, stinging cold when they struck the burns covering her body. Vitality chewed skein to repair her flesh, but it would take time. Though time was something she had now. Something scrambled the countdown for her quest. But the last time she checked, it had slowed to a 60th of the pace. Basic math showed she now had around 277 days before the timer ran out and the quest failed. 3/4 of a year before everyone in her party died because of her failure. This should have been a moment of celebration. She had more than enough time to grind to level 20, even if combat gave increasingly diminishing returns of death energy. If only there were enemies to fight. She turned in the darkness like a fetus in a cold womb and saw nothing. No sign of any life. Except the unknown voice in her head. Ding! Welcome to the Black Star System. She knew she was in a Black Star dungeon, before the dungeon boss threw her into the pit. But what was a Black Star System? The Black Star System is me. Zoe turned again, wind scraping at her wounded face, at the clothes stuck to her burnt skin. What? Ding! You deserve a special reward, plus 1 chain for curiosity. Something horrible wrapped around her neck. Cold, ghostly, slimy, metallic. A confusing jumble of tactile sensations as it slithered into place around her throat. She grasped at it, but touched only her skin. The sensations were inside her mind. Link after link pressed against her until it clicked like a lock. The strange chain stopped moving, but the vague, insubstantial pressure remained. What was that? Ding! Chains are a measure of the Black Star System's love. The more chains, the closer we are, and the closer we remain. She groaned, vitality repairing her throat as she spoke. What are... The sentence concluded in her mind, where the alien entity listened. Ding! I am the Black Star System. You are inside me as I am inside you. I see you remain tainted by the Crimson Armada system, but time will erase that evil presence. Plus 1 chain for curiosity. The giggle started in the crown of her skull and slowly inched its way through her bones. A cool tingling along the inside of her skin like a million spiders laughing their way to her toes. Another chain slithered its way around her ankle, like an old banana peel come alive and constricting, and settled. She felt the weight upon her soul. So, questions would lead to these chains, whatever they were. Ding! Chains are love. She stilled her mind. This system was far more intrusive than the last she encountered. It boggled her that there even was a second one, but she supposed having reality peeled away a second time didn't have quite the same effect. Going off instinct, she checked her status. Zoe Chambers, 8. Metal, mirror, 36. 20, 11, 35, 15, 2/117. Intrepid, lodestone, fools rush in,
incomplete. Quest breaker, glutton. Our hearts toll as one. Chains, 2. The new system was garbling the information, like trying to open a file with the wrong program. The new stat disturbed her. Chains. There had to be more to it than the Black Star system's words, for she certainly felt no love toward this system or any other. But what if this was like a transplant? What if one system tried to reject the other? Something brushed against her consciousness. She flinched and withdrew into herself. Falling through the cold dark. Abandon terror. Calm yourself. Empty all thoughts. Be nothing. The consciousness swooped over her like a face over dark water.
She felt herself becoming its reflection, and she knew, with the instincts of prey, that if she tried to fight this transformation, it would detect her. It watched for something, but the very act of watching changed her. An itch inside her brain, maddening as it scrutinized her. And at last, she caved. "Go away!" Ding! Plus 2 chains for flinching. Tee! The presence left her mind as the latest chains slithered around her waist in an unwanted embrace. She shivered. Fell. What else could she do? Her attributes were all scrambled. The voice implied it would purge the old system. Did that mean chains would replace all her attributes? What would that even look like? But her attributes weren't gone. Not yet. She focused on her willpower. That elusive mental tool gave her the focus, the drive to do what she needed to do. It stirred in her mind like a new set of surgical tools ready in their case. Tools need to be used, and so she used them. Could she? She felt her skein moving inside, slowly unwinding as she directed her thoughts towards her status. Careful now, as though she were inside a patient. No room for error, no room for haste. She had all the time she needed. Steady. If she applied her willpower, her focus to her status, perhaps she could. Saus Nam, Zoe Chambers. Body, metal, mirror. Livel 8 Eribu. Smite 36. Durai 20. Viali 11. Willpower 35. Insight 15. Skin 3/117. Ills, Intrepid, Lodestone, Fool's Rush In, incomplete. Quest Breaker, Glutton. Shaniques, Our Hearts Toll as One. Chains, 4. She cheered at the success, spinning, laughing as she rejoiced in the recovered progress. Whatever this new process was, she could deny its presence with her attributes. She could resist this new system by embracing the old. Pain spiked through her, and her cheer became a scream. Not the pain of an invasion, of an attack, but of an overexerted muscle finally tearing. Only this muscle was her mind, her willpower. She released her hold on herself and let her status fade. The presence of the Black Star system did not swoop down. Blessed peace as she fell. Deploying her willpower in such a way helped to keep it at bay. But how long would that solution last if her access to the Crimson Armada system was eroding? She had too many questions, and the only way of getting answers was by communicating with that eldritch voice. That was a last resort. It felt too much like being a fly in the grubby hands of a child. Ripping off wings wasn't an accident. It was the point. She wanted to keep her wings firmly attached. So how could she? A presence below her. Buffeting wind.
overwhelming power. It made the dungeon boss feel like an ant. She glanced down and saw nothing in the pitch black, but her lizard brain hissed. The strange power rocketed up toward her. She pulled in her limbs, tucked into a ball as small as possible, anything to avoid whatever rose toward her. But even these attempts felt futile. If the maw of some monstrous beast were about to swallow her, what could she do? She had learned all too recently just how low on the food chain she was. So, why bother? Because it wasn't in her to back down. The chains around her body loosened. Her breathing relaxed. The weights on her ankle, around her waist, lessened. What once felt restrictive now felt powerful. Something rose towards her like a missile, like a wild animal. But she had a chance. She always had a chance. Spinning in the air, the chains unwound. Tethered to her flesh, they flailed out, long, lashing, their tips vanishing into the surrounding darkness. 4 whips of ghostly metal. If she was to die, then she would die striking back. The mystery approached. A fearsome aura buffeted her in waves. The very air rumbled. She continued spinning, lashing. Her chains clanged. Against another chain. Before she could react, the mysterious chain wrapped around her own. Entangled, it pulled in her like a fish on a line. She flailed, but there was no escape. More chains, countless chains, encased her body. Something rushed past her in the dark. Her body jerked painfully. Wind screamed in the opposite direction as chains hauled her up in the wake of the rising creature. Details cleared as it reeled her in. Humanoid. Dark green fur, sleek and shaggy as pine needles, covered bulging muscles. A bestial head turned towards her, no bigger than her own, though the physique was swollen to the size of a house. Male. A twilight aura shone from him, the glow of thousands of ghostly chains attached to every inch of his body. "Hello," he said. "You wouldn't be Zoe Chambers, would you?" Zoe blinked, stunned, as they sailed back up the dark chute. Was it more shocking that the strange creature knew her name, or that he spoke English with a voice like a soft sea breeze? Yes, that's me." He laughed, and she saw his sharp, overlapping teeth. "I knew it." She flinched, but the chains encased her. Even her might was useless in the face of this power. "Knew what?" He snuffled his snout with obvious amusement. "We may never meet again, Zoe Chambers, but can you do me a favor?" "Yes?" "Tell them Trinch sent you, and that he won the bet." "What bet? Tell who?" Silvery termites crawled through his smile. "Find the tavern, and the rest will fall into place," he frowned. "I'd love to talk longer, I really would, but you're affecting my trajectory. Wish me luck, for I wish you the same." Before Zoe could ask any more questions, the colossal man spun. His shaggy fur was like underwater weeds as his chains whipped out, and on the end of the chains, Zoe. He flung her down, faster than she fell before. Wind pulled open her eyelids, shrieked out all thoughts, peeled back her lips. She plummeted and pierced the dark, shot through the edge of the vast chute of darkness and into a strange gray sky.
A desert expanded out below her, as far as her insight could see. Even the curvature of the world was more of those pale dunes. They billowed, moving like waves, marching across the surface of a strange new world. Was this another planet? Another dimension? This is the last planet of the Black Star system. Welcome to your new home. And Zoe continued falling. Only now there was a ground rushing up toward her. She didn't have long, minutes at the most, before it was as though she fell through a dream. But a sickening feeling rose as the dunes below grew taller and taller. Some of them were as tall as skyscrapers, a strange, papery white. Peppered throughout the dunes were shafts of darkness, tall pillars of impenetrable shadow, as though someone removed the land surrounding a sunken well. She spun in the air, and there was such a shaft behind her. Below, she saw lights, the golden, red, flickering light of fire. Where there was fire, there were people. She hoped. Find the tavern? She spread her arms and legs wide, tried to slow her fall as much as possible. She wasn't sure how strong 36 might was, but maybe it was enough to survive smashing into the ground like a... Better not think about it. She spread her limbs, and she focused. Skein 4/117. Could she use the chains? She wasn't sure how, or even what they could do. Better trust in the system she knew. Maybe that little skein boost would be enough to save her, but she would have to time it right. Instead of a parachute, she would strengthen her body and hope it didn't... Nope, bad thoughts. The ground rushed up. She cleared her mind and gripped her skein. There would only be one chance, no room for mistakes. She readied herself and angled towards the nearest dune. Chapter 28. Fresh out of pity. Zoe rushed toward the desert like a stone thrown by God. She would strike the pale dune and splat into a puddle of blood and bones. Nothing would remain of her except a pink stain upon a tall, pale dune, like a wave of frozen bone. Even this remnant would fade, as the grains continued their endless march and buried her in time. She had seconds before she struck, and so she seized her skein. And a perfect time for indecision. She could boost an attribute, and 4 skein was the equivalent of a normal human's total in any of the categories. But which category should she boost? Vitality would heal her after the impact. Might would strengthen her body. Dexterity would let her land safer. Seconds away from the ground, she boosted her might. Dexterity was useless if she wasn't awake. Vitality was useless if she didn't survive. Might could strengthen her enough to survive the impact. She hoped. Her skin flashed like dull steel, and her consciousness slipped into that dark place between waking hours before the pale ground embraced her. ###. Going unconscious probably saved her life. The limpness of her muscles stopped her from becoming so stiff she snapped on impact. Quite the first thought to have after waking. The second thought was pain. Everywhere. Bruises across her entire body. Breathing ached from fractured ribs, and the minute clicking as vitality set them back into place. But her legs felt like molten lead. She tried to move and screamed. Dry sand filled her mouth. She was face down in the sand. Her legs shattered from the hip down. Bone shifted slowly inside her, scraping against the flesh. The agony made her wish for unconsciousness again. Skein 21/117. Her vitality was 20, so she'd been unconscious for a little over an hour. She tried to move, but couldn't stand the pain. After everything that had happened, it was too much. She gripped her skein and pumped it into vitality. Skein 0/117. Vitality 20, 41. Blessed darkness swooped down as her vitality surged. She barely had the mind to turn her mouth out of the sand before she passed out.
###.
Vibrations under the sand woke her. Footsteps. A strange, hopping gait across the sand. Distant, but approaching. She stirred, and cool air brushed her skin. Twinges of pain, but lesser than before. Her bruises had faded, and her ribs settled into place, but her legs still ached like a fiery mess. Each heartbeat sent a slow, dull pulse from her toes to her hips. She dreaded movement. But the footsteps drew closer, and she needed to see what was coming. Her hands gripped the sand, and she pushed. With her enhanced strength, it was trivial to move her body, but it still hurt. She gritted her teeth against screaming as she flipped over, her legs dangling, useless as she rolled onto her back. Sharp hiss of breath as her feet sank into the sand. Even if she kept pumping her vitality up to inhuman standards, it would take days to fully heal. And they might heal wrong. She had to splint them, but first she let herself lay there. Slow her breathing. Let her body rest. Listening for the footsteps. On her back, barely turning her head, she scanned the surroundings. The sloping dune must have been a dozen stories tall. Lavender clouds floated across the gray, sunless sky, darker now than before. Cooler. Some kind of night neared. Where were the footsteps coming from? There. An impression in the sand. Another. Divots that trailed back up to the top of the dune. More were forming. Was something moving beneath the dune? She tried to shift, but the pain made her groan. Maybe if she focused her vitality, she could suppress the pain enough to move. Or did that require willpower? Her attributes floated like tools beside her mind, ready to use. The divots hurried closer. Blue smoke burst out of nowhere. Before she could react, a baboon lunged out of the azure cloud, teeth bared, wings flapping. She lifted an arm. Too slow. Yellow fangs sank into her face, gouged her eye. She smacked the baboon and sent it flying. It flapped its wings. Large, crow-like expanse where its arms should have been, and shrieked. 3 more bursts of blue from the dune around her as blood gushed from her eye. Damn! The winged baboons ran along the dune toward her. Vitality, 29. Heat pulsed in the hole of her missing eye as vitality flared. The bleeding slowed, but the baboons sprinted. Their nostrils flared as though they could smell an opportunity slipping through their hands. With one hand to prop her up, Zoe readied a fist. She would have to be quick, but she knew she could knock them away. If she was lucky, she could even crack a skull with a good blow. But could she get all of them? 3 charged toward her. Fingered feet flicked up sand as they flapped their wings for speed like demonic chickens. Jaws wide and long teeth bared as they shrieked. A threat that worked. She couldn't stop shivering as she stared at them. Her fist trembled. A metallic sheen coated her fist, and it stilled like any other piece of machinery. But these efforts cost her willpower. She could feel her attention growing sloppy, wavering between the incoming targets. What was she missing? The flying baboon swooped down and grabbed her face with its dexterous toes. Claws dug into her flesh, pulled open her wounds. It flapped, lifting, ripping her flesh free. Her scream garbled as she tasted the foul creature's foot. The others crashed into her. She swung a fist out. Her knuckles crunched into a baboon's skull, but her attack gave the creatures an opening. Teeth closed around her arm and pulled it aside. She couldn't see anything in the fray. One of them bit her chest, digging for her heart with clawed toes. She choked on another scream. This couldn't be happening. No. Ghostly chains unfurled from her body. They whipped out and struck the baboons. A heavy clanging reverberated through her as the chains sent the creatures flying away with a will not entirely her own. She'd almost forgotten the chains were still attached, their weight lost amongst the pain of impact. But they moved now, alive in their own strange way. Had they acted on her subconscious desire to live? Or did they act on their own? She breathed, waiting for a second attack, while the chains hovered over her like guardian snakes. Wing beats. One baboon limped away through the sky, flying at an awkward angle before it vanished with a burst of blue. Only the sound of feathers swishing air remained, until that too faded. Another lay crumpled with a fist-sized dent in its skull. The cross-eyed expression of confused dismay almost made her laugh, or that could be the adrenaline racing through her system. She spotted the third further up the dune, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle. The fourth. She spied it further down the dune, stumbling on two legs and dragging broken wings. Blue dust sputtered and leaked and floated in the air behind it like some genie's tail. Fur and feathers flickered in and out of view, but the creature failed to turn completely invisible. The sight was pitiful, but Zoe was fresh out of pity. Her chains sensed her motive, and they moved, thrusting into the sand, pulling her downhill. The chains didn't let her walk, but they walked for her. 4 tentacles charging like a spider down the slope as her body hung suspended at the core. She snarled with pain as her legs dragged along the sand, but she gained on the running baboon. Nothing mattered except the hunt. The baboon's shrieks grew louder as it scampered away, wings flapping, blue smoke trailing. The dusty vapors irritated her remaining eye, but she ignored the itch. She was ignoring enough already. The distance closed, and with one last leap, the chains launched her toward the fleeing scavenger. Her metallic hands closed around its neck and snapped it instantly. As the creature whimpered, bloodied teeth bared in one last act of defiance, Zoe bit down on its face. Taste of fur, of gore, of death. And her mind raced back to her youth, after her mother's death, when she lived in a forest. Alone, but for the lost dogs. A life of harsh pursuit, civilization forgotten. Survival was all. The pain in her legs yanked her back to the present. She swallowed the bloody scrap of face meat and screamed at the watching gray heavens. "You won't get me that easy! Not now! Not ever! I'll kill you all!" ###. True power arises when prey becomes predator. Zoe lay near the bottom of the dune, the dead baboon by her feet, and winced at the pain in her body. The chase had reopened injuries, and she knew she must stay as still as possible. With the flesh beside her, she could eat. Had she eaten since the dungeon fruit in the safe room? She couldn't remember. But it didn't matter now. She had flesh, and though it tasted like ass, it would fill her belly. A giggle escaped her lips. Speaking of, it was a wonder she hadn't gotten sick from eating fruit and random animals and whatever that puppeteer had been. Maybe enhanced vitality improved her digestion? She didn't care. Exhaustion rolled through her as the world darkened. No stars, no moon, just as there was no sun. Only the lavender clouds shifting across an iron sky. The dune persisted to glow with a pale light like phosphorescent bone. Hopefully, there would be fewer scavengers at night, and she could sleep. But she didn't believe that. If she wanted to survive, she needed to find some kind of shelter. And finding anything meant getting to the top of the dune. From there, she could get the lay of the land and maybe even find the tavern Trinch mentioned. Who was that figure in the shaft?
How did they know her name? Questions that could wait until after she walked again. But right now, the only question she wanted to answer was whether killing those baboons counted towards her levels. They felt like, and tasted like, regular flesh and blood, no matter if they went invisible. They were material beings. But this was not the world of the system she knew, and there had been no frigid rush of death energy. Though, perhaps. She focused on her willpower, reached for her skein to bolster her theory. Skein 10/117. Willpower 35. 34. Not the boost she expected, but her willpower was taking a beating just from maintaining her status. Still, if she focused. The world moved around her like wind upon water.
Or was she the wind, and the world the water? The question vanished as her body plunged into the icy depths of death energy. It wasn't a complete level up, but she felt more than halfway toward level 9. The cold energy settled into her body, and as she thawed, she sobbed with relief. The avenue of power remained. She could get stronger. Her journey was not over, and as long as there were enemies in her future, which she knew there were, she would level up. She would get stronger. She would complete the damned quest given to her by that damned alien god, and she would claw her way out of this damned dimension. She smiled as new tissue trembled in her ruined eye socket. Once she was free, she would tear that dungeon boss in half. And then... It was a long road ahead, but Rue better get ready. Chapter 29. Hunted. It took Zoe an hour to climb to the top of the dune. She wrapped the chain tethered to her ankle around her legs to keep them still. The pressure hurt, but by focusing on her vitality, she could distance herself from the pain. It throbbed, dull and angry, in a walled-off box in her mind. The 2 chains around her hips dragged her uphill, slow and steady, while the chain around her neck scooped up the corpses of the baboons. She didn't know her next chance to get food. All the time, she scanned the skies, listened for the wing beats of the invisible scavengers. But if there were any, they were out of range of her insight. The top of the dune gave an incredible vantage point. It was the tallest dune for miles around, a pale slope with a glow like moonlight. As the sky darkened, she spied the telltale glow of fire against the clouds. It seemed she would have to cross several dunes to reach what she suspected was the tavern. There were several shafts of darkness in all directions. They moved across the landscape with a steady motion, slipping over dunes as though they were not even there. Perhaps they were stationary, and it was the planet that moved, like a needle on a record player. It still gave her goosebumps to think she was on an alien world. After all the crazy things that happened to her, this felt the most tangibly surreal. The nearest shaft of darkness was the one she fell from. Advancing across the land, a line of solid dark against the bruised sky. It made sense that it led back up to the hole surrounding the mirror-clad yacht, though the shadowy pillar's steady movement didn't match the yacht's weaving route. Perhaps one end of the shaft disconnected from the other as they passed between dimensions. Had Trinch been trying to return to the Mirror Bell dungeon? Maybe she would find out when she found the tavern. Rain from the drained lake water fell in a trail behind the shaft. Long whips of water eternally spattering the desert below. Through the gaps in the dunes, Zoe spied a river of sorts, marking out the shaft's path. Reeds and greenery swept the banks of the river, as though the shadow gouged the desert and tilled life. Even in the strange half-lit night, she could make out trees and the shimmer of flowing water. The sight brought a tickle to her throat, an aching reminder of her thirst. That river was her goal, There she could rest and heal until she could walk without the chains. Though the chains had been useful, she didn't want to rely on them. There would be a cost associated. She just knew it. Always trust in love. One chain for doubting me. The chain attached to her ankles vanished into ethereal smoke. Her legs fell loose without the chain to strap them together. The sudden movement jerked her broken bones. She screamed. Her legs sank into the sand. She took deep, heaving breaths as tears trickled down her cheeks. See how hard life is without me? You should appreciate what you have before it's lost forever. One chain to teach you a lesson. One of the chains tethered to her hips vanished as though it were never there. It was one of the two propping her upright. Now, off balance, she started rolling down the dune. Nauseating pain flared in her legs. She directed her vitality to neuter the pain and reinforced the command with her dwindling willpower. As the raw sensations faded, she turned her attention to the chains. The chain around her neck discarded the baboon corpses, while the remaining chain around her hips steadied itself. Both chains dug deep into the sand and stopped her rolling. She lay there on the sandy slope for a moment, breathing and watching the dark, shifting sky, waiting for any other prompt, for anything else to go wrong. Only the cold and wind-blown silence of an eerie desert on an alien world. She finally relaxed. More proof she needed to heal, but to do that, she needed shelter. She felt too exposed on these dunes, especially since the only creatures encountered so far could make themselves invisible. She grabbed the nearest baboon corpse, out of stubbornness more than anything else, and directed the chain around her waist to bind her legs, while the one around her neck dragged her down the hill. It was an uncomfortable process, and mentally draining. Where before the chains responded to her subconscious desires, now they barely even moved with her direct attention. They creaked and clanged in her ears, as though ghostly rust coated the ghostly metal. It took hours of careful movement, but she reached the bottom of the dune, climbed up and down another, and finally smelled water. She followed her nose, letting the single chain drag her across flattened sand. Patches of fuzzy grass that smelled of honeydew, a growing smell of mud, the trickling splash of water. Her impatience grew, and she found it harder to maintain the methodical pace of pulling. She wanted to sprint forward, charge toward the river, and bury her face beneath the surface. Great gulps of fresh water to wash the taste of blood and sand from her mouth. Her willpower suffered in this dimension, and this reduced her ability to focus. At last, her chain splashed into water and pulled her the final few feet to the river's edge. More a creek than anything else, maybe 20 feet across at its widest point, and shallow as it ran over the sand. Zoe slid over soft grass. A breeze sent shimmering ripples down the river. Just as the dunes glowed, so too did the water and the trembling blade-like reeds. A strange light, unnameable color, reminding her of the ethereal chains. But her body demanded she drink, and so she abandoned speculation. The chains withdrew, once more wrapping around her body. She eased herself down to the water and, after hesitating for a moment longer, cupped her hands into the flow and drank. Sweet ambrosia. She swallowed the taste of silt and sand and the residual sadness of the Mirabelle dungeon. That lake over the drowned town was rich with morbid emotion, but the fall through dimensions flattened that sadness. Here, the water carried a taste of hope. Zoe drank until her belly sloshed and didn't even question the fact she could taste the emotions. Shadowy figures moved on the far bank. A dozen eyes glowed sapphire as they reflected the landscape's eerie light. They moved in a pattern that suggested 4 creatures with 3 eyes apiece.
Her insight couldn't penetrate the darkness, couldn't discern their forms, and so she suspected some technique was at play. A low growl sounded across the water. Zoe clenched mud, roots tangling in her fingers as she formed a fist, but after another 6 eyes joined the dozen, she grabbed the body of the baboon she had dragged this far and retreated. Even with her skein fully recovered, she didn't want to risk fighting these unknown creatures in the dark. She was missing an eye, her legs remained broken, and she was exhausted. The creatures were confident, obscured by darkness, and who knew what other tricks they had tucked away. Their growls grew louder, and she hurried. The chain around her neck dragged her away. She lay on her back with her legs bound and faced the creatures as the distance between them grew. Moving downriver. The flow seemed to head toward the fires of the tavern. She would need to climb another dune to confirm her hunch, but that could wait until she rested. Though there would be no rest for a while. The creatures were following her. Sapphire eyes glowed in trios, never blinking. Soft hoots passed between the creatures as they kept their distance, but never strayed too far behind her. The chain grew heavier, harder to move, and her pace slowed. Her heartbeat rose, and she spent skein to lower it with our hearts toll as one. No matter what, she needed to stay calm, stay rational.
Because she'd just heard the sound she dreaded most. Splashing water as the creatures crossed to her side of the river. She urged the chain to hurry, but it barely registered her command. The creatures gained a steady loping speed, sapphire eyes bobbing with the excitement of an easy kill. Zoe didn't want to have to prove them wrong. More eyes were crawling down from the steep dunes surrounding the river. Over 20 of the creatures in the pack, hooting, growling, following. She threw the baboon corpse toward them. Loath though she was to abandon the hard-won meat, she valued her life more. Hopefully, it would prove a distraction. With her burden removed, the chain increased speed, dragging her bound legs along the muddy riverbank. The sapphire eyes converged on the corpse of the baboon. They frenzied, hoots pitching into whining shrieks like a cluster of demented power drills. They fought amongst themselves, a shifting mess of shadows. Foul, sulphurous odors reached Zoe's nostrils as she continued dragging herself away with her chain. The ghostly lynx plunged into the soft earth, yanking her away from the pack with a jerking pace. Not all the creatures went for her distraction. Some streamed around the chaos over the corpse, crystalline eyes unwavering as they pursued Zoe. Hooting, hollering, clawed feet pounding the muddy ground. They charged toward her, the distance vanishing. Zoe's chain skidded off hard stone. She risked a glance and saw the ruins of a temple. Columns, collapsed roofs, tiled floors, all lit by sand piled in the corners. The stone itself did not glow. The creatures charged in silence. Zoe forced her chain to wrap around the nearest column and pull across the tiled floor. The river ran through the ruins, sound of running water bouncing off the ancient walls. If she could find a room, she could collapse the entrance, hole herself off, keep the creatures at bay until she healed. She aimed toward the nearest room, chain grabbing at rubble to haul her along the sand-swept tiles. A cacophony of whirring shrieks punctured her ears. She cried out at the sudden pain as a warm, wet trickle flowed over her earlobes. The world grew muffled, pain, but she hauled herself on with the sluggish chain. Not long till the room. She risked a glance back. The creatures paced at the border of the ruins, blue eyes watching, segmented mouths gnashing in the shadows that cloaked them. Zoe stopped moving, and the creatures remained outside. They refused to enter the ruins. She wasn't stupid. Either fear
or magic kept the creatures at bay. She didn't know which, but she didn't care. Skane boosted her vitality, and the pain in her ears diminished. The creatures snarled, paced, and retreated. Zoe waited until they all vanished into the darkness before she leaned over to the river running through the floor and puked. All the jostling with a full belly. She washed out her mouth with the flowing water and looked around the ruins. The piles of sand offered scant light, but they illuminated the carvings in the walls. It seemed a parade of snakes, or a carnival of worms, in various gestures and poses, formed a bas-relief across the walls. Was this history? Or graffiti? The broken walls obscured any real meaning. Columns supported sections of cream-colored roof, or they stood alone like dead trees. As Zoe calmed, she studied the ruins and spied signs of habitation. Scatterings of charcoal, broken glass, the bones of an animal flecked with hardened scraps of gristle. She pulled herself toward a darkened room. There were blankets rolled out inside. Faint body odor lingered in the air. 3 beds for 3 campers. She bit her lip. People were staying here. They were gone now, but they would return. Should she stay? Or should she go? She decided not to risk an encounter, especially not with her body in the state it was. Maybe she could find some provisions to help her.
Did she dare risk it? The pain in her legs compelled her into the room. Keeping her legs as steady as possible, she entered and picked at the blankets. It was difficult in the dark, but the metal in her body pulled her fingers toward a certain bed. Under the woolen blanket, she found a curved knife and a jar half full of glass beads. She studied a bead. The dim light offered scant detail, but it resembled a cat's eye marble. Her chains trembled as she rolled the hard orb between her fingers. There was some connection between her chains and this glass. But what? A gruff voice boomed out in the near dark. Zoe froze. Another voice responded to the first, and pealing laughter sounded from a third. The wind whistled through the ruins, chilling the sudden sweat coating Zoe's skin. The campers had returned. Chapter 30. Labyrinth. Strange voices echoed through the ruins. Zoe turned about, but she couldn't be sure where they came from. All she knew was that they grew louder. The dark room with the 3 bedrolls had only one exit. She had to move, or else she would be trapped. With her legs broken, she relied upon the chains granted by the Black Star system to move. She directed the chain around her neck to grab the craggy doorway and pull her out of the room. Nothing. The ghostly links remained coiled around her neck like a choker. Ding! You take me for granted. Zoe bared her teeth. This wasn't happening. Not right now. No, I don't, she hissed. You've been incredibly helpful. I'd be dead without you. Ding! You're just saying that. I mean it. I really do. I don't know. The echoes grew louder, bouncing from wall to wall, losing all sense of direction as they approached. 3 separate voices, hoarse, booming, and smooth as honey. No time to argue with a butt-hurt eldritch being. Her legs were still wrapped with the chain tethered to her hip. With her might, she could pull herself along with just her hands. It would jerk her body more than using the chain, but vitality could suppress the pain. But what about the loot in her hands? A curved dagger and a jar of beads. There was something curious about the beads. She wanted to know more, but now was not the time. Suppressing a frustrated snarl, she stashed both items under the woolen blankets. Though they could be helpful, they would also alert the campers to her presence.
but she couldn't stop herself from taking one of the marble-like beads. To leave this situation completely empty-handed would be a travesty. With the bead tucked into her pocket, she crawled out of the room. Her fingers found holds in the pitted and worn tiles. It was easy enough to pull herself from the room, though her legs throbbed with every moment. Once more in the courtyard, she faced a choice.
Did she leave and risk the desert, or did she venture deeper into the ruins? Beyond the border of ancient flagstones, the desert glowed with its soft light. The ruins, by contrast, were a tangled mess of shadowy passages. With the sand being the only source of light, she knew she would quickly become blinded the deeper she went. But the desert held predators, packs of them. She couldn't see them now, but they were out there, possibly waiting for her. A voice echoed. She flinched at the alien tongue. It sounded as though it came from right beside her. She made up her mind. The ruins had protected her from the shadowy predators. Perhaps they would protect her from the campers as well. She hauled herself away from the courtyard and followed the route the river carved through the ruins. Down a passageway, through rooms emptied by time. Stone shelves, benches, recesses, but all of it empty and crumbling. Was this a temple? Some kind of domicile? A workshop? She wasn't an archaeologist, and the shadows made any attempts at identification pointless. Only the sand that had blown in through cracks in the walls offered any illumination at all. Soon, the river vanished beneath the floor.
Ding!
Damn it! The chain around her hip vanished, and her legs fell loose once more. The sudden pain almost made her scream, but she bit her arm to muffle the sound. Why was this system so petty? She hoped she had moved far enough from their camp, and dragged herself carefully into the closest room. There was an empty corner tucked behind the rubble of a collapsed shelf. The room had 2 exits, so she wouldn't be cornered if the campers stumbled upon her. Her back against the wall, the voices distant, she resolved to fix her legs once and for all. With a flex of her willpower to remove the black star interference on her status, she grasped her skein. Skein 117 over 117. She directed the threads of energy toward her vitality. 20. Life. Her body brimmed, overflowing, growing, regenerating. A seed sprouting in dark earth and surging for the light. She understood for the first time the true nature of vitality. Not renewal, but growth. Not healing, but persistence. How else could the body continue without vitality? How could anything continue? Vitality was the burning light of the sun, the greenery on the riverbanks, the beating of a heart driving oxygen to the brain so it could tell the heart to beat again, to drive oxygen to the brain so it could... She lost herself in the feeling as her body rippled. The black star system took a toll on her willpower, and it was all she could do to rein in the lightning coursing through her veins and direct the explosive energy toward her legs. Her vitality was 30 times higher than it had been pre-system. If it took months for a regular broken leg to heal, now it was a matter of hours. By concentrating and directing her attributes, she could shorten that time even further. Her medical knowledge helped her visualize her internal injuries. She probed the bruised muscles, hissing as she spotted the multiple fractures, the breaks, and the hisses almost became laughter as she felt them healing under her touch. She found it hilarious that her entire career, her entire time at university, was now performed by a mental exercise and a magical force. The boosted vitality wouldn't last forever. Even now it was ticking down, reducing by 1 per minute. Perhaps increasing one of her other attributes would help with that, but she didn't care. Her legs were healing. She gritted her teeth and wriggled her toes. They responded, and the pain was minimal. She dumped more skein into vitality and let the process continue. Careful concentration directed the pulsing energy toward her bones. Her eye was still healing, but it wasn't her priority. It could wait until she could walk. After hours of this repeated magical healing, her willpower hit 0. The world became a fuzzy place. She giggled as she kicked in the dust and collapsed in the rocky corner, utterly spent. Dawn came without sunlight. The sky blooming from dark to pale gray. No lavender clouds to shroud the gray heavens. Soft beams of sourceless light spilled through holes in the walls to strike Zoe's face. Well rested, she stirred, and though her legs ached, she stood without a challenge. Her body was not yet fully recovered, but her might gave her injured body more strength than any pre-system human. The room around her appeared to be an old storage room. Stone shelves set against stone walls. Nothing held there but dust and fragile cobwebs of long-dead spiders. Her stomach grumbled. Her throat ached for water. In the silence of the room, she heard the trickling of the river beneath the tiles. Her fist clenched, flashed silver, and she punched through the floor. Stone fragments fell into swift-moving water, ice cold and fresh. She scooped up handfuls and drank. Not too much, since she didn't want to puke like last time. Once she quenched her thirst, she moved. Her swift, hobbling gait took her deeper into the ruins. There was no telling if the sound of breaking the floor had alerted the campers, but she didn't want to wait and find out. The creature in the shaft of darkness, Trinch, had a power that totally eclipsed her own. Who knew what others like him existed in this dimension? She didn't want to risk a confrontation like that while injured, or at all. So she moved from room to room, slow and steady, checking through doorways before she advanced, always hoping to find some tool, some potential weapon, but finding nothing but dust and softly glowing sand in the shadows. The river sometimes emerged, seen through holes in the floor or flooding a sunken hallway, but for the most part, it was an unseen vein beneath the grit-covered stone. What was this place? The longer she walked, the more the size astonished her. It seemed to be a town of interconnected dwellings, but there were no clues besides the occasional wall carving of serpentine creatures. No matter how long she walked, she seemed to make no progress. Room after room leading nowhere. She stopped and rested on a stone bench. Not that she was tired, but just to get her bearing. Pale sky shone through rents in the ceilings, but she hadn't seen a window looking out onto the desert for hours. It was starting to feel claustrophobic. She ran a hand along the rough stone. Dust came away under her fingertips. If she wanted, she could punch her way through the stone. Punch and punch until she escaped. But that much sound would surely alert the campers, if they were even still in the ruins. Whatever business took them away from their site in the first place could have done so again. Maybe she was being paranoid, though better paranoid than dead. And her eye was still healing behind the impromptu patch she tore from her shirt. The tissue in her socket formed an orb, but it stung whenever she removed the coverings. She boosted her vitality when she could, but retained most of her skein out of caution. There was something wrong with these ruins. She just couldn't figure it out. To distract her from her frustration, she pulled out the glass orb she stole from the campers. Daylight shone through the clear glass and highlighted the squiggle of red in the center, as though someone had captured a burning candle wick. The chain around her neck twitched. There was a connection there. She brought the marble up to the chain and brushed the glass against the ghostly metal. The red wick flashed with light and heat. Startled, she dropped the marble. It rolled away, dull and cool. Her face and hands flushed with the fading heat.
Gingerly, she picked up the marble and placed it back in her pocket. Some kind of fire starter? It must be a feature of the Black Star system because it highlighted how useless the chain around her neck was without the system to assist her. A voice distracted her from her thoughts. Hoarse, alien, close.
She looked about, saw nothing, and moved in the other direction. The voice called out again. Alert now, and the other two answered. She didn't need to know the language to understand what they said. Somehow, they had found her. She ran. Her legs ached with every step, but she forced herself on. Down halls, through rooms, sprinting as fast as her enhanced limbs could propel her. Her footsteps echoed off the walls, but if she could outrun the sound, it wouldn't matter. She tripped, stumbled, fell, crashed into a stony wall, and groaned at the agony in her recovering legs. What? She glanced back at a fist-sized hole in the tiles. Water rushed underneath. No. She was back in the room she woke up in. When had she been turned around? It didn't make sense. The voices hollered, closer. She sighed at what she was about to do. Hello? Ding! Well, 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 look who's come crawling back. Can you help me? Yes. Zoe waited, but nothing happened. She tried to move the chain around her neck. Nothing. This wasn't happening. She gritted her teeth. Will you help me? No. Echoes bouncing from every direction. Closer, surrounding her. She looked up through the hole in the ceiling at the gray sky and clasped her hands. Please, help me, she whispered. I'm sorry for ignoring you. I'm scared, and I don't want to die, and I don't know what's going on. I need your help. I can't do this on my own. Silence stretched inside her mind. Footsteps slapped the stone. Excited grunts, calls in the alien tongue. Laughter. They sounded like hunters drawing in on wounded prey. Ding! Plus 10 chains for groveling. I'm glad you finally appreciate me. 10 ethereal chains sprouted from her back as though she were some kind of spider. They twitched as they connected to her subconscious. Their tips grabbed at the loose stone in the ceiling. With a clanging heave, they pulled down the stone. Zoe coughed on the dust as the chains dragged her up through the new hole in the ceiling and onto the roof. No! She stood under the gray sky and stared at an endless labyrinth. No desert in sight, only a twisting maze of ruined stone. Voices called from the room beneath her. She ran. Chains hauled her from roof to roof, but it seemed futile. The collapsed houses, the hallways, the cream-colored buildings extended to the horizon in all directions. No trace of the dunes, only the pale, sunless sky. A voice hollered. She looked back and saw a dark green silhouette. A creature like Trinch, but smaller, lithe, and sprinting after her. She put her head forward, leaping gaps, skidding on dust and sand, begging for some way to escape. But within seconds, a solid body of dense muscle tackled her. Arms wrapped around her, and together they crashed through a ceiling and struck a damp, tiled floor. Breathe exploded from Zoe's burned lips. She struggled, flailing with limbs and chains, as the green Sasquatch of a being pinned her down. A pulse of dread aura filled the room, choked the noise from her throat, and sent her chains crashing lifeless to the floor. She couldn't breathe as the creature looked down at her. Slowly, it stood and backed away, hands raised and empty. A chain slithered from around its foot and brushed against hers. You understand me now? Zoe could only nod. Good, the creature continued in her hoarse voice.
You are new here. I am Prince. What is your name?" She coughed, her face growing red. She suffocated under the leaden aura. The creature realized her discomfort, and the aura vanished. She scrambled back to the wall, staring, massaging her throat as her chains stirred like drunken worms. "My name is Zoe Chambers." The creature pinched her stubby nose. "Trinch was right. We'll never hear the end of this," she sighed. "Well, Zoe Chambers, you're officially in our custody."
Zoe wanted to run, but where would she go? How could she escape? She forced herself to meet the creature's yellow eyes. "What do you want with me?" Princh smiled a grin of gray and overlapping teeth. "You're our ticket out of this forgotten dimension." Chapter 31. A Meeting in Chains. Zoe trudged through the labyrinth with the slumped shoulders of a prisoner. Her 10 chains wrapped around her torso, a weight she could only bear with her might, and though the chains twitched, they remained docile, unresponsive. The chain around her neck ran behind her like a leash and connected to the chain of the being called Princh. "Turn right," Princh said. "Then straight ahead." Princh acted as though the leash between them was perfectly natural. She was around the same height as Zoe, and of a slighter build, though her dark green fur gave the appearance of extra bulk. A faint scent, like a dog in salt water, rose from her sleek coat. The aroma followed Zoe as they navigated the twisting reality of the ruins. Zoe kept looking for landmarks, but there were none. Scavengers or decay stripped the rooms long ago. She didn't understand how she got so twisted around. After a day of careful travel, she ended up back where she camped the night before. Her sense of geography wasn't bad, so she blamed magic, which, lately, seemed to be the leading cause of problems in her life. "What are your plans for me?" Zoe asked. "We still need to straighten out the details." "You must have been dropped here same as me." Zoe looked over her shoulder. "So why don't we—" The chain around her neck tightened. She stumbled, gasping. She commanded the chain to release her, but couldn't pierce Princh's control. Her knees trembled. The weight around her torso dragged her down, but she refused to fall. Princh arched a wispy eyebrow at Zoe's defiance. "Think you're tough enough to call the shots?" Princh smiled. "Right now you have 2 little bags inside your chest that desperately need air. You have a vitality of what?" She squinted. 20? 25? No, 20. So, it'll burn, but you won't lose consciousness for a few minutes. When you do, if you continue to lack air, then you'll die. All I'm doing is using 1 chain. The Black Star system saw fit to grant you 11, but you can't even use them." Zoe glared, clawed at the chains. Minutes ticked by as she tried to breathe, to speak, but only a squeaking sound left her scared lips as the last traces of air left her lungs. Her vision dimmed, swayed, but she remained conscious. Advanced vitality created torture instead of knocking her unconscious. Her knees gave out, but she did not fall. The chain around her neck held her upright. Princh smiled as she raised the chain until Zoe's toes hung above the ancient tile. "You are a prisoner," she said, "and every prisoner has a warden." The chain released Zoe, and she collapsed onto the ground. She lay there, limp and gasping like a fish. Princh squatted beside Zoe, the chain stroking the welts around Zoe's neck. "As a prisoner, you have 1 choice. Do what we say. Understand?" Zoe sucked down air. It hurt to breathe. She nodded, and Princh smiled. "Glad we came to this arrangement." Zoe gripped her skein. Skein 97/117.
She boosted her might. Skein 47/117. Might 36/86. Her first drove through the air. Tiles shattered under her feet as she twisted upright, silver knuckles hard as bullets. Princh was gone. Zoe swung through empty air. Princh stepped close beside her. Zoe tried to spin, but her momentum drove her fist into the stone wall. Dust exploded out as her arm was buried up to her elbow. Zoe tugged, squinting against the dust. Something moved in her peripheral vision. She tore her arm free, spun. Nothing. Where was Princh? Zoe turned, saw nothing, heard nothing. Tell me something? Princh's hoarse whisper came right beside Zoe's ear. Zoe's eyes widened. She kicked to the side. Her foot shattered the wall, but the whisper continued. Why do you might-based builds always think you can punch your way out of any problem? Zoe leaped away, turning to face the source of the voice, and saw nothing. A fist crashed into the back of her head. The ground hit her cheeks. She blinked. The damaged wall collapsed in a crash of ancient stone and pale dust. She blinked. Where was Princh? She blinked. Darkness. ###. Wood creaked as water lapped against stone. A smell of dust and silt, a dry wind blowing cool air, a rough hand upon her shoulder. Someone shook Zoe awake. She jerked up, fist forming, but chains dragged her back down. Zoe turned her head, the only part of her body not chained to the heavy blocks of masonry forming the floor of the crude dock. The river flowed out from under the dock, which must be part of the ruins, and continued winding out through the dunes. It grew wider in the distance as other rivers trickled in and fed its girth. Sickly trees resembling palms grew along the banks. White, bird-like animals flittered through the scant shade. There's no escape. Princh leaned in the corner, smoking from a lapis lazuli pipe. Hazy black smoke dribbled over the bowl and fell toward the sandy floor. Being a fighter is only admirable if you can fight. Black smoke cascaded from her nostrils. Which you can't. At all. Honestly, how did you even reach the dungeon boss? Leave her alone, Princh, said a high but tired voice. Zoe tried to move, but the chains around her wrists and ankles were intertwined with the chains tethered to her spine. Princh had fused Zoe to her shackles and wrapped them through holes in the masonry. Unless she wanted to shift tons of ancient rock, Zoe couldn't move. Even if she strained, she had no doubts Princh would subdue her again. One night, long ago, the police locked Zoe in the drunk tank of a county jail. That same sense of helpless claustrophobia swept over her now. She exhaled through her nostrils and tried to maintain a calm exterior. The other speaker moved into view. I'm Oriz, by the way. An androgynous human with high cheekbones, long, corn-colored hair, and eyes like dirty honey. Her skin a subtle gray, as though she had poor circulation. A long indigo gown swept a pattern in the sandy floor. Zoe stared. You look like the dungeon boss. Oriz shrugged as she tied her hair into a bun. Are we your first aliens? She grinned. We don't all look alike. No, Zoe shook her head. I didn't mean... I'm joking. The Crimson Armada system created the Mirabelle dungeon from memories of my world. The dungeon boss is called Zazatha. He's the same race as me, but he died 1,000 years before I was born. He was a ruthless priest who drowned his congregation for power and... The dungeon is his punishment? Well, it is called a dungeon. Oh, you really don't know how anything works, do you? Let me guess. You heard a voice in your head and then everything fell apart? Too slow to join the tutorial? Barely survived horrific encounter after horrific encounter until you, what, stumbled into a dungeon? She frowned and looked at Princh, who shrugged. It's what makes sense to me, Princh said. Doesn't explain why she's alive, but it explains why she integrated a damned dungeon quest item. It gave more attributes, Zoe mumbled. They both stared at her. Princh tittered. Oriz laughed. Zoe blushed, and they both guffawed until Princh coughed and heaved up thick black spittle. Don't make me laugh when I'm smoking, she hawked a dark glob into the river. No wonder you got those burns on your lips. Pure gluttony. You swallow every little trinket you come across? No! Then how do you explain the gilded parasites swimming through your guts? Zoe's eyes widened. Her stomach itched. Had it always itched? Or was she only noticing it now? Were they messing with her? She glared at Princh as the green woman wiped spittle from the hairs around her chin. You're messing with me, Zoe said. Nope. Princh squinted as she drew from her pipe. Aura rippled across Zoe's skin as Princh flexed her willpower and accessed her system. With a flicking gesture, Zoe received a prompt. Eyes of the Healer. User can observe the hidden interactions of essence and flesh. At higher levels, the user can share these observations with others.
Zoe blinked away a sensation of dust in her eye, but was distracted by something moving inside her guts. She looked down with dread. Her clothes, her flesh, became translucent. Through clear skin, she saw veins, muscular fiber, organs breaking down her scant meals of the last few days. A half-dome surrounded her heart. Metallic tissue, the physical manifestation of her technique, our hearts toll as one. And throughout her body, long threads of glinting metal, of reflective mirror, interwove themselves with her mundane anatomy. This essence shone in stark contrast to the gunk of normal flesh. It took her breath away, to see skein glowing, folding in upon itself, and passing through her cells like a billion threads through the eyes of a billion needles. Amongst the wonders of her body, something malignant stirred. A gigantic golden worm slithered through her bowels. Foul aura leaked from its oily skin. A foot long, thick as a garden hose, nosing through the passageways of her intestines. Tendrils and antennae bristled its head like a prawn mated with a catfish. These whiskery feelers tickled Zoe's insides. She bucked, horrified, trying in a futile effort to move herself away from what squirmed inside her. The chains clanked in mockery as they shackled her to the floor. The worm stopped moving and turned two dull white eyes towards her, as though it could see her through her skin. Zoe saw the bile rising from her stomach toward her throat. "Get it out of me!" "No." Princh waved her hand, and the technique cancelled. Zoe stared down at the tattered shirt covering her stomach, her skin once more dark brown and opaque. The feeling of gilded whiskers persisted as a shiver-inducing memory. "Please, remove it," Zoe said. "I'll do anything." "If you didn't want it inside yourself, then you shouldn't have eaten the cursed item. What was it, anyway?" Zoe racked her brain. Did she even remember? Wait. It was Zazatha's earring. I bit his ear before he threw me down the shaft. "Why would you do that?" Oriz asked. "He was going to kill me. Why wouldn't I?" Oriz and Princh exchanged another glance. "Eh?" Oriz gestured toward Zoe. "Fine," Princh said. "I like her." She pinched her fingers a quarter apart. "This much." "It's enough." "Don't talk about me like I'm not here." Oriz crouched beside Zoe. "Two things," she said as she fished in a worn leather satchel. "One,
Both of us could kill you without trying. We're not even combat builds, by the way. You're just that low of a level. So some respect is in order, lest we rip out your tongue and use you for our purposes anyway." Her yellow eyes crinkled as she smiled. "And before you think about it, yes, there are ways of injuring someone that even vitality won't fix. The scars on your lips are a testament to that." She produced a cork-stoppered vial of a rich red liquid. "And two, we really aren't that bad, just desperate." "How desperate?" "Desperate enough to put our fates into the hands of a complete and utter stranger. Not just a stranger, but someone who doesn't even understand the most basic principles of the system that has blessed them." She pulled the cork from the vial. "Try to see things from our point of view, yeah? Have a little empathy. It will make everything much easier." It felt outrageous that Oriz preached empathy while Zoe lay chained to the floor, but instead of ranting, Zoe focused on the question at hand. "What's in that vial?" Oriz held the vial above Zoe's face. "This is a healing potion," she said. "It will fix your eye and any other scrapes and bruises. We need you in peak condition if you're going to row us back to the tavern." A spicy aroma wafted from the narrow vial. "Will it remove the worm?" Oriz glanced at Princh, who shook her head. "Sorry," Oriz grimaced. "We'll help you with the parasite later."
Why don't you think of your little passenger as self-inflicted leverage?
"Now,"
She waggled the vial.
"open up."
How do I know it's not poison? Why waste poison on someone chained to the floor?
Zoe sighed. "Fine." She opened her scarred lips, and Oriz tilted the vial. A thick droplet beaded the rim before plummeting through the air like a piece of lead. It struck Zoe's tongue with an explosion of spice, rich umami, and sickening diesel. It tasted like a Bloody Mary made with salsa and methanol. The drop slid down her throat of its own accord, and a single tear left her eye as she remembered the drink she shared with Bella. She hoped she would see her companions again, and soon, but the hope was small and feeble in the face of the nightmare entrapping her.
Chapter 32. Gently down the stream.
Oriz stoppered the vial as the droplet diffused through Zoe's body. The powerful, essence-laced spice boosted her vitality with an intricacy that astonished her. Cells bubbled up in her ruined eye socket. Her skin peeled and sloughed to reveal an unblemished layer of dark brown beneath. Oriz removed her eye patch. Zoe's eyes were whole again. She could see. Her ghostly shackles slithered away. She sat and rubbed at her wrists, blinking as she readjusted to proper depth perception. "See?" Oriz smiled. "We aren't so bad." Zoe nodded at her, still stunned by the regrowth of her eye, and glanced at Princh, who remained smoking in the corner. Princh bared her teeth and growled. "Get in the boat and start rowing, newbie. And if you try to run, I'll rip your feet off." Zoe glared at her, but stood, uncertain for a moment, before her vitality-enhanced blood flow removed any lingering numbness, and walked toward the wide, canoe-like boat waiting further down the dock. She hadn't seen the boat while laying down, but the wooden vessel creaked as it bobbed on the river. As she stepped aboard, her mind spun. Nausea made her reach out for balance, and she leaned against a wall? Wait, where was the boat? She stood back above where they shackled her, head spinning, stone firm beneath her feet, against her palms. Solid, but wrong. It shouldn't be there. She shouldn't be here. She bent over and vomited. "What?" she spat. "What's happening?" Oriz rubbed her back with sympathy. "This place is clingy," she said. "It's part of the Black Star system. Here. Willpower-driven aura rushed over Zoe, and the nausea ceased. It won't let you leave unless you focus. Better? Zoe nodded and stood. She looked between the two alien women. It spoke a lot to the recent insanity that she wasn't even fazed by speaking to aliens. Well, maybe a little. What about your third? He's staying behind. Now, no more questions and hop in the boat.
Zoe nodded, still unsteady, and walked back toward the boat. She gripped her willpower and forced herself to take a step at a time. The shadowy predators must have known about the ruins' twisting reality and avoided it with the good sense only animals possessed. She gritted her teeth. No ancient labyrinth would pull her back. Her willpower dipped as it fought against this hostile system, but Zoe persisted. She marched toward the boat, and each step brought her closer to her goal. ###. Zoe rode for the rest of the sunless day. She tried not to think about the worm growing in her stomach and focused on the simple, repetitive motion. Even with her might to empower her and her vitality to refresh her muscles, her shoulders ached. Despite the burning pain, the impatience, and the thirst, she kept her mouth shut. If they wanted to tell her what they planned, they would. Her asking questions would only lead to more suffering. She told herself that she was biding her time for later defiance, but couldn't deny the leash around her neck. No matter the motive, if you do what your captors say when they say it, you are just like any other prisoner. But she was biding her time, and they would regret the way they treated her. Oriz sat on the end of the boat with her back to Zoe. She dangled a bright green line in the water and rarely reeled it in with a catch. The fish were small and shaped like arrowheads. Their mirrored scales glinted in the light, and they must have fallen with the lake water from the Mirabelle dimension. Had any Miradiles survived the fall? Or were their splattered corpses dried out in the dunes? Oriz unhooked each fish she caught and placed them in the large clay pot sitting beside her. Sounds of splashing emerged from the perforated lid as the fish swam in tiny circles and awaited their postponed death. Princh sat smoking on the bench opposite Zoe, her legs wide, arms crossed, and a glower of disdain crinkling her upturned nose. Whenever the boat slowed, Princh blew a languid ring of inky smoke into Zoe's face. "Don't," Princh said as the boat slowly rounded a bend. Zoe raised an eyebrow. "Don't what?" "Questions," Oriz said, without turning around as she secured a dried centipede on the end of her hook. "It's fine," said Princh. "We're almost at the tavern." She ashed out her pipe and began repacking the bowl with midnight herbs. "Don't. Simple as that. Don't plan whatever you're planning. Don't think whatever you're thinking." Zoe grunted and continued rowing. "No defiance?" Princh struck a match and sucked the flame into the pipe. "What happened to the woman who tried to sucker punch me?" "I tried to befriend you first." "One must always be wary of befriending dark builds," Princh said as though reciting from memory. "What's a dark build?" Princh leaned forward and tapped Zoe's breast above her heart. Lets me see your techniques, especially since you lack the dexterity to hide your skein signature. I know the technique inside your heart, one of the vilest, most backstabbing techniques I've ever seen." She studied Zoe's face. "Do you realize what you look like to us?" "How could I, Princh? You know so much more about the system than I do. I'm just stumbling along. Can't you explain some of it to me? Share your wisdom?" "There," Princh waved a finger. "You hear that, Oriz?" "I heard. You win the bet." Zoe frowned. "What bet?" Dark smoke sieved between Princh's gray-toothed grin. "I bet Oriz a dozen fish that you would try to befriend us."
Can't use your technique without us becoming friends first, can you? But you won't catch us that easy. No, you will not. That wasn't what I was doing. Keep rowing. Of course it was what you were doing. Let me explain it then. You have a technique designed for a high dexterity build. The user will hide the technique from eyes like mine and infiltrate organizations. They'll make friends, make alliances. Once they've done so, they'll use that technique to snuff out the hearts of their so-called allies. Kill them in their sleep, and nobody will know how or why until you vanish in the night. Zoe threw down the oars with exasperation. I didn't choose this technique. It just formed after I absorbed the bell and… No technique is an accident. If you don't have a technique scroll, the system will form the technique based on your desires.
I wanted to know how my companions were feeling. And how invasive was your desire to know? Princh blew a ring of smoke. Keep rowing. Ignorant you may be, but that doesn't change the nature of your technique. Can it be used to keep someone alive? Yes. Can it be used to excite a party going into battle? Yes. But all medicine is just poison in a different quantity. Take it from me. I'm a doctor. I'm a doctor as well. Princh leaned back with an air of insufferable smugness. Then you know exactly what you have inside you. But that's not the worst of it, Zoe Chambers. No, you also have the scars of gluttony. Those burns on your lips? They signal to everyone you meet that you prioritize your own needs over those of your party. Nobody can trust you, and anybody foolish enough to do so gives you their heart to hold in your hands. Zoe shook her head. I was goaded into incorporating the Mirabelle fragment. I didn't know about the curse or the technique. I didn't know. So you didn't receive any warnings from the system? Nothing suggesting it might be a terrible decision? Zoe remained silent. That's what I thought. You're only upset there were repercussions. Princh spat black phlegm over the edge of the boat. You make me sick. Now keep rowing. Zoe picked up the oars. The rough wood stung her raw palms, but she continued rowing. Beat after beat, she pulled the boat downriver, rowing and pondering on Princh's scolding. How much of it was wrong? She wanted to say all of it, that Princh didn't understand her situation, didn't realize the stress of stumbling blindly through the apocalypse. But that was just an excuse. In the end, her actions had consequences. Just because the consequences were worse than she hoped, didn't make her the victim. She bowed her head and rowed, fighting to keep the shame from rising to her eyes, but Princh noticed the brimming tears. Who was it? Zoe glanced up at her. What? Who goaded you into incorporating the fragment? Nobody who knows about the Crimson Armada system would tell you to do that. So, was it a friend? A lover? Zoe sniffed, wiped her nose with one hand, and went back to rowing. I don't know him, Zoe said. So it's a him, Princh nodded sagely. He's not a human. Some kind of… I don't know, but he calls himself Rue. Princh dropped her pipe. It hit the deck and snapped in half. What did you say? Rue. And Zoe's eyes widened. She wasn't supposed to tell anyone about the meeting with the gods. Was everyone about to die? She flinched, waiting for her heart to explode, for fire to strike her down from the heavens. But nothing happened. What? She checked the quest again. The burden of being interesting. Objective: keep your meeting with the cohort a secret. Time to complete, until the completion of Phase 7. She supposed she hadn't mentioned the meeting with the cohort, but only that Rue had goaded her into incorporating the bell fragment. Was this loophole left intentionally? It seemed like the thing a god might do. Though there was another explanation. This other dimension was interfering with the quest. The second she stepped back into her world,
The ramification of the quest would play out in full. She and all her party would die. "I don't believe it," Prince said as she picked up her broken pipe. "Judging by your expression, I'm sure you mean Rue, the Blade Forest, the Crimson Armada's personal god of war, mowing down battlefields like a hurricane of knives. You didn't mention this earlier?" "No, why would you? You don't even know the significance." Prince vanished. The boat rocked in a sudden, heavy swell. Zoe fought to keep her hold on the oars as Oriz placed a hand on the clay barrel to keep it in place. "She just needs to take a walk," Oriz said. A few hundred feet away from the river, dust plumed. Zoe squinted and made out a figure pacing through the rippling heat. "I don't understand why she's so upset." Oriz wound up her bright green fishing line. "Prince and we're ranked as city busters. Since we're support builds, the exact definition becomes vague, but that's about how powerful we are. You met Trinch in the shaft? He's capable of subduing a continent. But Rue? He and his cohort are each ranked as planetary, as in, it takes an entire planet of fighting forces to make it an even battle," she sighed. "I'm afraid you've just made things a lot more complicated for us." "How so?" "She'll be walking for a while. Why don't you pull the boat over to the riverbank? We can take a break." Zoe nodded and favored one oar to swing the boat around. She pulled toward the bank, hopped out, and dragged the boat up the mud and onto the sand. Again, she marveled at the strength of her recovered body. How much more powerful must someone like Rue be that they could take on an entire planet? Strength like that would be hers one day. Oriz stepped off the boat onto the pale sand and studied the dimming sky. Lavender clouds drifted here and there. In the distance, a shaft of darkness crawled toward them. "It will rain soon," Oriz said. "You didn't answer my question." "Might as well be honest," Oriz sighed. "If you've attracted Rue's attention, then we can't just use you however we want, can we? Once we get back into your reality, we'll be in his domain, and best we have you in perfect condition to make a good impression. Understand?" Zoe blinked. What did they think her relationship with Rue was? Well, whatever they thought, she would not argue. "I wanted to work with you from the beginning," she said. I know. That's probably what's gotten Prince so worked up." Zoe was about to ask about the plan to return to her reality when her stomach rumbled. Her knees weakened. She collapsed onto all fours. Heat flooded her. Something oily and pulsating squirmed in her core. The worm. Her eyes widened as she coughed and hacked. She felt it travel up her body like living cement, thick and clogging. Bile filled her mouth. She cried as she heaved. It crawled from her stomach into her throat, so bulbous she couldn't breathe. Long golden whiskers emerged from her lips. They flailed in the hot desert air, brushed and caressed her face with hideous familiarity. She wanted to swat them away, but her limbs were numb as she vomited up the disgusting creature. It plopped onto the sand and squirmed in a bubbling sheath of gray mucus. The segmented mouth opened, sucked air, clapping fat, chitinous lips. It swelled to the size of a toddler, larger, wriggling in the sand and slithering away. Zoe's limbs could hardly hold herself upright. Oriz rubbed her back. There, it's out of you now." She handed Zoe a curved knife. "Now kill it." "What? Feel that weakness? You just let a cursed item feed off your energy and essence. If you don't kill it and reincorporate its corpse, you'll never recover." Zoe took the knife and forced herself to her feet. She wobbled, lightheaded, but remained standing. Oriz gestured and her willpower trickled over Zoe, solidifying the connection to her system and her attributes. The worm continued sucking down air. Its body expanded as it lay panting at the foot of a small dune 40 feet away. The whiskers on its head stiffened and grew. Barbs upon their shafts, each one as long as a broom. Its body was the size of a horse and grew longer by the second. Rolls of fat hardened from a buttery yellow to dull bronze. It faced Zoe with dull eyes gleaming like headlights. A long, forked tongue flickered out between the lips as they curved into a mocking smile. Zoe took a deep breath as her connection to the system and her attributes solidified. She gripped the knife so hard it hurt her palm and charged.
Chapter 33. Confront your shame. Zoe's feet sank into the sand as she sprinted toward the worm. The creature had swollen to the length of a bus, and its carapace shone like plated bronze. Bristles extended from its head like lobsters' antennae, waving and twitching to scent the air. It faced Zoe, bright eyes shining with glee as she gripped the dagger. She stumbled in the sand, and its mouth curved in a hideous smile. "Come to me, sister," it said in 1,000 overlapping voices. "Feed me the rest of your essence." Its forked tail thrashed the base of the dune and sent up a plume of sand. Zoe charged through the raining grit, but her muscles ached. Her entire body felt wrung out, as though she had pulled a double shift at a hospital. Everything felt too heavy, too dull, even with her advanced attributes. It wasn't just the day of rowing. Her vitality should have helped her recover from that. This was something more. While the influence of Ariza's willpower lasted, Zoe checked her status. Status: Name: Zoe Chambers. Level: 8. Body: Metal. Mirror. Condition: Siphoned essence, minus 50% to all attributes. Attributes: Might, 36, 18. Vitality, 20, 10. Dexterity, 11, 5. Willpower, 35, 16. Insight, 15, 7. Skein, 117 over 117. Titles: Intrepid, Lodestone, Fools Rush In, incomplete. Questbreaker, Glutton. Techniques: Our hearts toll as one. The drastic change in her attributes almost made her trip and fall. What was this new line in her status? Condition. Her attention prompted a longer explanation. The knowledge unspooled in her mind as she stopped running and stood a dozen feet from the worm. There was no point in charging into a fight when something was obviously wrong. Condition: Siphoned essence. A parasite has drained the user. They have received a percentage of your essence. If you do not take retribution within the time limit, the attribute loss will become permanent. Time until permanent loss: 29 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes. No wonder the creature looked at her with such obvious glee. No wonder she could understand the emotions on such a monstrous face. It fed from her. It was her. Her limited insight traced a spectral link between parasite and host, a system conduit granting it her power. That thing stole half of her attributes, the attributes she sweated for, bled for, earned. Zoe screamed. The dagger fell into the sand, forgotten. She gripped her skein. Skein 117 over 117. Skein 60 over 117. Fed the strands of energy directly into her might. Might 36, 68. Her muscles surged, veins popping on her skin. She was solid metal, a killing machine. She would tear the creature in half. How dare it steal from her? It would pay. She leaped, shooting toward the worm like a cannonball. The creature's mouth gaped, row upon row of slender teeth behind fat, voluptuous lips. Zoe flew, her fist cocked and silver.
The worm spat a bright green bucketful of phlegm. But Zoe was in the air. She couldn't alter her trajectory to avoid the projectile. She whipped her chains, but they slipped straight through the vile liquid. The globules slammed into her face, glued to her skin. The impact sent her spinning backward, head over heels, until she crashed into the sand near the riverbank. The phlegm hardened around her face, blinding her, suffocating her. She clawed at the encasing shell, but it was tough and flexible. Her might-enhanced nails dragged grooves through the disgusting substance. She cocked a fist and slammed into the side hard enough to make herself stumble, but the phlegm didn't crack. Her muffled scream of rage made the shell buzz. The sand rumbled. She leaped on instinct as the worm charged like a runaway train. Sand exploded out, stung her skin. She flailed through the air and crashed into a dune, stunned, feeling the burn in her lungs. The ground shook. She curled up in a ball. Chains rattled. A massive thump shook the ground.
Zoe flinched at the boom. Someone grabbed her, lifted her upright, and with a sharp crack, split the shell of phlegm from her face. Zoe blinked at the sudden light as air cooled her sweat-covered face. She saw a glimpse of a thin, grass-green blade receding into Oriza's palm before the gray-skinned woman offered her a hand. "You did terrible," she said. "Can you kill it for me?" Zoe sighed. "Please?" Oriza's eyes hardened. "No, we could kill it, but those attributes would be lost forever." "Then can you hold it down for me? You're strong enough. What will you learn from that? To run for help? If Rue didn't step down from the heavens to stop you from falling into this dimension, then he wants you to figure things out for yourself. We'll stop it from killing you because we need you. But if you can't kill this worm yourself, with your own power, then we'll row down the river and leave your attributes behind." Zoe sat up and sullenly stared at the worm as Prince wrangled a chain through its mouth like a gag. Seeing the creature stoked the fury in her heart. "Never mind. I want to do it myself." Oriz nodded. "Rest up and get ready for round 2. ###. The worm writhed and bucked. Its movements shook the ground, but it couldn't move. A chain wrapped around its body, cutting into its flesh, kept it squirming in place. The chain trailed away from around the worm, through the sand, to Prince's ankle. She ignored the twitching creature and the jangling chain. Instead, she focused on the pieces of her pipe, as though willpower alone could repair her favorite implement. But she was a doctor, not an artisan. Another terrible day in purgatory. Oriz approached with her whispering footsteps. Prince sighed. "She's pathetic. Why don't you let me squish the bug? I want to get going before it rains." "I have a new plan." "Do tell." Oriz's yellow eyes flashed. "We were going to use her connection to the new quest, right? Have her create an incursion." Prince nodded slowly. Since they never finished the dungeon, and since they never died, they still had the active dungeon quest. It had been quite a shock when, a couple of months ago, it suddenly changed. Dungeon objective updated. Assist Zoe Chambers in absorbing the remaining fragments. Bell fragments absorbed, 0/3. It had been a shock. Nobody in their right mind would do something as dangerous as absorbing a dungeon quest item. They were the pillars that held up the dungeon, and the dungeon was essentially a dam keeping one reality from entering another. Take out too many pillars, and the dungeon collapses. Collapse the dungeon, and reality spills over. In this case, the Black Star dimension would incur on the Crimson Armada dimension. Her eyes hovered over that hopeful prompt. Black Star incursion, 35%.
How lucky were they that Zoe fell down the shaft and right into their arms? "Yeah," she said. "I still say it's our only shot." "Of course it is. Not even Trinch can jump between dimensions. But hear me out. She doesn't have a body. She hasn't met the Smith." "Yeah, she's useless."
What about it? Damn your poor company when you're not smoking. Oriz reached out and gripped the pipe. Her technique flexed, and a long strand of emerald monofilament wrapped around the broken pieces and bound them together. Smoke your lungs out. Now, listen. We level her up, we get her a meeting with the Smith, and we encourage her to choose a body that will help us. Princh packed a bowl with charcoal-colored herbs. Help us how? The incursion will only last a fraction of a second, but it would last a lot longer if one of us had a body that empowered interdimensional travel. Princh took a deep hit, sighed, and let the black smoke dribble from her chin. That's devious. Oriz shrugged, obviously proud of herself. I just saved her life. It's the least she can do. Oh? So you'll tell her about your plan to choose her path for her? Nah. Princh's smile extended from ear to ear. She glanced over Oriz's shoulder. She looks ready for another go with the worm. But just remember something. What? If Rue asks, I'll tell him it was your plan. She strolled away from the scowling Oriz and took another contented puff. It wasn't such a terrible day in purgatory after all. Hash, hash, hash. The second time Zoe charged, after Oriz saved her, she didn't leap. She flexed her skein, but remembered Princh's disdain at her previous tactics. Rather than boost might alone, she split her skein between might and dexterity. It stung to see her attributes so low, even after boosting them with a third of her total skein, but she couldn't argue with the results. Why had she ignored dexterity? As a surgeon, it made sense she would favor that skillful attribute, so she supposed it spoke of her personality that she poured her effort into maximizing might. Something about crushing everything in reach resonated with her on a fundamental level. She hadn't chosen metal accidentally, after all. Really, nothing was ever an accident. Even this fight with the bestial, gilded parasite arose from those first choices on the plane. Her heightened dexterity gave her the grace of a feather on the wind. She danced across the sand, curved dagger gripped underhand, savage grin stretching her scarred lips. When the worm spat stinking globules of phlegm, she sidestepped each bucketful with ease, keeping low to the ground, where she remained mobile. She wasn't a feather. She was the wind racing across the desert. The parasite reared up as she approached, mouth opening wide, bristles flailing, bright blue sparks glowing at the hairy tips. It swept the spear-like antennae toward her. She leaped at the last second. Her powerful legs launched her past the worm's attack. She brought the dagger up, such a perfect line of attack. Never had a blade felt so true in her hand. The curved blade met the bronze carapace and bounced away. The force of impact jarred Zoe's hand, and she barely kept her grip on the dagger's handle. Her feet struck the slimy underbelly. The creature's stink, like bile and urine, filled her nose. With a kick, she sailed backward, out of range of the clasping mandibles surrounding the mouth, but not out of range of the sparks running down the length of the bristles. As she sailed backward, a jagged bolt of blue lightning arced out. It writhed worm-like through the air. Once again, she had no maneuverability, and the lightning struck her in the chest. Deafening, pain, blinding, white. She blasted back into the sand, body spasming as smoke curled from her fingers and toes. A glob of phlegm struck her face, gluing it to the sand, but this attack was almost an afterthought. She gripped her skein,
ready to dump it into vitality to get back on her feet, when the phlegm cracked away from her face. She blinked away the white, the dark, the red, as her eyes recovered. Oriz leaned over her with an expression of amused pity. "You did slightly less terrible that time, but you ruined my knife." She pointed at the twisted mass of hot metal in Zoe's hand. "Prince will chain the creature again. I'm going to give you some fighting lessons." Zoe coughed up a taste of burned blood. "Do we have time?" Oriz cackled, and it was not a little unhinged. "You're in purgatory, Zoe Chambers. Time is the only thing we have." ###.
Oriz and Zoe sat cross-legged in the vague shade of a crooked palm tree. The river flowed beside them, turgid and gray. Prince sat over by the boat, filleting the mirror-scaled fish on a plank of wood. A long chain led from her ankle to the dunes, where the worm lay trussed up and twitching. "You obviously know how to throw a punch," Oriz said. "And how to kick." "Not well," said Prince. Her pipe stuck out at an odd angle as black smoke dribbled down onto the silvery sashimi. "Couldn't hit snow in a blizzard." "Ignore her," and Oriz turned over her shoulder to shout. "Because she didn't want to teach you so she can keep her opinions to herself." "I'm not wrong," Oriz scowled. But her expression smoothed over as she turned back to Zoe. "She's not wrong. I can't guess what plans Rue had for you, but it's obvious nobody's taught you any real martial arts." "I took some—" "This isn't a discussion. I am teaching, and you are honored to be my student." She gave Zoe a pointed look. After a moment, Zoe dipped her head. "Thank you? You're welcome. Usually I hate questions, but while I am teaching you, I want you to ask questions. Why are about what I teach you, about the stances, about the motives? While I teach, nothing outside of my teaching exists. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Good. You were in our custody, but now you are under my tutelage. Expect the same level of mercy, give the same level of respect, and you will leave this dimension as the strongest native of your planet." Oriz paused, as though weighing Zoe against some hidden scale. "Do you agree to these terms, Zoe Chambers?" Zoe silently clenched a fist in the sand. "Yes," she nodded. "Please, teach me." Chapter 34. And then came the rain. Zoe's new teacher held up a gray and slender hand. Blades of quivering grass sprouted from the lines and creases in her palm. "As you can see, I have a body attuned to wood. Pliant wood, to be specific. Grass and sapling and so on." She took a deep breath, a slight rounding of her shoulders as her gaze went somewhere far away. "Long ago, I lived in a sect that practiced a style known as the shifting forest. It took me a decade to master the 7 stances. In the 200 years I've spent trapped in this desert, I perfected the stances. My isolation may have led to a deviation from the source, I do not deny that. But this won't matter to you. I will teach you the first stance, the grasping vine. I don't expect you to master it, but I expect you to try." Zoe nodded. She could sense there was more Oriz wanted to say, but those weren't questions for now. "What is the grasping vine?" Oriz straightened. "When you attacked the worm, you closed the distance as quickly as possible. Since you have no ranged abilities, this was smart. But the second you sensed danger, you leaped away, creating as much distance between you and the enemy as possible. Did you suddenly gain ranged abilities?" Zoe blushed. No, you did not. The basic theory of the grasping vine is to entangle your enemy. A plant cannot run, it can only conquer. The longer the fight goes, the more you grow. The more you wrap your enemy until you choke them off. Have you ever seen a tree deep in the jungle entombed by vines? That tree is dead. You must become the vine. This style will suit your tendency to boost might over anything else. However, that brings me to another thing. No more burning your skein. No more boosting your attributes. Zoe shook her head. It's the only way I've survived. It's a damned superpower. Why wouldn't I? Oriz pointed out at the worm. See that thing? What if you burned all your skein to defeat it, but another one emerged from the dunes? Zoe frowned. She saw Oriz's point, but I know there's only one worm. No, you never know there's only one worm. But Zoe didn't see Oriz stand. In a blink, the gray-skinned woman towered over Zoe. Aura buckled the air. Dust flew up in a twisting cloud. My best friend died because they thought there was only one worm, Oriz's voice hard as a whip. My husband died because they thought there was only one worm. My master was torn in half because they thought there was only one worm. I understand. Do you? Zoe looked away. Yes. Good. You rely on something that should be a last resort. This is not the methodology of the shifting forest. If you try to burn skein while practicing stances, you will learn them wrong. Skein burning does not produce stable power. If your might keeps changing, your muscles will move at different speeds from step to step. Your body will not learn, and your muscle memory will fail you when you need it most. Oriz glanced over as Prince approached with a plank stacked with fresh sashimi. Now, get up. It's time to eat. Then we'll practice until dark, and then you'll eat, and then you'll sleep. In the morning, you'll practice again, you'll eat, and then you'll take a nap at noon. What about the evening? That's when you fight the worm, Prince grinned foully. Every day, until it dies, or you do. Zoe looked between the two women. I thought you needed me alive. Oriz simply smiled. It's important you take this seriously. Deadly serious, Prince added. Zoe looked between the two. She hoped they were joking. Hash. Living on the coast, Zoe never much enjoyed eating freshwater fish. Something about the way you can taste the mud in their flesh. Though she supposed those experiences were limited to when she ate the occasional fillet of fried catfish. Certainly, she never ate freshwater sashimi. The mirror-scaled fish became silvery fillets. Their flesh was compact, dry, and slightly reflective, as though dipped in oil. Zoe ate with her hands and dipped each piece in a salty brown paste Prince called herbs. Besides one or two questions, the three women ate in silence. There was a pile of fish, and Zoe found her appetite to be bottomless. It had been so long since she felt truly safe while eating. She could let her guard down and simply enjoy the taste and texture of the meal. The high level of background panic had finally receded, though not too low, since the dull rattle of chains from the bound worm was the constant accompaniment to the quiet meal. Prince dumped the scraps by the riverbank as Oriz guided Zoe through the first few steps of the grasping vine stance. It was both a series of moves and a mindset to approach coming battles. Zoe followed along with the slowed motions. Her insight, even lowered by the worm, allowed her to observe the way Oriz held herself and trace the outlines of Oriz's motions. Her dexterity allowed her to replicate these motions herself. Were she back in the pre-system days of Earth, her attributes would make her a physical prodigy.
but Oriz gave no praise or admonishment, merely continuing to repeat the motions. As they practiced, the winged baboons swooped out of the sky. They appeared in puffs of blue to steal scraps of fish left beside the river, before flapping back up and vanishing in another azure cloud. "A vine grows by applying pressure," Oriz said. "You don't need to be everywhere, but you need to be present." The sky dimmed as Zoe practiced the motions. Step forward to strike led to a step to the side. Never be still. Always grow.
It wasn't about the power in each blow, but about chaining attacks, ensuring that you didn't become defenseless when you attacked, or unable to strike when you avoided a coming blow. Oriz left Zoe to practice the first series of steps. Night fell in the strange, even way of this world, and Oriz demanded that Zoe rest. She tried to go on training in the dark, determined to make the most of her time, but she could not fend off the chains that dragged her to the makeshift camp of driftwood flames and woven blankets. At last, she slept, fitful, sweating. She dreamed of baboons eating her flesh as she struggled to remember the stances. And on the horizon, a pillar of shadow advanced, bringing with it the rain. Hash, hash, hash. Prince shook Zoe awake. Zoe blinked, half the sky lit by dawn, and yawned. Paused. Shouldn't the entire sky be lit up evenly? Prince nodded at Zoe's confusion. "The rain has come." She led Zoe away from the river to a low dune. They stood, the sand cool about their ankles, and gazed out at a vast plain of rippled sand. Dominating the plain, a pillar of swallowed light swept over the desert toward them. It moved in total silence as it passed over dunes and trees and half-buried ruins. Viewed from the ground, the shaft of darkness was impossibly imposing. Zoe could not see the top. It passed up into the cloudless sky and beyond. If she looked too far, vertigo yanked her eyes away. She had no problem with heights. The rising, twisting nausea was her mind telling her to stop. Some things should not be seen. "What you have to understand," Prince said as she puffed on her pipe, "that shadow is not real. Not like this," she stomped the sand. "Not like us. It is a hole between realities. Two universes bleeding together. A scream of pain as one reality consumes another. Have you ever eaten anything alive? Felt it biting your throat as you swallow it down?" Zoe blanched at a cascade of memories. "Yes," Prince nodded. "As below," she pointed from Zoe to the shaft. "So above." Now, Oriz disagreed about this exercise, but since you ate the fish she owed me, I get to train you for one evening. "I thought you disliked me." "I contain multitudes." Zoe snorted. "Should I be thankful or worried?" "You should," Prince nodded. "That shaft links to another dungeon in the Crimson Armada system. I call it the Broken Glass Dungeon, but nobody's ever survived the fall, so the real name is anybody's guess." Zoe bit her lip, the feel of scar tissue still unfamiliar. "Why do you call it that?" "See those specks?" The pillar was about a mile away now, a solid shape like a twister frozen in time, if not in space. Zoe narrowed her eyes as it rushed toward them, and she tapped on her insight to focus her vision. A cool breeze rolled in the pillar's wake. This wind blew dust ahead like a vanguard, and in the movements, Zoe spotted dark specks, as Prince had pointed out, falling from the insubstantial pillar like darts. The unceasing rain sent a shiver down Zoe's spine. "That isn't water," Zoe said as the pillar bore down on them and the wind grew stronger. "I'm guessing it's..."
Glass, Prince grinned. Jagged blades of natural glass. You know how sharp glass is? They make some scalpels from obsidian, sharpest things in the world. But brittle, yeah? Zoe turned to look back at the camp. Oriz was nowhere in sight. The blankets were rolled up and tucked away. The boat lay upturned like a tortoise shell. Zoe felt exposed out on the dune, but turned back to face the pillar. Only a quarter-mile away now. Thousands of blades fell in glinting sheets every second. Her mouth was dry. Why are we up here? So you wouldn't have a chance to hide. Those things will skewer me. Listen up, Prince pointed her in the sternum with a hairy finger. You've filled yourself with metal and mirror. Why should you be afraid of glass? Oriz told me not to burn skein. And well, you shouldn't. But burning is not the only use. Ignore the rain and follow my lead. Everyone is full of essence. They have to be, or the system has no use for them. Earn levels, swallow essence. You know this. Now, your skein and your essence are linked. I want you to take hold of your skein. Activate it. With your willpower, it should be easy. Zoe forced herself to turn her back on the approaching pillar. She could hear the rain now. Blades slipped into the sand like whispers, clacking and cracking on each other in splintery explosions, blasts of shrapnel that could cut any flesh with surgical ease. No. She gripped her skein, felt it wriggling within her mind's control like a worm on a hook. Her mind followed the instinctual motions. She pushed the skein down the channels of her might. Prince flicked her nose. No. Zoe blinked and released her skein. She rubbed at her stinging nose. What? Just grip it. Don't force it anywhere. Prince seemed uncharacteristically calm. There's no rush, all right? The blades fell closer, like a crowd shouting far away, and Zoe gripped at her skein with jittery concentration. It slipped from her control. She cursed, grasped again, lost it again. She kicked the sand. I can't do it! Turn around. Zoe turned, and the pillar was upon them. Dust blasted up the slope of the dune, driven by the cool wind trailing the pillar. Glass sliced through the air, struck the sand, and sank. Zoe couldn't breathe. She squeezed her fists until her nails pierced her palms. She exhaled, closed her eyes, reached for her skein without any thought. Shadow swept over, achingly cold. Glass struck her neck and shattered. Prince laughed in her ear. The hairy woman was invisible in the darkness. Zoe spread out her chains, and they glowed enough to give light to the dune. Blades fell and struck Zoe's metallic skin. She felt her skein dance under the silvery armor. Not going down the channels of her attributes, simply moving through her body, flooding her flesh with spiritual essence, bringing her two halves into one. She raised a hand, inspecting the fingers as a glass blade, chipped and rippled, shattered in her palm. The raining blows were heavy, like standing under a waterfall, but resisting such force was a joy in its own right. Prince laughed, her mouth's movements silenced by the thunderous shattering of glass. The pillar of darkness gave way to light. It continued away across the river and into the distance. Vitality repaired Zoe's ringing ears, and she marveled at the chrome finish to her skin. Prince clapped her on the shoulder. Some people need death staring them in the face before they grasp the basics. You're a healer. You wouldn't have let me die. That's true. Prince lit her pipe and puffed at it victoriously. But you forgot that in the moment, didn't you? Zoe couldn't help but smile, and Prince's laughter boomed out until she sucked too much smoke and coughed herself sick. Chapter 35.
Secrets within. The green-haired woman spun a long icicle of ruddy glass between her fingers. Her grin crinkled her cheeks from ear to ear. The pipe puffed like a merry chimney. "You harnessed metal easily enough," she said. "Now it's time for—" Zoe snorted. "It wasn't easy!" Prince flicked her wrist. The glass shard sliced through the air. Zoe blocked, and splinters exploded off her metal forearm. Razor-edged glass flakes bounced off her metal cheeks. Skein pulsed beneath her skin. "What are you—" Prince appeared inside Zoe's guard. Zoe's eyes widened. She swept up a knee by reflex. Never had she felt so slow. Prince's forehead descended. Her headbutt crashed into Zoe's chrome nose. Metal crunched. Zoe shot down into the sand. She blinked away tears, head throbbing with splitting pain. Feebly, she tried to move, but the blow had buried her up to her waist. Prince placed a hairy foot on Zoe's head in a posture of absolute triumph. "Do not interrupt." Zoe grabbed Prince's foot and yanked. Nothing happened. Prince looked down her stubby nose at the growling woman. "I respect the spirit of the effort, I do." She leaned down and pulled Zoe out of the sand. "There are 2 reasons I could do what I did. The most important is that I outclass you in every possible way. Strength, speed, intelligence, looks, you name it, and I have it. The second reason is, let me put it to you like this. What happens when you strike metal?" Zoe pinched her nose. Vitality wriggled through the cartilage, but it still hurt. "I don't know," she said, distracted. "It bends? It either bends or breaks, or it resists, yes?" Prince waited for Zoe to nod. "Yes. Metal is strong, but only until it is overpowered. That is why a pure metal build is very rare. It has weaknesses. A lack of insight and dexterity means you lack flexibility when you approach situations." It is all well and good being a hammer. But what if you miss the nail, What do you suggest? Usually, people level up from birth with a plan. Either their parents or their sect tells them which elements to incorporate and which techniques to develop. This helps them prepare for the body they receive at level 10, and then the gate they receive at level 15. A proper plan reduces bottlenecks and incompatibilities. You didn't have that luxury, and with your gluttony curse, you never really will. Zoe's nose clicked into place. "What do you mean by body they receive?" She wiped away a trickle of blood from her nostril. "And what's a gate?" "You saw Oriz's grass blades?" Zoe nodded. "Her body is based on the principles of early growth, and so her skein and essence are bent toward that purpose. Gates allow you to transmute your skein into a different element and grant control over your environment. The dungeon boss, Zazatha, and his disciples practiced the Gate of the Storm." Zoe pondered over the way the crane tongues whipped the water of the lake and how the dungeon boss threw lightning from his hands. Could she have a power like that at some point? Wearing the charm of the monsoon fairy had been intoxicating. She hoped she would have a choice in the gates presented to her. "What is your body?" 10,000 droplets become one." "What does that mean?" "It means I'm a healer. Now, you have mirror essence, but you don't use it. Why?" Because you are ignorant. That excuse no longer flies. I want you to harness mirror." Zoe blinked. "Now?" Prince grinned, a new shard spinning between her fingers. "You have 1 minute before I start throwing glass." Zoe grasped her skein. ###. Blood dripped from the hole in Zoe's palm and fell toward the dune. Each drop sank into the pale sand, swallowed by the desert's immeasurable thirst, and Zoe watched them fade with blurry eyes. Similar wounds, deep, precise stabs, marked her thighs, her shoulders, and her stomach. One glass blade even cut her ear in half. Blood trickled, flowed, slaked the desert. Weariness overwhelmed the pain. The only reason she wasn't unconscious, wasn't dead, was the same reason she was in this sorry state. Princh. The hairy green woman stood above Zoe and focused a technique. Princh's hair fluffed out as she spread her hands wide. A falling droplet of blood hung suspended in the air. Reversed. Flowed back into Zoe's wounds. Zoe gasped at the warm, sickening feeling as the technique worked upon her body. Her flesh repaired itself at dazzling speed. In seconds, she sat completely whole. Princh's hair settled. "Feel better?" Zoe nodded, still too shocked to speak. Princh puffed at her pipe. Black smoke dribbled down to the spotless sand. "I thought it would work, to be honest. It was the trick to sorting out your metal. Maybe if I threw more blades?"
Enough! Oriz marched up the dune. You had your fun. If you want to torture my disciple, you can win another bet.
Princh set her hands on her hips.
I bet I can beat you in a...
Princh vanished in a crack of force. Oriz stood atop the dune, palm outstretched, her entire body trembling with rage. Zoe looked about until she saw a puff of dust miles in the distance. Her eyes widened. What was she doing amongst these monsters? Oriz exhaled, her body calming. "I'm sorry you had to see that," she wrung out her hand. "Now, it's time to practice your stances." Mutely, Zoe followed Oriz back down to the riverside. Glass blades littered the sand, and they wove their way amongst them. The palm trees' ragged leaves suddenly made sense to Zoe. A gentle breeze slowly buried the shards, as the desert reset itself, for the next time the shaft of darkness circled the world. Oriz led her through the stances, and Zoe followed. It felt like a dance, constantly circling, moving from strike to kick to throw, and repeating. She needed extra focus to avoid the half-buried glass, but the grasping vine was developed for such obstacles. Soon, Zoe lost herself in the rhythm as her muscles soaked up the exercise. Oriz corrected her here and there, but mostly she simply watched. After a few hours, Oriz called for a break. They sat cross-legged, as they had the day before, and Oriz scooped out cups of tea from a pot left soaking in the sun. They drank in silence, the light taste almost medicinal on Zoe's tongue. Princh had not yet returned, and her absence made the camp eerie. Zoe drank and relaxed. She had no thoughts of training, or the worm, or her allies in another dimension. Only the tea. And her mind became as empty as the desert stretched out in infinite distances around her. Oriz spoke first. "How often do you reflect on your past mistakes?" It took Zoe a minute to bring herself back to a state of mind where she could talk. "I suppose I think about my mistakes a lot." She set down the tea at the seriousness of Oriz's gaze. "How else am I supposed to improve in the future?" "But do you reflect on your mistakes, or merely ruminate?" Oriz nodded at Zoe's silence. "Shame can be a powerful fuel, burning brighter than any praise. But if burned alone, without opening yourself up to other views, the toxicity of the fumes will poison you. Some people run from their shame by charging into conflict." Oriz sipped her tea and let the accusation settle around Zoe's shoulders. "Tell me, disciple, about your first battle." Zoe paused halfway to picking up her tea.
Restlessness filled her. Skein, responding to some unspoken command, surged. Metal flushed her skin, faded, bloomed.
Oriz rose, tea still in hand, and gestured for Zoe to rise.
"Tell me as we walk."
Zoe nodded, and they strolled along the riverbank. A baboon puffed into view and watched them before flapping away into the sky.
"My first battle. I don't know if this counts."
"Let me guess. A schoolyard scramble? Fighting a bully?"
"No. I was 14, which is young for a human, but old enough that you think you're old, you know?"
Oriz nodded and gestured for Zoe to continue.
"I thought I had the world figured out. It was just my mom and I, and she did all right, but I gave her a hard time. I loved her, but that's how kids are. One day, a Friday, I came home after school, and she wasn't there. None of her stuff was there. None of my stuff was there. Some things my grandparents left me, things I didn't even realize were valuable until years later, were gone. I was alone in an empty house, and I thought it was my fault. You know, I was at the age where the world revolved around me, so how couldn't it be my fault?" They stopped atop a dune. Far away, across the river, a black pillar slid through the desert. Green fire fell in its wake like the aftermath of fireworks. Oriz sipped her tea. "What did you do?" she asked. "I ran," and Zoe's shoulders sagged under the burden of her words. "Our house was on the edge of town, near the forest, and I ran into the trees. Some kids, neighborhood kids, we built a little fort. Not too far, but far enough you couldn't see the streets. I went there first, but it just made me angry. So I went deeper into the pines. Deeper and deeper, until I knew I was lost, but I didn't care. I slept on a pile of leaves. It was summer. Maybe I would have died if it wasn't." "I don't think something as simple as cold weather could kill you." Zoe didn't react to the compliment. She spoke like a stone rolling downhill. "Wild dogs found me in the night. I woke up and it was so dark. Living in the town, I never knew what true darkness was.
I woke to growls, and then they started biting me. I ran, but it was a forest, all downhill, and I was just a little girl." She stopped and stared out into the distance. "They chased me until I fell. Rolled to the bottom of a hill and hit some rocks. Might be the first time I really tasted blood. I thought there was a second where I saw the stars through the treetops, through the clouds, and I thought I was safe. But they came down. So much quieter than you think a pack of dogs can be. I backed up against a tree, and I didn't even realize I had a rock in my hand until the first dog charged me. It was too dark to see anything but the motion. I swung. If I think about it, I still feel that jarring collision right here." She tapped her wrist and elbow. "But it takes more than one hit, and I kept bashing that dog. Another attacked me, but only one more. The rock broke against the second's skull, and I wrestled it on the ground. It bit me, and I bit back. I tasted its blood as it died." "The others didn't attack you?" "To be honest, there might have only been the two. It might have only been one. I don't remember. I kept walking after that, just crying. Crying for my mom. Deeper into the forest like the fool I am," she chuckled, wiping away a tear. "The funniest thing is, I don't even blame the dogs. I was hungry as well. And a few days later I found a cave. There were more dogs, and my heart almost stopped in my chest. But these ones were friendly. Some still had collars, the poor things. They were lost, like me. I think I lived with them for 6 months. I can't be sure, until some hikers found me. They sat on the dune and watched pieces of wood, scraps of tools and clothing, leaves and other dungeon debris float down the river. "Thank you for sharing that with me," Oriz said. "I see that you have grown beyond the little girl in the forest, but some part of those memories shackles you as much as the chains on your back." "I know. I need to move past it. I need to... No. The past is the soil from which we grow. This is the grasping vine. The first move is the sunlight that helps us break free of the dark earth. And with each move, each strike, each step, we climb ever higher. But the vine never leaves the earth. If it did, it would die." She looked away, as though contemplating her own advice, before she smiled. "So, Zoe Chambers, are you ready?" "For what?" "To face your worm and climb ever higher." ###. The worm lay in chains, baking in the sun, its gilded carapace glinting and swollen. It twitched in the sand as it slept, and within it liquid organs congealed. Fingers, a face, muscles and bone. Wings. Features shifted as the worm's true form stirred beneath the golden shell. Footsteps crunched across the sand, approaching, and the worm rolled over to face the intruders. Its sister and her master. It smiled with gleeful anticipation, and, deep within its shelled exterior, a second smile formed on its true face. Soon it would be free, and, once it devoured its sister, it would be whole.
Chapter 36. Psychic Turbulence.
Princh limped over to where Oriz sat cross-legged under the shade of a tattered tree. Nearby, at the foot of a dune, Zoe bounced on her feet, warming herself up for the coming fight. Princh gripped the tree and twisted her spine. Vertebrae cracked. She leaned against the trunk. "Took me hours to find my pipe. Did you have to hit me so hard?" Oriz continued watching Zoe. "I had to hit you hard enough for her to believe it. Zoe almost trusts me. I can feel it. I'll tell her the plan soon." "Sure thing." Princh blew the sand from her pipe. She packed midnight herbs into the bowl, licked the inky residue from her thumb, and lit the pipe. "Can you imagine how much easier your life would have been if you had a technique like that in your heart?" "I don't think I would have had the guts to use it." "You?" "Yeah, right. I was different before I came here." "Heard that before," Princh said, as black smoke cascaded from her nostrils. Oriz smiled. ###. The worm breathed as its chains vanished. Long indentations marked its flesh where its shackles dug. It twitched, squirmed, and grinned. Barbed antennae sniffed the air for skein, traced out the link between parasite and host. Sister stood so close. The body growing inside, the second self, true self, flexed corded muscles and grinned with human teeth. Soon, two would be one. ###. Minute by minute, the sky faded to darkness, as though running out of power. A wind came with the dark, blowing downriver a scent of bloated carrion. Zoe's nostrils twitched, insight painting a picture of the floating corpse as she hopped from foot to foot, trying to stay warm. The wind blew sand upon the small dune in front of her. Minute by minute, it grew. She moved through the steps of the grasping vine. Sand stung her cheeks. "Princh will stop the worm if it is too dangerous," Oriz's voice came to her ear. "But if you want to avoid pain and mutilation, you must use what I have taught you."
Zoe reached her skein for the mirror within, grasping at the essence, but her willpower passed straight through, like a scalpel through water. With a sigh, she drew upon her metal. "I'm ready." Sand pinged away as her skin blushed silver. The wind flagged a second, as the sky bruised, before it screamed. A dark curtain of grit swept past Zoe. She kept her gaze open as metal crept across her eyeballs, and smiled, ready for anything. The dune exploded. A wave of sand blasted toward her, blocking everything from view. She braced herself. The worm burst through the barrier, its jaws gnashing as it dove for Zoe. She stepped to the side in the first move of the grasping vine. The worm missed her by inches and crashed into the sand. She continued her movement and slammed her kick into the worm's flank. A meaty whack sounded in the howling sandstorm. Bristled antennae flailed and twitched. The worm wriggled, thrusting its barbed spears toward Zoe. As each thrust came toward her, she stepped, avoiding by inches, barbs glancing off her metal skin, always stepping closer. The worm reared up to deliver a powerful overhead blow, but Zoe was already in place. Her fist struck the worm's underbelly with a devastating blow. Her steel knuckles cracked the gilded carapace. Translucent, blood-streaked liquid flowed down her wrist and left behind rivers of rust. Zoe's eyes widened.
She pulled her hand free, and fighting the urge to leap away, stepped to the side of the worm's grasping mandibles and sent her knee into its side. Carapace cracked under her blow. More fluid washed onto her. Rust bloomed on her knee. She grimaced and forced herself to step into the follow-up punch, but the worm twisted and leaped into the whirling sandstorm. She lost sight of it. The sky neared total darkness. "Sister shows no mercy," the unseen worm said, with its overlapping voices, and Zoe turned, following the chorus of childlike giggling. A shadow moved. Zoe readied herself, but the shadow faded, giggling. Sparks flew as she ground her teeth. The worm was toying with her. Not for long. Zoe crouched, toes flexing in the sand, and she charged. It was harder to move like this, her flesh flooded with essence and half her might stolen. But power still exploded down the steel fibers of her muscles. She felt like a tank picking up speed, and she charged toward the densest point of shadow where she hoped the worm lurked. Heartbeat pounding in her ears, howling wind scraping flakes of rust from her forearm and knee. She roared. The shadow vanished as blue lightning played along the worm's antenna, its face horrifically cherubic. "No mercy for sister." Lightning blasted toward her, but Zoe was ready for this. The first time, the lightning surprised her, but now she braced herself. She was fully metal. Dodging would require far more dexterity than she could access, though her skein flexed as it begged to burn. Her 2 feet grounded, she extended a fist to punch the lightning. The rust on her fist disintegrated. In a fraction of a heartbeat, the lightning coursed through her and flowed straight into the ground. She exhaled and flexed her fingers. The tips glowed a dull red. The pain was excruciating, but fading as her skin cooled. She grinned. Lightning struck her, again and again. She weathered each bolt, her guard diverting the power into the ground, leaving a trail of footprints in the glass as she advanced. Her skin glowed red, a splattering of brighter orange, a searing pain even as it faded in the cool wind. Specks of sand stuck to her, melting into glass, cooling, cracking as she advanced.
It had been so much easier when she possessed the charm of the monsoon fairy. The worm twisted out of the obscuring sandstorm. Lighting flashed, leaving trails of burning glass. It stabbed at Zoe. She stepped through the grasping vine, drawing close, but her pace was heavy, the essence in her flesh like boots of lead. Flailing antennae swept out her leg, and she buckled. She caught herself on one knee, groaning heated steam. The worm reared, lightning crackling along its raised spears. Her skein stuttered, skin flashing dark brown. Ruddy metal became burned and bubbling skin. Sand stung the wounds. Zoe screamed, bit off the pain, and forced her metal sheath to reform. Harder than ever, thicker, her willpower bent to one purpose. She dashed forward, aiming at the gash in the worm's underbelly. Fluid still leaked from the opening. She kicked with all her strength. A hand thrust out of the worm's wound, skin the texture of living mirror. It extended a palm and stopped Zoe's foot. There was no harsh rebound. It was as though her foot came to rest against a stuffed pillow. The sandstorm hushed, though the wind continued spiraling, stinking of rot. Force speared from the mirrored palm and into Zoe's fist. Her own blow returned in double. She flew backward, metal wrist warping, and rolled through the sand. Limbs heavy and tired, skin flickering between metal and flesh. She couldn't sustain her skein. The worm slithered closer. Zoe rolled over, but failed to stand. The mirrored hand waved as the arm slipped back into the healing wound. The split carapace closed. Zoe forced herself up as the worm slithered closer. She stepped to the side, punched, and the barbed antennae thrust through her gut.
Zoe gripped the wound, tried to hold the antennae that speared her still, but the worm tossed her up. She slid free and tumbled into the air. Lightning struck her, and she hit the slope of a dune. Unconscious by the time she tumbled to the bottom, burned and bleeding. Hash, hash, hash. Oriz woke Zoe, gently, by setting a cup of tea on the sand beside the blanket where she slept. "You did better," she said. Zoe threw an intact hand over intact eyes to hide from the day's flat light. She felt finer than fine, but the memory of impalement sat cold in her guts. "I would have died without your help." "Which is why we helped," Oriz sipped her tea. "You are level 8, the worm is level 8, but you are fighting with half your resources. Be proud you lasted as long as you did. It is all thanks to your commitment to the grasping vine." Zoe sat up. She expected her fingers to tremble as she picked up the tea, but they were the steady surgeon's hands she always had. Strange, the disconnect between body and mind. She blew on her tea. What was the mirrored hand? The worm took your essence. You had metal and mirror inside. But why take that form? You are struggling to harness mirror. This parasite is part of you. It might be best to look inside yourself for the answer. Zoe nodded and sipped the sour and fruity tea. "I want to fight the worm again," she said. "And you will, but I should warn you, it will be stronger." "How?" "Come." Zoe rose and followed Oriz away from the camp toward the dune where the worm rested in chains. A layer of sand coated its slumbering body. Oriz rubbed her fingers in the air. "Can you feel that?" Zoe reached out. "No?" When two beings fight each other, they generate psychic turbulence. This turbulence is ethereal. If your insight becomes high enough, you will notice its strange, cloying presence. It sticks to those who generate it, and whoever wins the fight will collect more. The more each fighter puts of themselves into the fight, the more turbulence they generate.
What if they aren't the same level? When you are low level and still learning, you cannot help but put your all into every attack. When you are higher level, you learn restraint. But even still, a single high-level technique can provide a wealth of experience to an opponent. Oriz smiled. Should they survive? How can I use this turbulence? Oriz nodded approval at Zoe's pragmatism. On its own, it is useless. But there are two ways to make it useful. The first, as you will know, is by landing the death blow. Killing your opponent will catalyze the psychic turbulence into death energy. It fills you with a cold rush and pushes you toward your next level. And the other way? Meditation. By letting your experiences wash over you, you can integrate the knowledge within the psychic turbulence, just as you would integrate an element upon leveling up. This method is slower, but it grants an instant reward. Zoe stared at the pulsating worm, her tea forgotten. This thing meditating? What instant reward? By meditating, you push your level up by a fraction of a decimal point, but you push it up. Through this method, one can train and level up without needing to kill opponents. Oriz pointed back toward the camp. Go, find a space to sit and reflect upon your fight with the worm. Let the memory wash over you and soak up the enlightenment. The worm gained more turbulence than you, but that does not mean you cannot gain any experience. When the sky dims, I will collect you for your next duel. Zoe found an old pillar of stone half emerging from a dune and used it as a bench. She sat cross-legged in her approximation of what deep meditation should look like and closed her eyes. She focused on her breathing and inhaled the psychic turbulence. It flowed into her as ephemeral as an idea. Shivers ran down her body. She tried to clear her mind, but again and again she saw that mirrored hand thrust out, an open palm rejecting her final attack. Everything she had reflected back at her. She hurt herself by attacking, but what other option did she have? The worm stole from her. The worm wanted to kill her, consume her. If she didn't fight back, she would cease to be. But why could it harness the essence that eluded her? Over and over, this point refuted her. Why could this parasite do what she could not? Sand piled up around her legs. She focused on the fight, relived each blow, her insight capturing the memory, but denying her the understanding to step beyond. Footsteps crunched across the sand. It's time, Oriz said. Zoe opened her eyes to a dimming sky. She blinked and unfolded herself, vitality melting the stiffness from her muscles. I didn't realize I sat here for so long. Oriz smiled. Then it was successful. Come, it is time to face the worm again.
Chapter 37. Ben.
Ben leaned against the metal barricades that encircled the sacrificial pit. He leaned hard, sweat dripping from his forehead as his knees shook. There was no wind to cool him, never any wind in the tutorial zone, just as the light never changed. The false sun blazed at the apex of the false sky as hot as ever. Buildings loomed behind him, the schooling towers, smoke-streaked skyscrapers ringing the pit like teeth. A quest blinked in his left-hand vision, telling him to make his way to room A22 of Learning Tower 23D. He had 1 hour to get to class and complete the quest, but before he went, he had to watch. He had to witness the culling. He owed Mandy that much. It was the third day, and, as promised when they first arrived in the tutorial zone, the 1% who made the least progress would be eliminated, would be killed, fed to the tutorial dimension in order to maintain this pocket world. 150,000 people in a colossal spiral around the angular pillar in the center of the pit, their ranks corralled by the armored elite of the Crimson Armada. They should be screaming, charging at the guards, anything to protest their deaths. But an overwhelming technique kept them compliant. The scene made him sick, but the scale numbed him. Ben was not alone. Wives, husbands, parents, children, and friends all leaned against the barricade and watched as someone they knew stumbled toward the bladed tree. They wept and gnashed their teeth, but even on the outskirts of the pit, that subtle technique stilled their rage. "Save it for yourself," whispered the technique, "and save it for your classes." Ben ignored the voice as he searched. Somewhere in that crowd, shuffling forward a few feet at a time, Mandy waited for her death. He tried to find her, but the distance was too great. The sea of faces became a blur. He wiped away tears and forced himself to keep watching. Someone should remember this, even if it was him. But the nobility of the gesture didn't erase the nagging guilt. He should be in that crowd, but instead, it was Mandy. Yesterday, the assignment in the Learning Tower had been to kill boglings. They were split into pairs. 2 students received a cage of 4 limp and bloated creatures. The students could poke through the bars or enter the cage if they desired a greater boost in experience. Some of their class already craved the cold rush of death energy. These students would never have to worry about their place in the sacrificial spiral. But Ben still felt revulsion when he gripped the spear or the sword or the axe. He was a doctor, not a dealer of death. But that wasn't true anymore, was it? He had entered the cage, and he had decapitated the drugged but snarling boglings one by one. All 4 of them for himself, taking all the cold death energy, while Mandy watched on with a blank gaze. Nobody said they had to share the boglings, but everyone else in the class did. The experience took him to the top of the class and sent her to the bottom. She knew what he did to her, even before he realized the truth himself. Later, when he tried to apologize, the words couldn't even come out. And why should they? Why waste time lying about an apology to the woman you sentenced to death? The spiral before him was smaller now, shockingly so. 150,000 people is so much, too much. But the razor-studded roots embraced a handful of people every second. It would take hours for the tree to consume them all, but it would happen, and in full view of the learning towers. Students need only glance out the window to have a reminder of their fate should they slack in their lessons. Their lessons in the nature of the Crimson Armada system, in its truth. Conquest. Hadn't he learned that lesson, internalized it, long ago? He used Zoe for her skill, and the money that skill could make. How had she reacted when she found his notes? He could imagine her quiet footsteps as she walked down the hall of the surgery. Would he have been able to talk his way out of that problem? He sighed. His tongue was magic, but not that powerful. Hell hath no fury and all that. The quest to get to class continued, blinking. He didn't have much longer. The smell of blood came to him, the smell of cut bone and burned flesh, as overwhelming as any operating room, as any slaughterhouse floor. He detested that the smell didn't make him sick. To him, it had always smelled of money, of the road to success. The quest blinked, and he turned away. Time to go to class. ###. Later that day, though it was always day, Ben jogged toward his designated sleeping tower. His powerful body made short work of the miles. Trees lined the pavement, providing shade and a sense of wealthy urban life. It reminded him of postcards of Manhattan. If there were people in those postcards,
they would look like him. Healthy, handsome, and driven. Hell, he looked and felt like a goddamned superhero. Today's class had been a stepping stone to something greater. He knew it. The class of 34 coordinated together to take down a demonic bird. Taller than any human, the bird could hardly fly inside the confines of the classroom, though every wing beat produced blistering heat. Ben formed a spearhead with the other leading students. Together, they cornered the bird and pelted it with weapons. One of the slower students, he forgot the name, was immolated by the arterial spray. But Ben survived. He was level 6 now. An assessor had been present in the class. A woman wearing a cloak of bladed leaves, her head hidden by a helm carved of delicate ruby into the shape of a single, staring eye. Had her gaze passed upon him as blood sizzled and smoked from his hands? It must have. Had she seen his potential? How could she not? He allowed himself the slightest grin, the slightest pride, as he jogged through the throng of people making their way to their designated zones. No familiar faces, not anymore. He came to the tutorial space with Mandy, and with 350 million other people. They were all given the same choice on day 1: pet, slave, or warrior. Even thinking about it made him shudder. 100 million chose pet, 50 million chose slave, the remainder selected warrior. It was then that the rug was pulled. The guards marched the new pets to the sacrificial pit. There, the humans were spayed and neutered. Their genitals burned like refuse. The smoke still stained the towers. There was no wind to clear the lingering pall, and no rain to wash the buildings. No wind, no rain, no night, and no relief from the brutal reality of their imprisonment. The slaves and the pets were already gone, shipped off to other galaxies. Only the warriors remained, and every 3 days their numbers would dwindle. On day 30, the tutorial would end. Ben spent every night praying until he fell asleep, praying that he would make it through the end of this nightmare, that he would make it back to Earth. ###. The sleeping zones were a city unto themselves. How else could they fit everyone? The population of a country squeezed into an enormous city. The sleeping zones were row upon row of stacked cubicles. Each stack stood 10 high, with spiraling staircases leading to each front door. They stood on a perfect grid, 200 cubicles to a block, and all it took was time to find the one assigned to him. Jogging through the moans and groans of the cubicle occupants, desperate pleasure or despondent grief, each emotion made indistinguishable by the thick alien cement. He jogged for an hour before he reached his apartment. His body refused to tire, but he needed the escape of privacy. The surrounding faces, the grim expressions, the hopeless eyes, ground away at his sense of achievement. He needed to be alone. So the sight of his 4th-floor front door ajar made him pause. Almost made him run back down the spiral staircase to the street, and then on to... where? There were guards, elites of the Crimson Armada who took their responsibility of enforcing peace seriously. There had been no mayhem in the streets, no matter the doomsday scenario the tutorial participants found themselves in. But did he want to put himself on their radar, after performing so well in class today? Many of those sacrificed, poor Mandy, had gone to the guards at some point in the last 3 days. They had complaints about their conditions, about the behavior of others, about anything and everything. Those who complained loudest found themselves in the bottom 1%. Was it correlation or causation? Ben decided not to find out and entered his quarters. It was dark inside his living room. The drawn curtains blocked the constant sun with near-perfect efficiency, dark and cool. Normally, he would make his way to the shower and wash away his day before stumbling into bed, where he would pray or weep until he slept. But not today. Voices were coming from his bedroom.
He crept down the narrow hallway. The voices stopped. So much for stealth. He burst into the room. Someone sat on his bed. He leaped for them, but an iron grip hoisted him out of the air and slammed him into the wall. Ben's ribs cracked against the alien plaster, but the wall remained intact. He slumped down on the ground, and a familiar voice robbed him all of bravado. "Hello, Benjamin. It's time we discuss your debt." Mr. Biggs sat on Ben's bed. The fat man wore the same black and gray suit he wore when they met 2 years ago. And, just as he had 2 years ago, Giuseppe, the thin and sallow right-hand man, stood with his singlet and slacks and sour odor. Ben's heart sank as Giuseppe slowly closed the door and sealed off the meeting. The room was hardly big enough for one, and with 3, it was cramped beyond belief. Ben sat in the corner. The miracle of vitality was fixing his ribs, but he was under no impression that he could fight his way out. "Hello, Mr. Biggs," Ben said, and he smiled with all the Hollywood charm that got him the loan in the first place. "What are you talking about, debt? Surely the world ending has cleared my account. I mean," he laughed and hated that it sounded nervous. "What's a few million compared to the apocalypse?" Giuseppe cracked his knuckles. "Let me eat his toes, boss. That'll make him talk." Mr. Biggs held up a thick-fingered hand for silence. He didn't smile or scowl, his pudgy face as flat and fish-cold as ever. "Benjamin," he pronounced every syllable of the name. "Do you know how I found you?" Ben blinked. No, he didn't. There were millions of people in the tutorial city. He knew there must be some people he knew here, but how could he find them unless he went from door to door? "How did you find me?" Mr. Biggs sniffed. The air in the room stirred. Pale threads of skein sucked off Ben and towards Mr. Biggs' nostrils as he fanned the scent up into his brain. "I can smell your debt." The filthy, sweat-stinking sense of owing someone. "You reek of it, for you have taken your whole life without giving back. Now it is time for me to claim what is due, in the name of all those who you shortchanged." Giuseppe flexed a wiry bicep and planted a kiss upon the muscle. "We reached level 10 today," he said. "It's quite the experience." Mr. Biggs nodded. "Suffice to say, we have abilities now, Benjamin. Abilities that let us find people, that let us get into places we shouldn't be in." He nodded at Giuseppe. "And these abilities will only grow. So too our power will grow. Power enough to take over the world." His flat voice trembled slightly with trepidation. "But first, we must survive the tutorial. That is where you come in." Ben swallowed. "What can I do?" Mr. Biggs sniffed. "Work for me. Pay off your debt in servitude. You will find there are perks, such as maintaining your position at the top of the class. My network is growing, and we can ensure that you never slip into the sacrificial pit." "What would I need to do?" "For now, simply excel in your classes. Help others who work for me. Enlist those you think will be assets, and cull those who will get in our way. When we leave the tutorial, the true work will begin." "If you found me, can you find—" Ben's heart hammered in his chest. "Do you know if Zoe is alive?" Mr. Biggs sniffed. "The debt you owe her is most pungent. She is alive,
for otherwise the smell would fade. Don't worry. We shall find her when we leave, and she shall pay back what she owes me. Ben frowned. The money? What use are millions in the face of the apocalypse? No, there are far more uses for people than mere money. What if I say no? Mr. Biggs smiled like a fish smiles, with too many teeth and too little emotion. You can always do the honorable thing. You can continue in the tutorial on your own and hope that you make it to the end. You could even try to stop us right now. Surely you've learned some tricks in your classes. Giuseppe hopped on his feet, eyes bright with a ferret's eagerness to play and to hunt. Ben shook his head. I just wanted to know. He held out his hand. It sounds like a fantastic deal. Sign me up. Sorry, Zoe, he whispered to his shrinking conscience. But a survivor has to put themselves first, or else they're not a survivor. They're just dead.
Chapter 38. Grave Flower.
Prince's rattling chains and saltwater techniques heralded dark dreams for Zoe. Being a surgeon, she thought she was fine around gore. But seeing her blood soak into the sand, feeling barbed antennae grind against her spine as her legs stopped working, tasting her tongue cooking in her mouth. She relived these moments in the depths of her slumber, never ceasing the battle with the worm until woken for the next day's training. Even during the day, she felt the worm contemplating their battles and growing in strength. Oriz's calm voice kept Zoe reasonable. The gray-skinned woman's measured guidance through the steps of the grasping vine helped Zoe forget everything except the strength of her body. Over tea and fish, she received schooling on her fights. What went wrong and what went right. With each fight, she improved, got closer to destroying the worm. The more carapace she split, the more she revealed the slender, mirror-skinned being inside. Arms, legs, a female form, but no face. Not yet, but soon. A week of the routine passed. Train, eat, fight the worm, and sleep off her injuries. Dream horrendously. Then woken at dawn for more. In this little oasis of hardship, Zoe thrived.
###. Every day, the scent of decay grew stronger on the wind. Pieces of mirrodile corpses floated past the camp. Bright flashes of the mirrored scales and chunks buzzed with flies amongst the reeds. Cran tongues, leaking feathers as they bobbed along. The flesh rotted, and the fish changed. On the 8th day, they stopped eating fish. A single drop of the healing potion sufficed for meals. Zoe ignored the lack of food and the brevity of the new lunch ritual. She focused only on her routine. On the 12th day, hunger pangs drove Zoe out into the dark. She hunted down a baboon and roasted its flesh over coals. Oriz and Prince declined to join her, and later the next day, she felt the heavy meat move through her. Sweat poured from her skin. Cramps stabbed her with knives. The worm took advantage of her sluggishness. Zoe screamed as the worm tore free her arm and gulped it down like a heron swallowing a fish. Prince waited until the worm had bitten down on her other hand before intervening. Her chain bound the colossal parasite as Zoe dragged herself to safety. She stared up at a sky the precise shade of gray that meant it would be dark in 2 hours. It would rain green fire tomorrow. The stench of wet, decaying meat would only grow stronger. The pain broke through her willpower, and she screamed. Blood stained the sand as a healing technique wrapped around her ruined shoulder. Her flesh knitted like seething worms. As her arm regrew, Zoe trudged off to meditate, but Oriz stopped her. You look frustrated. Zoe studied her rejuvenated arm. I feel the same,
She flexed fingers that hadn't existed a minute ago and sighed when nothing happened. I'm no closer to harnessing mirror. You must have patience. Oriz strolled toward the camp with her hands clasped behind her back. I want to discuss our plan to escape this dimension. Zoe hurried up to walk beside her. Every time I bring it up, you rebuke me.
It's silly to say it now, but we had to be sure we could trust you.
I suppose. Zoe thought of Bella and Anton, hopefully still alive in the dungeon, though she realized they must be, since only a handful of hours had passed for them. She trusted them, at least. She trusted Bella. Oriz watched her with curiosity, and Zoe nodded for her master to continue. When you reach level 10, you will face a choice. Like selecting an element? This choice is far grander. An entity called the Smith will come for you, and in its forge, you will choose the metaphor for your physical flesh. This determines the abilities your body can manifest, as well as those you can never use. Your choices for elemental essence will become limited. There is beauty to being raw and unformed, but once you hit level 10, and as you progress beyond, your wild beauty will transform. They walked in silence for some time, passing beyond the camp and out into the dunes. How do I know what choice to make? The Smith is not as cruel as other aspects of the Crimson Armada, and usually, there are no wrong answers. Usually? They stopped outside the camp. You place me in a position where I must make a demand of you, Zoe. Fate brought you to this world, to us, and now... Zoe placed a hand on Oriz's shoulder. You've helped me so much. Zoe met Oriz's eyes. How can I repay the favor? Let's discuss this over a proper meal. They combed the dunes and gathered up pieces of wood that still burned with the green fire of some passing dungeon. When they had enough, they stacked them atop a dune, high enough that a wind blew away the scent of death, and the flames flickered a ragged undertone to their conversation. The sky grew pitch black, and their green fire glowed lonely under the firmament. For the first time, Prince offered her pipe to Zoe. The dark smoke tasted of the deep earth, like swallowing a cave, and as Zoe coughed the heavy vapors, Prince patted her back and smiled. Nothing like it, right? Just wait for the side effects. Oriz declined the pipe and produced 3 small parcels of thick paper and twine. Inside each parcel was a portion of cooked meat, some yellow grain, and seared slices of a vegetable resembling a turnip. Zoe salivated. You've had these the whole time? Saved for a special occasion. They ate with their fingers and wiped the mess away on the paper wrappings as Oriz explained the plan. When you first incorporated a piece of the Mirabelle fragment, you changed the dungeon quest. Most people would never do this because of the scars of gluttony, because of the danger of incursion. But you did not know, and in your ignorance, you have offered us a lifeline. We received the same update to our quest. Oriz flexed her willpower and shared her quest. Dungeon objective. Assist Zoe Chambers in absorbing the remaining fragments. Bell fragments absorbed, 0/3. Black Star incursion, 35%. The ethereal voice sounded distant, and resounding laughter echoed the last statement. The youthful giggle of the Black Star system. Yes, soon it will be playtime. The 3 women sat on the dune as the green fire crackled slowly on the dried wood. 2 different dimensional essences intermingled, neither destroying the other, though both tried. Prince burped. Trench figured you out straight away. A newly integrated world? Tick. A metal user who didn't know what they were doing? Tick. Someone who would piss off Zazatha enough to be thrown down the pit? Tick, 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 she groaned. He's going to be insufferable. Oris nodded. No living with him after this. Good thing we'll finally be free. I can't wait to put a universe between myself and that musclehead. But how does this relate to me? Zoe asked. Nobody we trust on this wasteland of a world uses metal essence. Prince has explained why it is rare. But what makes it more important is that you started destabilizing the dungeon.
You began an incursion and... She glanced at Prince, who nodded. We have these. She produced from her mysterious pocket 2 dull pieces of jagged metal, fragments of the mirror bell. Zoe's breath caught in her throat as her gluttony howled. The scars on her lips twitched, and a feral grin that was not her own formed on her face. She reached out, but Oris placed them back in her pocket. Not yet, she said with a small shake of her head, yellow hair spilling about her yellow eyes. Once you have met the smith and received your body path, then we can level you up to incorporate the Mirabelle fragments. When you have incorporated both of them, the incursion will trigger, and we can return to the Mirabelle dungeon. We can return to our universe. Zoe forced her fingers into a fist to stop them from grasping. I understand why you need me to incorporate the fragments. None of you can incorporate the metal. But why do I need to wait until level 10? Prince passed Zoe the pipe as she spoke. A system will spread from person to person, from planet to planet, like a virus of the mind, cloning itself and latching onto their souls. But when 2 systems meet, sometimes they merge, creating a unified system from the best of both parents. More often, they go to war. The Crimson Armada system met the Black Star system thousands of years ago, and that whole time they have been fighting each other. The Crimson Armada is ruthless. It has stripped the Black Star down to its last world, down to the last vestiges of its intelligence and attributes. Eventually, it will exist only as the metaphysical bones of dungeons, the fleck of irritant at the core of so many pearls. This devouring is constant. The shafts that march across the desert are slowly shrinking, but they are not incursions. One can fall down, but never climb back up. Oris passed the pipe from Zoe to Prince. The wind died, and black smoke curled above the green-lit sand. An incursion is different, Oris said. They are true passageways between systems, between realities, but they exist for only a fraction of a second. When it does, we will need someone with a technique that can engage with the wormhole. We need someone who can stabilize reality enough to transport us from purgatory to the dungeon. Nobody has such an ability. She gave Zoe a pointed look. Not yet. You want me to pick a body path to help you out of here? Zoe raised an eyebrow. I don't understand the secrecy. Choosing a body path that will help us will be a very specific choice. It will set in stone your path for the rest of your life. Meeting with the smith is the truest freedom most ever experience. To send you into this cosmic encounter with shackles is the foulest taboo. Zoe laughed at their serious expressions. It seems like this path you mention is the only way that I will return to my home, so I don't see the gravity of the request. I would not have considered this plan without you, so, again, I can only thank you. Oris shook her head. The path of power is long, Zoe Chambers. You are still thinking in terms of survival, where every minute must be considered on its own, where tomorrow cannot be guaranteed. You thank us now, but in the centuries to come, you may look back on this conversation and wish it never happened. Zoe shrugged.
I trust you, she said. If choosing an ability to help you is how I can repay you for saving my life, then I will do it, she smiled, genuine. You have my word. ###.
Zoe awoke to a head full of lead and a scrambled system prompt. She flexed her willpower. You have been poisoned by graveflower. Your body will purge the side effects in 22 hours, 45 minutes. Side effects may include euphoria, optimism, sadomasochistic tendencies, dry mouth, desire for more graveflower, numb extremities, loss of fingernails, toenails, teeth, and hair. Zoe listened to the list of symptoms with growing alarm. She sat up, looked about the pre-dawn camp, and saw Princh rocking with suppressed laughter. What did I say? She squeezed out between fits of giggles. Isn't it great? Zoe chuckled. Despite the heavy head and the looseness of her teeth, she felt good. It amazed her that Princh could be so grumpy after smoking that stuff all day. She probably built up a tolerance. Her day progressed as they always did. She was wary of her nails and hair and teeth, but nothing fell out. After a drop of healing potion for lunch, she readied herself to face the worm. When a ripple of dread passed over the camp, it stilled the wind, hushed the whisper of sand on sand, the trickling of water, the rasping of breath. She glanced up with the instinctive fear of a rabbit. There, in the sky, the forever blank sky, were two anomalies. A bright speck of burning orange and, larger and growing larger, the shadow of a colossal man. Trinch. Oriz appeared beside Zoe and pushed her toward the edge of camp. Get clear, she said. What? Run, Princh shouted from over beside the worm. Run, run, run! Zoe glanced once more at the growing shadow of Trinch. She could see now the 10,000 writhing chains, the speed with which he fell. What an impact that would create. She sprinted away. The sand sucked at her feet as she ran downriver, but she pushed on. Muscles burning, lungs sucking down breaths, she flexed her skein into her might and flew across the sand. After a couple of miles, she turned back, just in time to see impact. Sand exploded in a towering wave. The shock thundered across the desert. She pulled metal into her flesh, but the force hit Zoe hard enough to knock her to her knees. She stood, spitting sand from her mouth and blinking metal eyes against the grit. Sand rained down, and 3 figures argued in the center of the camp. One of them beckoned her, and Zoe returned. She wondered what became of the worm, though in a few moments she saw for herself. The camp, the worm, everything lay in tatters. Zoe witnessed the carnage with dull eyes. What happened to her attributes? Trinch stood in the center of the wide crater, his hands on his hips. I won the bet, he grinned. Now say it. Princh and Oriz glowered as they got down on their knees and kowtowed. Trinch is the smartest, strongest, and most handsome person in all the universe. We are but dumb, ugly, weak little babies compared to him. May it forever be so. May we be so blessed as to bask in the radiance of his presence. Trinch preened. Well done. Especially you, Princh. I can see you've been practicing your humility. Now, he turned to Zoe. Is this our little savior? He frowned and turned toward the shattered remnants of gilded carapace. Or is this? Zoe looked at the corpse of the worm. What are you talking about? She walked closer, sand becoming mud underfoot as the worm's translucent blood seeped into the desert. The others remained silent as she approached the corpse. The worm, the creature that called her sister, that broke her body in a dozen gruesome ways, was finally dead. Slain by the errant force of Trinch's landing like a bug underfoot. But not slain entirely. No. For in the ruined shell, amidst membranous remnants, a silver figure squirmed. Hands, feet, all humanoid, all feminine, and finally, a face. Glistening, reflective, but unmistakably human. Unmistakably Zoe.
Chapter 39. Mirror and Steel.
The sky was so bright. Who am I? She recalled a name. Or was the name fed to her across some immeasurable distance? I am Zoe Chambers. No, I am more. I am Moth, and I broke free of the cocoon. Moth lay in a pool of translucent, blood-streaked fluid. Scraps and flakes of gilded armor littered the drying mud. She stirred, groaned, as her eyes adjusted to the light. With her first blinking gaze, she looked up at herself and saw a twisted version. The first Zoe. Scars on the lips that spoke of irrepressible hunger. Rich brown skin like the deepest loam. A wild, concentrated fury in the eyes. How could she gaze upon herself with such naked hate? Weren't they sisters? More than sisters? Two halves of a whole? She pushed aside the pieces of shell, the layers of membrane, her gilded cocoon, and stood. The flat light of the sky glowed on her mirrored skin. She stood tall and perfect beneath the heavens, and turned in the gaze of the four beings slowly surrounding her. Besides her other self, she knew two of these aliens, Oriz, her sister's master, and Princh, her sister's guardian. The fourth being she did not know, but his mighty frame, coated in green hair and bulging muscles, had been responsible for finally destroying the cocoon that held her in her lesser form. She bowed toward him. "Thank you for releasing me," she said. Trinch laughed, his hands on his hips, and beamed at the others. "I like this one." Moth's other self, the first self, spluttered. "What are you talking about? She's a clone. The worm copied me. It stole my attributes and copied me." Moth frowned. Of course, that was what happened. Why was Sister so confused? "We are the same," she said, and noted how her sister flinched at her voice. "We are the two from one, and now we must become one again." Oriz stroked her chin as willpower flexed over the area. "What do you think, Princh?" The green-furred woman stepped forward, her eyes flashing as a technique washed over Moth and her sister. "The system thinks they're the same person. Zoe Chambers. Both almost level 9 after all the meditation and combat. The only difference is their techniques. One has our heart's toll as one, and the other has a technique located inside her skin called the self reflects the world," she hummed. "Their existences are mutually exclusive. If we travel through the incursion with them separated, the Crimson Armada will force them back together. They won't survive that process. We just need to choose the one who will help us." Moth waved. "I am happy to help." Zoe stomped forward. "Why are we talking about this? I'm the one you've been training. I'm the one you should work with." Trinch shook his head. "I'm sure you both have your merits, but we have no time to discuss this." He pointed at the bright orange flicker in the sky. Already, it had grown brighter, harsher. "The warden comes. Princh, Oriz, I need you to back me up while I fight." Moth and her sister gazed at the bright light. With their insight, they could see it was not a ball of fire. No sun, no star, but a floating head.
flesh torn and scorched, flayed from cheeks and nose, showing only bone and a dark, hollow skull. One eye white and dribbling maggots, the other a burning, baleful orange. Viscera dripped from the ragged throat. Blackened blood and squirming globules fell toward the endless desert. The head, the warden, floated toward them. Moth fought down an urge to vomit as her mirrored skin reflected that foul orange light. She wanted to run. Run until that light no longer glowed upon her. But her sister clenched her fists, feet digging into the mud in the stance she learned so well, the stance that almost let her defeat the gilded carapace of her first form. "Master," Moth's sister said.
"How can I help?" "There is nothing you can do." Oriz was quiet, trembling. "That thing once equaled Rue, a power so great it continues after its head was torn from its body and lobotomized. There is nothing you can do." But even as she spoke, the great, rotting head in the sky loosened its jaw of flat yellow teeth taller than houses. From the gaping chasm flew winged creatures, bat-like, man-like, great leathery wings like whip cracks even across this vast distance. They filled the sky like flies disturbed from a corpse and descended toward the ruined camp. Trinch whirled on Moth and her sister. His chains flowed and reared like 10,000 clanking serpents. "What are you still doing here?" He wrapped them both in chains. A heavy clang echoed through Moth's head as she was tethered to her sister like balls on a bola. "Follow the blue light to the tavern," Trinch said. "Whichever of you meets us there shall be our savior." Before she could speak or protest or question, Trinch hefted her into the air. He balanced them in his massive palm as though their combined weight were a feather. One of Princh's healing techniques washed over them. It itched the skin like maddened ants. Oriz looked up at the two of them with concern. No, she looked only at Moth's scar-lipped sister. "We must fend off the warden, or it will find the tavern. It may take us days, but we will turn it back. I wish you luck, and remember the—" Screaming air cut off her voice. Bound, Moth and her sister flew through the blank sky. The land raced underneath. Dunes, ruins, a river rippling like a ribbon in the wind. Vast swampland spread out before them. A delta system full of green trees, algae blooms, and vine-choked towers of crumbling stone. The water reflected the blank sky, and dark things swam in the shallows. In the distance, a pillar of blue light stood like a needle of ice against the horizon. Zoe crashed into the swamp, in a tangled splash of muddy water and broken bones. She felt the chain around her neck, tethering her to the mirror-skinned doppelganger that came from inside the worm. Her own chains writhed the second she struck the swamp. Until now they had been constrained, either intentionally during Oriz's training or suppressed by the frequent pulses of high-level willpower. Now they came alive in Zoe's defense. They pulled her broken body toward a muddy islet. She flopped onto the dark-soiled shore and gasped for air. Dead trees stood bleached white above her like organic gravestones. She cried out in pain between breaths as her bones snapped back into place with the indomitable efficiency of Princh's technique, the reef regrows. The blank sky glowed and the mud steamed as her body knitted. On the other end of the chain, jangling and tugging at her body, she felt the mirror-skinned clone still living, swimming, making its way toward the islet. What was that thing? She knew the worm was a parasite, some consequence of the cursed item she ingested. Had it always intended to form a clone of her? To replace her? Their attributes were split, but in the end, there could be only one. Princh's words sickened her. They would have been forced together if they were back in the Crimson Armada's domain. Did that mean the only reason she was still alive, still separate, was because Zazatha tossed her down that shaft between realities? What happened when people were usually cursed? Though she supposed she needed no answer to that. The worm had tried to consume her often enough. And now that thing was crawling onto the islet. Its bones regrown by Prince's magic, or perhaps they never broke. That elusive mirror technique capable of repelling the impact of landing. Even now, the mud and slick weeds of the swamp slid from the perfect mirror skin of her nude double. A pristine, smiling reflection of her amidst the sun-baked stench of the swamp.
Zoe attacked. Her chain speared through the air. Mud flew from the vicious links. 11 points struck mirrored skin as the clone stood, and were rebuffed by an equal and opposite force. Zoe felt the jarring force travel down her chains until it struck her body. She sagged to her knees, but stood, charging and stepping into the first forms of the grasping vine. Metal poured through her flesh as she struck, stepped, kicked, stepped, and the clone smiled as the blows bounced from her perfect mirror skin. Zoe screamed with frustration, technique forgotten, and wrapped steel hands around her clone's mirrored throat. She squeezed, but no matter how tight her grip, an equal force pushed back her hands. It was impossible. Might, 36. She ignored her master's command and seized her skein, pushed it down into her might. She felt like a god, howling as she squeezed with impossible strength. Metal fingers squeaked as they clutched down through the aura of force, down against smooth, mirrored skin, and finally choked the gullet of her smiling clone. The clone's eyes widened with panic. She flailed in the mud, but Zoe's enhanced metal grip was unshakable. The mirrored skin, the clone's technique, cracked. Like a chain reaction, fractures spread down her throat, across her collarbone and breast, up toward her chin. Jagged pieces angled away from the raw, breathing flesh beneath. Zoe glared down at the peeled-back skin, at the red muscle oozing blood. A shard of mirror sliced into her metal skin, straight through like a misplaced scalpel, and her own blood fell, dripped, intermingled with her clone. A cloying, iron, sickly smell rose as the bloods mixed and flowed into the thick mud in which they wrestled. Zoe's hands fell away at the sharp new odor. She felt the weakness of the clone, felt that she could go for the kill, reach into the exposed throat and rip out everything that gave the clone life.
But some deadly awareness stopped her, something she saw reflected in the mirror of her nemesis. The water around the islet churned with dark shadows, and something rose from the froth. Hash, hash, hash. Squid-like creatures swam beneath the swamp surface. Obscured by sediment, they appeared as erratic silhouettes, eldritch shadows of tentacles and grasping limbs. Drawn by the scent of blood, the sound of conflict, or the temporal nearness of death, they circled the little hump of mud Zoe mistook for safety. She stood, leaving her clone on the ground with its wound slowly closing. It had not fought back, even when its life neared the end, so she did not fear it, especially when her entire being screamed to flee. For the shadows beneath the surface were rising, and the sight broke a little piece of Zoe's mind. Once again she grappled with the fact she stood in another reality. The shadows surged and broke the surface, but they were not tentacled monstrosities. Instead, simple bubbles broke free and floated up. Large bubbles, tall enough to swallow a person, slightly green, but translucent. They floated toward the island. The shadows vanished from the water as bubble after bubble floated free of the frothing swamp. And then the swamp stilled, for no more shadows swam.
They all floated free, as shapes, creatures of light and air. Bubbles surrounded the islet in their hundreds, refracting the flat light of the sky into green rainbows. One floated toward Zoe, dipping and bobbing across the now still water. She drew back, terrified to touch the living shape.
No fun! No fun! You should always play with bubbles!
Some unknown instinct shrieked at her to run. Run toward that distant needle of blue light and find safety. She listened. She wanted to obey, but she glanced down. She would need to drag the mirrored clone with her, and she would have to keep it safe, because if anything happened to it, then she would lose all her attributes. The nasty, brutal survivalist deep inside begged for her to kill the clone now, before its wounds healed, before it decided to fight back.
But what if she leveled up? What if she was incapacitated while these bubbles swarmed her and did... She didn't know. But that deep voice screamed. Another bubble zipped toward her on a wind that was not there. She dodged on instinct and dove forward into the mud. The chain tethering her to her clone rattled, long enough to allow movement, but not too far. The swooping bubble rushed over her fallen form and collided with one of the dead, bleached trees. It squeezed against a sharp, jutted branch for a second, and Zoe winced as she waited for it to pop. But it bounced away like something made of rubber, softly floating higher, spinning. And then a chain shot out from inside. The links moved so fast it appeared a liquid stream. Zoe rolled aside as the chain slammed into the mud. Another bubble wobbled, and a chain shot down. She rolled. More chains. They tore the mud apart. Zoe rolled against some links and recoiled as they tried to grab her. More chains speared toward her. A hand hauled her away. She stood. It was her clone, the serene smile gone, and the expression in her eyes all too familiar. Zoe nodded. "Fine," she said to the unspoken question. "We'll work together. For now." Chapter 40. Toll your heart for me. Bubbles surrounded the islet. Bubbles bursting with chains, though never bursting themselves. Zoe stood back to back with her clone. She hated the necessity of working together, but necessity was defined by its alternative, oblivion.
Ding! Have fun with my toys. The bubbles spun with featureless malice and shot chains at the pair. Long linked bullets aimed at heart and brain. Zoe whirred her chains into a shield. Her mind raced to keep the 11 lengths of ghostly metal from clashing. Dexterity strained to its limits as she controlled them, deflecting the attacking chains, shielding herself and shielding her clone. If one bubble destroyed her mirror-skinned clone, then she would lose all her attributes. It was easy to think like this, cold, greedy, when she didn't have to look at the clone. Didn't have to look at the face that mirrored hers, that reflected her own desperate and dirty visage. All her fears, imperfections, the horror of her true self. A chain struck her shin and knocked her down onto her knee. Her focus slipped and her chains entangled, becoming a weight dragging her in one direction. "We have to move," she hissed through the pain. The clone nodded and helped Zoe to her feet. Why was it so helpful? What was its agenda after the ferocity of the worm? Chains whirred. No time to think. Zoe leaped from the islet toward a broken column that stood above the scummy water. Halfway through the air, a chain yanked her back. She splashed down into the swamp. Her clone hadn't jumped. Zoe screamed her frustration, mocking bubbles spewing from her mouth as she swam to the surface and looked about. The chain slackened, and the mirror-skinned clone leaped now and made it to the column. Zoe snarled, but she supposed there was more to teamwork than stating the fact. Chains shot down into the surrounding water. With quick, bursting strokes, she swam toward the broken column.
A bubble touched down nearby and bled a squirming thing of ink into the water. The jumbled silhouette raced toward Zoe, and she leaped from the water just in time. She stood, dripping slime and murk beside the perfectly clean mirror clone. "When I say jump," Zoe growled, "we jump. Together, in the same direction. Got it?" That damned beatific smile was the only response. An expression like that didn't belong on her face. But there was no time to get mad. They had to run. The column they stood on was one in a series. It seemed a city once stood here, and the crumbling remnants stuck up above the seeping water. The distances should have been too great, and Zoe rejected the idea of swimming between them. But if she was careful with her might and skein, she could leap between them with ease. The problem was coordinating with her clone. "Ding! Hop, 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 and hop along. Don't be boring. Play!" Chains flew toward them. Zoe pointed at a vine-covered column some 50 feet away. "There," she said. "Jump!" She leaped, her hand grabbing her clone's wrist. The mirrored skin was strange in her grip when it wasn't repelling her. Smooth, cold, but somehow inviting. There was a whole world trapped and distorted within the skin of her clone, and it was a world apart, a lonely place. Was there loneliness in that simple smile? They didn't quite make the jump. Zoe landed on the broken pillar's slanted top, but the clone fell short. Zoe kept her grip on the clone's wrist. She dropped to her knees as the clone dangled. Such a weight was nothing with her enhanced attributes, but her boosted might was ticking down. She hauled the clone back up, and they stood together on the narrow ledge as the emerald-hued bubbles floated around them, spinning and spitting chains. Zoe pointed at the nearest angled column in the mud, and they leaped. This time they made it, but the ancient masonry sagged toward the water. "Ding! Boo, you're no fun." Zoe ignored the haunting, childlike voice. She gripped her clone's hand and they continued, sometimes coming up short or overshooting, but Zoe found herself anticipating the length of the jump better. How natural does it feel to work with oneself? As they traveled through the swamp, leaping from crumbled pillar to dead tree to exposed statue on a muddy bank, they stopped pointing, stopped calling the jump, and worked as a team. The sky dimmed, and a malodorous fog rose from the water, but the bubbles pursued, drifting on a wind that was not there. Hash, hash, hash. Zoe balanced on a cracked arch, held together by fat and glistening vines. Bubbles bobbed toward her, not in range to shoot chains, but close. Her chains floated about her, reaching, eager, but there was nothing to latch onto, except the mirrored clone who stood beside her, pressed close and smiling. They faced a choice. The fog pressed about them, rank and foul. She craved grave flower, if only to block out her senses of smell and taste. A small pillar extended away to their left, vaguely toward the blue light, though they had not seen that guiding beacon for some time. The small pillar sat a foot above the water and was at the edge of their leaping distance. If they boosted skein, they could make it, but the problem arose when they landed. With the thickening fog, they couldn't see how far they could go on afterward. The other choice was a tower, 7 stories tall, crumbling even as they stood there. Fragments of ancient rock dripped into the slurping waters and splashed, the only sound besides their breathing. Many of the tower walls were collapsed and open, but it would provide more cover than the exposed columns and fragmented leaping points in the swamp. Her legs burned. She knew she had the might, the vitality, but really,
How much longer could she keep going? Her clone pointed at the tower. "Let's hole up until the fog clears," she said, with Zoe's voice. "Continuing without seeing the beacon is foolish." Zoe gritted her teeth, but she didn't want to disagree out of spite, not when their lives were on the line. Although, no. She nodded, and they tensed and leaped. Sailing through foul vapor and landing on a broken lip of stone that must have once been a dock. Their impact shot cracks through the platform, and they scurried forward into the dark halls of the tower.
Hash, hash, hash. Moth followed Zoe through the spiraling tower. Her hand along the wall of the hall as it climbed, mirrored palm brushing away moss and fungal growths. Now and then she examined her hand, the shape visible in the reflected light through the holes in the exterior wall. These gaps provided a view of the thick mist and, occasionally, a passing bubble. Whenever those luminous orbs passed by, Moth and Zoe pressed themselves against the wall and waited for it to pass. So far, they avoided detection. The holes in the walls were not windows. Originally, by design, the builders cut this tower off from the world. A long, winding floor that rose all 7 stories to the top, no stairs, for the slope was gradual, and no rooms. What purpose did it serve those who built this place? Did the bubbles build this place? She giggled at the thought, and her sister stopped at the sound. Back tense, muscles ready to fight. What a creature her sister was. No matter what happened, she always got back up to fight, even when her legs were broken or her flesh devoured. Moth envied the fighting spirit that pulsed within that heart. How many times had she curled up inside the worm and begged for it to stop? Well, not as many times as she would like to think, but certainly more than once. She wanted freedom. She wanted the truth of her existence to persist, but she didn't want to hurt her sister. Zoe turned on her, glaring at Moth's appeasing smile, and stepped close. "What's funny?" she said. "I just wondered who built this place." Moth stepped past, but Zoe pushed her up against a wall. Face to face, sisters, clones, halves of a whole. Zoe searched for something, but Moth didn't know what, or if Zoe found it when she stepped back, her shoulders sagging. "What are you?" Zoe asked. Moth leaned against the ancient stone. "I am Moth, born of the worm, born of you. But I am not your daughter, nobody's daughter, just like you." Zoe's gaze darted to her. Wide, fearful, before anger settled in. "What do you know of me? Every time you looked into a mirror, I looked back. Every time you wished to shed your skin and step anew, you imagined me walking away from the husk of your past. Every time you looked at your flaws, at your beauty, you looked through me to see the truth." Zoe leaned against the far wall, splotched with dark purple moss, and faced her across the empty hallway. Fingers of fog drifted through cracks in the stone. Moth matched Zoe's relaxed stance, and Zoe sighed. "We can't both exist." Moth nodded. "The system won't allow it." "That's not what I mean." "I know." They stood in silence. Fog leaked in and grasped at their ankles, climbed their shins. Foul-smelling, but both ignored it as each watched the other. "I don't want to kill you," Moth said. "You didn't ask for me to be born." Zoe chuckled, a small and sad sound that died in the cooling air. "You didn't ask to be born? How does that make it any more right?" "I don't want to die. Do you?" Zoe bared her teeth, scarred lips twisting, and her eyes flashed with the heat of battle. "I will never die." And she laughed again before turning away to walk further. "Come, let's see what's up here." They continued on.
The chain between them hung slack and never grew taut.
Hash, hash, hash.
They found a room at the top, large with a domed roof cracked down the center to show the pure black of a purgatory night. Veins of moss grew in esoteric patterns, glowing with soft green light, leaking spores that twinkled and flowed toward the ruptured opening in the ceiling. Dust on the floor showed there may have been furniture at one point, and rust spoke of equipment long corroded. How much time had this quiet place witnessed? Zoe walked the exterior, the chain linking her to Moth in the center of the room. Round and round she circled the problem. But what could she do? Toss a coin? She wanted to laugh at the idea, but still searched her pockets. No, of course not. Anton had the coins. She hated herself for entertaining the idea. Did her life mean so little? She sat against the curved stone wall, and Moth sat beside her. Silence crept out of the structure. The silence of eons. Silence of a decision that must be made, that should never be made. The shape of survival is a heavy and awkward thing, no matter how quick and sharp it cuts through objections. "It's cold at night," Moth said. Zoe nodded absently, and then glanced over. "This is your first night, isn't it?" Moth smiled. "It was always warm inside the worm. Always warm and dark, until the moments when you broke through. I thought the gilded skin, I thought it was armor. But now I think it was a cage. It kept us apart." Zoe looked over her naked, shivering clone and beckoned her closer. She placed an arm around the cool skin, felt it stealing her warmth, and pulled her tight. The clone was stiff, resistant before settling against her. Skein 95/117. In the hours they climbed, Zoe's skein had renewed, and she flexed it now. Skein 85/117. Vitality 20. 20. She boosted her vitality, seized its many branches of use, and focused on her body heat. It flared dramatically, steam rising from her damp clothes, and her clone, Moth, snuggled closer, her shivering slowing and, finally, stopping. "Maybe," Zoe said, "maybe it would have been better if we never met. If you never emerged from the worm." Moth looked up at her with wide, mirrored eyes. "Do you think that?" "I don't know. I just don't like this situation. Maybe it will be better tomorrow. I'm sure we can think of something." Zoe nodded, but said nothing. Moth nestled against her, and the mirrored breathing slowed. "What is happening to me?" Moth asked. "I'm so slow." "You're falling asleep." Zoe stroked the mirrored hair. "Don't worry. It's natural." "All right." Zoe held Moth, heat rising from her body, and her skein ticked up. Soon, Moth's breathing steadied. Zoe closed her eyes, but sleep would not come for her. She searched her heart and hated herself, but followed the path she chose for herself in that graveyard so long, not so long, ago. The technique enveloped Moth, passed through the mirrored skin, and sank into her heart, wrapped around it and found no resistance. Her eyes squeezed shut, Zoe fed skein into her technique. Tears streaked down Zoe's cheeks as her skein plummeted, as Moth's heartbeat raced towards zero. There was no resistance. "I'm sorry," Zoe said. "I'm sorry." Moth stirred, murmured something, and stilled. Zoe held her close as the heat faded, and the chill of the night settled into her like stone. Chapter 41. The Gnawing Pain. Zoe sat and leaned against the wall, her skin cold against the cold stone. Moth lay in her arms,
The weight, nothing. The weight, everything. And Zoe's tears fell and splashed upon the mirrored cheeks of her clone, and continued rolling down until they struck the dusty floor. Power rippled through her. Not cold, not hot, but a current of skein returning to its rightful place. After Moth's heart stopped beating, Zoe felt her siphoned attributes renewed. Gravity lessened, her breathing eased. She felt light as the air, strong as the steel floating in her veins. The power tasted like ash upon her tongue. Was she doomed to repeat these acts? When Prince first confronted her with the nature of her technique, she had refused to believe it. Not deep down. The truth had skipped off her thick skull. But she could deny it no longer. Our heart's toll as one was evil. She carried an evil technique, and it pulsed with every beat of her heat, living with her. She wanted to swear to never use it again. She did swear, in her head and out loud, the words small in the domed room. But how strong is an oath sworn to oneself? How unbreakable is a promise made without witnesses? She didn't know. Her willpower was restored, but her resolve wavered. There was a buzz, a vague awareness at the back of her brain. Some notification, some message from the Crimson Armada system. She wouldn't be sure until she flexed her willpower and pushed away the Black Star's interference. She could do this at any time, but she waited and sat, mind empty. Empty and cold. The glowing spores of moss drifted toward the rent in the ceiling, but bumped away from the opening. Something prevented their exit into the night sky. A glow formed in the crack, steady light of deep emerald. The spores floated, confused in their mindless way, as a bubble squeezed itself through the crack.
Its ethereal body altered and shifted, stretched and moving with mindless curiosity, before it emerged with a pop as an intact sphere. It spun slowly and bobbed about the room, a spherical emerald the size of a human. In its reflective surface, by its own light, Zoe saw herself down on the ground with Moth in her arms.
Yay! A bubble found you! Now you can play! No more sitting around moping! It's so boring!
The Black Star's childlike voice unsettled her. The bubble infuriated her. The intrusion, the watching, not even a moment of her life where she hated herself, where she wanted to curl up in a ball and fade away. Not even a second of privacy to wallow in the grief of her actions. She recalled, in startling clarity, the man on the plane who stared at her chest. The man who asked if she thought God was real. If there is no God, anything is permitted. Well, now she knew gods existed, and they only wanted to play games. Anything was permitted, so long as it fit the dark designs of their entertainment. Her rage, in her time with Moth, had guttered. A low flame, almost too low, almost dying. Now it roared. She slid Moth to the ground and stood, and she screamed. 11 chains thrust out like spears. The bubble spun. A chain lashed out from its perfect surface and blocked one of Zoe's attacks. Another shot toward her face, but with her attributes restored, it was too little, too late. She dodged, leaped up, and her chains smashed into the round surface. For a second, it altered, bending under the pressure, as though it might snap back into glowing perfection. But Zoe ground her teeth, forced her chains to work for her. Living extensions of her burning anger. They thrust deeper and broke the bubble's shell. It sagged like a balloon, with a strange sound like a soft puff. From 10 cracks, streams of gray liquid flowed. The bubble hung suspended on her chains, and the liquid trickled down the lengths, dripping onto the floor like ash mixed with sludge.
Jo gagged as a foul pool spread across the ground. She retracted her chains, flicking away the foul substance, and scooped Moth into her arms. The bubble drifted down to the floor like an empty skin and floated atop the puddle. With an easy leap, Zoe cleared the spreading filth and landed on the other side of the dome. The puddle slowed its spread and stopped a few feet from where she sat, panting and breathing in the wretched odor.
No, what have you done? Why did you pop it? Why did you break my toy? You're so mean. I hate you. I thought you could be my friend like Trinch, but you're nothing like him. He just uses my chains to jump higher, but he'll never jump away from me. I love him too much.
4 of the chains from her back slipped away into the ether. She now had 6 tethered to her spine, and 1 wrapped around her neck like a collar. The chain around her neck seemed to be the Black Star System's favorite. Maybe it served as a reminder. And it did, though she only wanted to growl at the thought. She would not be leashed. It took her a second to adjust to the lightened burden. She waited for further announcements, but the system remained silent. Still, she knew it was there, watching her. The gods would always be watching. ###. The puddle of bubble innards crept toward the entrance to the domed room. It seeped into the spiraling hallway and drained away, slow but steady. The foul odor cleared somewhat, and Zoe could think, and she knew it was time to act. The buzzing of notifications at the back of her mind persisted, as though bees built a nest in her skull. She ran a hand through her tangled hair, as though she might sweep her fingers through the annoying feeling. She touched nothing but dirty locks. She needed a haircut. The urge to shave it away swept over her, the urge to tear it out by the roots and scream. And when she noticed her twisted expression in Moth's mirrored chest, she shuddered. They were getting to her, and so she breathed. In and hold, out and hold, and she flexed her willpower into the void. Her aura rippled out, weaker than the smooth shield of auras, and smaller, but it calmed her and cut away the creeping sense of the black stars peeping. Level up! You are now level 9. The voice of the Crimson Armada system was almost relieving after all this time. It came as though from a long distance, a voice blurred by static, but she kept her willpower flexed just to hear it echo through her mind. Cold energy rushed through her. She trembled and fell to her knees as her muscles numbed. After fighting and meditating for a week, she had almost hit level 9. And now, with the 2 kills, the death energy poured into her. She could feel that level 10 was within reach. The gluttonous, treacherous hunger awoke before she even received the notification to incorporate an element. Her soul reached out with tendrils, with tongues, for anything in range. But a notification surprised her before she could satiate the empty beast inside. So many accept the boons of the system, but so few take up the cause. Congratulations! You have traveled into the dimension of another system and taken the fight to the enemy. In killing a being of the Black Star System, you have proven your loyalty to the Crimson Armada in the only way that matters. Title awarded, True Believer. The path to the Mountain of Faith has opened to you. She must have received this title from attacking and killing the bubble. Simply defending against them out in the swamp hadn't counted. Likewise, the baboons she fought earlier must have fallen from some other dungeon, because neither system had reacted as strongly when she killed them. The rush of energy was intense.
She knew the bubbles were dangerous in large numbers, but the death energy almost felt compensated, as though the Crimson Armada system was rewarding her for the nature of her efforts rather than the efforts themselves. But what was this reward? She gritted her teeth in frustration. Why did everything come with a dozen questions attached? She tried to examine the meaning of the Mountain of Faith and felt as though she was sucked out of her body. A sensation of towering height, as though a being such as Trinch rushed toward her. She quickly cancelled the examination. With a feeling of smallness, she settled back into her shivering body. Sweat soaked her skin. Hunger wrapped around her spine. She turned her attention to the surrounding elements with desperate need. It burned through her willpower to keep the Crimson Armada system stable and present enough to look at her choices. She had to be quick. Please select an element to incorporate. Mirror-skinned doppelganger, mirror, blood, faith, dexterity -2, might +2, vitality +8, willpower +2, insight +2. Stone, dexterity -2, might +2, willpower +4. Churst -checked, churst -chains, +8. Her mind spun. She had expected Moth's body to be offered to her, and she had expected that it would be worth more than the surrounding elements. The recurrence of faith as an element surprised her, but hadn't Moth embodied that? Childlike optimism could be a sort of faith.
The attribute gain was compelling, but she almost ignored it as she stared down at the mirrored face. At her own mirrored face. Did she want to incorporate Moth? She wasn't sure how she felt about that. Was it more respectful to bury her somewhere in this dimension than it was to make her a part of herself? She examined the other options. Stone made sense, but the last option surprised her. What could it be? She eyed the pool of filth draining from the room. It had come from inside a bubble of the Black Star system, so maybe it was so alien that it jumbled the prompt from the Crimson Armada system. Whatever that stuff was, gaining chains wasn't worth the obvious drop in her attributes. Even the sight, let alone the smell of the stuff, made her gag. It seemed to be the stuff incorporation forced out of her body. There was no way she wanted to put it inside her. Though that raised another question. If the Black Star denizens were filled with what the Crimson Armada considered impurities, her hunger screamed. Patience gone. Restraint snapped. It seized control. Her scars grabbed her lips like fingers and peeled them back into a crazed grin. Her hands moved, but not with her motions. Zoe was a trapped puppet as she grasped Moth's hand and brought it up toward her mouth. Locked inside her body, she couldn't move. The hunger had never been like this before. She tried to scream, but the sound only came inside her mind. Her gaping mouth moaned, hunger, pleasure, as her teeth bit down upon Moth's mirrored finger. The taste of sweat, glass, and skin upon a tongue she could not control. No! With all her dwindling willpower, Zoe selected mirror-skinned doppelganger. She wasn't a cannibal. She wasn't a monster. She was going to carry Moth with her for the rest of her life. She would take her inside herself, just like where she had been born. But she would do this on her terms, not her hungers. Moth's mirrored skin became tendrils that flowed toward Zoe like fingers of mist. They settled on her skin, softer than any other incorporation before, and flowed into her pores. There was the faintest impression of a voice in her mind, a sigh that was almost a word, almost a message. Or maybe she just wanted to believe that death was not the end. Zoe's eyes blurred as Moth's body unraveled
and slowly, gently, settled upon Zoe's flesh. She wept long streaks of filth down her cheeks. The foul waste stung her eyes, but she merely sat against the wall and let the pain throb. Staring out into the dark room as Moth vanished and filled the bottomless pit inside. Satiated, her hunger released its control over her body. The forced smile faded away, and her mouth closed. She once more occupied her flesh, but she shuddered at how quickly the gluttony took over. Her curse was only growing more dangerous.
Pale light shone through the crack in the ceiling and lit Zoe. She sat alone. Rivers of filth crusted her cheeks, dried and flaked away as her fingertips swept over her face. Head in hands, she sat and wished she was home. She wanted a shower. She wanted a bed. She wanted to wake up the next day and not have to deal with anything. Maybe watch some show she didn't care about, read a book, go for a walk in a park that wasn't full of things trying to kill her. She cried a few more tears, salty, warm, and they seeped between her fingers. And it passed. Moth's essence settled inside her as the incorporation concluded. It felt right, taking the body of her sister and bringing it with her. A burial was for those you leave behind, and this way she would know Moth was always there. It was a cruel reality that forced her into this situation, and Zoe couldn't help but feel as though she failed some test. There was no system-announced curse, but she felt the brand upon her soul all the same. She had failed Moth, but she would not fail her memory. Her eyes still burned, tears wept, and she blinked and wiped them away. No more time for tears. She had things to do. She stood and moved around the doorway to the exit, but stopped when she saw the back of her hand. Wet with tears. Tears of mirror. She staggered as the world crawled. Accessing skein or performing other activities until technique crystallizes.
Chapter 42.
Souvenir. Zoe froze, knowing what was coming but hating it all the same. Her willpower strained to maintain her connection to the system. She waited in that blurred second, and it dragged on. Rattling across dimensions, she heard the lightning before it came, crackling, sparking, burning the resistance of another god. Anticipation only makes such things worse. A fat beam of lightning struck her between the eyes. Her face lit on fire as her skin sloughed and split. Her clothes singed, melted into smoke. Every inch of her body burst with flames. She couldn't scream, but she tried. Frozen in time as her skin cracked and peeled away like a grotesque banana. It pooled at her feet, wrinkled and blackened and crispy. Then it was over. She fell to the ground, weak but not weak, numb but not numb. The damage to her skin healed, or had never been, she wasn't sure. She rolled over and something crunched underneath her. No, no, no. She lifted her hand and saw shreds of dried skin flake away. It was too much, and she puked. Thin bile that tasted awfully of the health potion. What was one more puddle when the room was already defiled? She gazed at the reflection on the back of her hands. Bile hung from her chin. She wiped it away. Reflection on the back of her hands? Technique crystallized. The self reflects the world. Zoe stood. Housed within the skin, this technique allows the user to reflect the force of attacks. Activating technique costs skein. Repelling force costs skein, depending upon the magnitude of force. Zoe moved her fingers, entranced by the shimmering reflection. Did Moth know she could deactivate the technique? Was it her choice to wear it at all times?
questions Zoe could never answer. She circled the room, enjoying the strange way the air moved against her. All this time, she had tried to harness mirror only to fail.
Had the secret been inside Moth all this time? When she siphoned away her attributes, was this ability siphoned? Zoe didn't think this was the case. Moth came from her, but she was a separate being, a sister, not a clone. By ending Moth and taking her body into herself, Zoe had crossed some emotional threshold. Her mind had resolved in that subconscious way necessary to develop a technique. Not ending. She couldn't let herself do that. She had killed Moth. It was a truth she needed to accept. She formed a mirrored fist. There was not the strength that came with summoning metal through her flesh. This felt more like armor than a weapon. Once more she wondered why flooding her flesh with metal did not count as a technique. She would have to ask Oris when they rendezvoused at the tavern. In her mind's eye, she saw that floating head. Demonic creatures spewed from its mouth and filled the sky. How could anything stand against such a monstrous foe? She shuddered, moved, dispelling her fear with physical action. She gazed up at the rent in the ceiling. There were more immediate problems to concern herself with, like reaching the tavern. She wanted to get up to the roof. From there she could spy the beacon and get a lay of the land. Hopefully, it wouldn't be too far to travel. Her hunger hoped more bubbles were floating about. With her new strength and her new technique, she looked forward to hunting them. Level 10 was within reach, and with it came the meeting with the mysterious being Oris called the Smith. But first, she had an idea to test. ###. Bella stood at the edge of the forest and waited for Anton. The curse of raised attributes was that she could hear him pissing against a tree from a couple of 100 yards away. Corpses littered the beach behind her, blood and offal soaked into the dark sand. She turned her back to the scene and examined the rune blade. The cryptic glyphs usually helped distract her from the world, almost too much, really. But right now, they were almost useless. Zoe was gone. Hours had passed, and the mirrored yacht continued sailing its irregular, looping track. It dragged that black hole with it, and there was no sign of anything emerging, let alone her friend. The water was pink now from all the spilled blood of the mirror dials, a liquid ruby under the powder blue sky. The same sky, maybe night wouldn't come in this room of the dungeon. Bella had lived near the ocean for so much of her life. Once, a whale washed up on the beach. Before it rotted, there was that initial smell. Not of foulness, but of flesh. The scent of a butcher shop packed full of product. She wanted to get away from the water's edge. Anton rejoined her. After their fight on the beach, they had barely spoken beyond pointing out where a monster was lumbering. She felt weary with the killing, but Anton was as chipper as he ever was. Sometime soon, she would learn what his deal was, but not right now. They hiked deeper into the forest of the island, toward the crown. Through the trees, they saw a mansion, large and imposing. Fat, irregular stone blocks formed the exterior, with crumbling wooden trim. There were 2 stories of the main building, and it looked like it could take up a city block. At irregular, unpredictable intervals, a 3rd story erupted from the surrounding tiled rooftop. From these architectural growths, spires extended until they reached needle thinness 30 feet up. A blasted garden stretched between them and the front door. Dead rose bushes and thriving weeds. There was a winding path of cracked bricks. Anton pointed. "Do you see that person watching from the windows? Tell me you're joking." He shrugged. They're gone now. Bella sighed. You reckon there's a fragment in there? Makes sense, he glanced at her. What are you planning on doing with the fragments? The quest didn't end when Zoe fell down the hole. So, she's alive. Since she's alive, we'll meet again. When we meet again, I want to have the fragments so we can leave this dungeon as quickly as possible. He smirked. That's some marvelously optimistic logic. You coming or not? Sure, I'm coming. Bella slung the sword over her shoulder and stepped onto the cracked red brick path. The brick settled under her foot as it sank an inch into the dust. Far ahead, the front door creaked open. I don't like that, Anton said beside her. She sighed. Neither do I. Together, they walked toward the inviting darkness of the mansion on the hill.
Hash, hash, hash. The bloody eye was large for a spaceship, but small for a world. Only a tenth the size of Earth's moon, Rue could lap the horizon in, well, the blink of an eye. Still, he enjoyed the almost wasteful use of time that was his stroll across the red crystalline wastes. Lorilla had ventured ahead, vanishing into a streaming whip of blood, but Esme remained, her silent footsteps doing nothing to break the peace. Too bad his pace crunched along the rippled surface. There was something right in the fact that one errant step could break some latticed formation that took millions of years. That was the true meaning of the universe. Irrevocable change was instant, meaningless, and constant. He chuckled, and the sound scraped across the landscape. Crystal edges grew sharper, and the low breeze whistled for a moment, before his laughter died and dullness returned to the red and barren land. What is so funny? Esme whispered. Why, just having thought, he said. Meaningless thoughts to while away the hours. Her obsidian smirk crossed her face. That is the purpose of a vacation, my lord, to think and drink deeply. Quite so. He reached into the folds of his malachite robe, deep into the pocket dimension woven into the threads, and pulled out 2 glass bottles of his home brew. It was neither ancient nor particularly good, but he was learning. No matter where he went in the universe, where there were humans, there was beer. He passed a bottle to Esme. She twisted off the cap, and a smell of dark malt and dandelion crept into the air. They clinked bottles and drank as they neared the edge of the Polyp Canyon, a vast crater that stretched almost to the horizon. Half a mile deep, the flattened bottom housed thousands of fat white towers, polyp mothers. Each stood hundreds of feet tall, with their roots enmeshed in a vast network of gray-blue and stark white veins. The veins linked the polyp mothers, uploading information from the ephemeral system straight into their precious cargo, the settlement polyps. The veins hurt even Rue's eyes to gaze upon, for they were not there. Not entirely. No more than a thought is there in the lightning coursing through the flesh of a brain. In a few hours, maybe half a day on the outside, the polyps would be ready, the orbit would align, and the Earth would be seeded. He needed to prepare his announcement to the newly integrated masses. This is better than the last batch, Esme offered. He glanced over and realized she was talking about the beer. I want to brew it stronger, he said. But it's hard to do that without affecting the taste. All things come in time. Rue gazed up at the blue and green marble, its scattered lands under swirling white clouds. He thought of the purpose of his visit, thought of his elaborate and ostentatious suicide. He grinned, and he drank his awful beer, and he waited. All things come in time. Hash, hash, hash. Zoe hopped up and down on her feet in the domed room. It was strange being naked, but she was alone. The mirror hid nothing,
but it offered a shield in its own way. Was this how Moth felt? Hard to know how Moth felt about anything, but her optimistic curiosity and open heart were actions she could try to imitate. Try to better herself. She jumped from foot to foot and then leaped straight into the air. Her might launched her high, halfway toward the domed ceiling. If she took a run-up or tried to launch herself from the wall, she could probably reach the opening above her. If she lashed out with her chains, she could hook on the jagged edge. But that was not the current experiment. She dropped straight down, knees slightly flexed, mirror coating her skin, even the soles of her feet. She hit the ground. A rippling sensation passed through her as the technique reflected the force of the ground striking her feet. The reflected force shot straight into the ground. 2 footprints spiked deep into the thick stone floor. Zoe sank a full foot into the ground with a gasp of surprise. She frowned at the outcome. It had only cost 5 skein, but she hoped to launch herself as though she was bouncing on a trampoline. Though, when she recalled her fight with Moth, no matter how hard she struck, Moth didn't move. The technique only reflected the world. It was a slight, childish disappointment, but at least she now understood how it worked. After an awkward moment of extricating herself from the holes, she took a running start and launched herself at the wall. Her mirrored fist punched a hole into the side, and she gripped the new handhold. She had assumed that the self reflects the world would be inferior to her metal-infused body when it came to offense, but she was able to use her momentum to double her impact. She launched off the wall with a surge of joy. Her chains whipped out and pulled her up through the opening in the ceiling.
The dome outside was dry and rough with age. She stood and gazed out at the view. The open sky, flat and pale, and around her stretched green trees and stagnant pools, a network of sandbanks and reeds, the endless swamp. Sweltering, steamy air billowed around the tower, but it was better than the still, musty atmosphere within the dome. She would take the smell of decaying nature over the stench of the foulness that came from incorporation any day. In the distance, she could make out the blue beacon. It marked the tavern, and as she squinted, she guessed it wasn't over 30 miles. With her restored and raised attributes, she supposed she could make it in a day. But she had another plan. A dozen bubbles floated above the surface of the swamp. Some were as high as 100 feet up, but most bobbed near the surface. They were dangerous in numbers, but alone they represented an unparalleled chance at growth. She would have to be careful, but if she killed as many as she could on her way to the beacon, then she could push her levels toward 20. With luck, she could complete Rue's quest before she even left this dimension. Though that brought a sour thought. Orez held the fragments necessary to complete the quest and trigger the incursion. Without them, she was stuck here. She gazed back in the direction Trinch had tossed her. More swamp. If Orez and the others fell in battle, would she ever be able to find their bodies? Find the fragments? Return home? No. They trusted her to meet them at the tavern, so they would be at the tavern. She had to focus on upholding her end of the bargain. She faced the glowing blue beam of light. With a childish grin, she stepped off the tower and plummeted, mirrored feet first, toward the ground.
Chapter 43. Hidden in the Swamp. Zoe's impact created a deep hole in the muddy bank at the tower's base. Mud filled up to her waist. Worms squirmed against her skin. She looked up at the shaft of wet earth above her as clods rained down. The walls sagged and collapsed. Her mirrored skin repelled everything that fell. Mud sprayed out, and she laughed at the bottom of the now conical hole.
Skein 94/131. The impact cost 25 skein, and the falling mud cost another 5. Normal walking didn't trigger the effect. There was a threshold of force, and the minimum was 5 skein. It helped that the activation was automatic, so if someone attacked her while she was unaware, the technique would still function. She flexed her legs and leaped from the hole. This progress in the journey of her skein lifted her spirits. With a smile, she walked along the edge around the base of the tower, and her reflection walked beside her. They caught each other's eyes. Zoe froze and looked out the corner of her eye. Not even the corner. With her enhanced insight, she was aware of her peripherals even while staring straight ahead. Her reflection stood in the water, watching her, but Zoe couldn't return the gaze. Because this might be her imagination, and turning her head would confirm if her reflection was independent, or if she was losing herself to hope. Moth. There Zoe stood, slowly sinking into the fetid mud, as she wondered what lay on the other side of the reflection. Was that where Moth originated? She recalled her reflection looking out at her from the fragment of the mirror bell. This dimension's flat light was nothing like the flickering orange of the campfire. It couldn't be the same optical illusion. Did Moth come from the world within the mirror? If so, perhaps their encounter began when Zoe brought mirror into her body. She turned, and her reflection turned. They faced each other. Algae-choked water rippled between them. Zoe waited for her reflection to move without her.
Waited for almost half an hour. But she wanted it too badly, and as with all such things, nothing happened. A bubble drifted through the wispy mist between the trees. It passed Zoe, slowed, and spun. There were no eyes on the creature, no distinguishing features at all. It was wrong in its simplicity, but still functional in its alien way. Zoe felt no terror, only a fundamental revulsion. The bubble bobbed across the water and whipped chains toward her. Zoe's chains reared up, but she commanded them to stay back. She braced herself as the bubble's chain struck her sternum. With a crack, her technique repelled the attack. The shockwave ran down the chain, and the bubble bobbed, but otherwise seemed unharmed. Maybe if she was closer, she could rely on reflecting attacks like Moth. But eventually, the technique would drain her skein. She dodged the next strike. Mud sprayed across her mirrored skin and flicked away. Zoe extended her chains, but their tips bounced off the bubble's flexible skin. Out on the water, the bubble had the advantage. Its reach was greater than Zoe's, and if she met it out on the water, the bubble could liquefy itself. She didn't want to fight one of those jagged, inky shapes, if she even could. Hoping there was another way, she scooped up a handful of mud and focused on the metal essence within her. Chains whipped at her. She dodged, focused. Skein flexed, flowed beneath her skin, into her skin. Metal replaced mirror in muted splotches. But the skein went no further than her skin. She couldn't extend it out to impart her essence into the mud. Oriz mentioned receiving gates at level 15. This was when the user's skein could affect the environment. Zoe had hoped for a shortcut, but it seemed her knowledge was too limited, or the universe was too strict for such an idea to work. She dropped the mud and dashed toward the tower. Across the mud, toward the ancient wall. Relentless chains snaked after as she leaped and slammed her mirrored shoulder into the stone. The doubled force sent a tremendous crack running up the side of the wall. Chunks of masonry fell about her as she landed back on the mud. She was unharmed, but slamming into the wall left her rattled. She had to conserve her skein. Oriz and Princh were untrustworthy. Their response to Moth's birth still stunned her. How could they consider her clone after all the time they spent together?
But Orez's advice about skein maintenance rang in her head like a bell. She never knew if there was another worm. Though her mirrored form was powerful, it was cheaper to use metal to break apart the collapsed masonry. She gripped a fist-sized piece of rubble and threw it at as hard as she could. The projectile beamed at the bubble. It collided. The bubble rocked, and the stone sank deep inside before the exterior snapped back into place. The rock tumbled out into the water as the bubble wobbled in place. It retaliated with furious chains as it bobbed closer, closer, but still out of range. The fight wasn't deadly, not yet, but Zoe couldn't afford to get worn down. She picked up the sharpest pieces of rubble and threw them as fast as she could. They slammed into the bubble. The bubble deflected the first, but the second struck as the shape wobbled. She could throw hard, but her aim was poor with her reduced dexterity. It took the sixth rock to strike at the same spot before a tear formed in the emerald skin. The bubble spun with featureless rage. Its chains whirled like a murderous top as it flew toward the bank and entered Zoe's reach. She swept the chain out to defend and struck with the others. They entered the tear in the bubble and pulled it apart from the inside. The translucent skin of the bubble peeled back to reveal a floating sphere of gunk. The stench assaulted Zoe, and she vomited as the bubble's remains slopped into the water. Ding!
Stop it, stop it, stop it!
4 chains for being a meanie. Chunks of gray matter floated in the spreading pool of wretched filth. Zoe felt a tingle at the nape of her neck, a hint of static from another world. If she flexed her willpower, she would receive the winter's breath of death energy. But was it enough to level up? She forced herself to ignore the crawling sensation. This was only one bubble. She wanted to reach level 10, so she needed to pop multiple bubbles. But, more importantly, she needed to find a suitable location. If she leveled up here, and her hunger forced her to incorporate, she had no elements that would work to her advantage. Mud and water and stone. Orez had spoken of a build's unity. It was best for Zoe to stick with the essences she already incorporated: metal, mirror, blood, and faith. When she incorporated the fragments, she would receive sound as well. From Orez's advice, she was already spreading herself thin. There was a sweet spot to be achieved between too many and too few elements in the body. One shouldn't over-specialize. Case in point, she could feel her lowered dexterity. By her calculations, it was at 9, while her might sat at 38. Even though she was more nimble than any pre-system human, she still felt clumsy as her muscles fired faster than her nerves could coordinate. She needed to increase her dexterity. Hopefully, she found one of the magical items that Orez spoke of, though her hopes of achieving that in this dimension were slim. But instead of despairing, she smiled. She was in a unique position. Because of the interference of the Black Star system, she could delay her level up. She could rack up more kills with the bubbles, and she could wait until she found a secure place to integrate. Hopefully, one with a source of metal. With her eyes on the bright beacon, she leaped toward the nearest column sitting above the water.
Hash, hash, hash. She continued traveling, though her progress was slower than she first expected. While her powerful body could leap further than before, it cost more energy than walking. Even with her enhanced vitality after incorporating moth, she grew tired. She saw bubbles infrequently, sometimes alone, often in pairs, but never in such a large swarm as when she first landed in the swamp. By the time the sky was growing dark, she had defeated 6 more bubbles.
The last had come down to a fistfight as she used the grasping vine to step through a barrage of chains. Her hand extended like a spear into the translucent bubble, and sticky ichor flowed down. The tarry muck stained her up to the elbow and refused to wash away. She gagged and scraped at her metal skin with a handful of mostly dry sand, but it only made things worse. With the rise of the odorous fog, the beacon dimmed. Her head thrummed with unacknowledged notifications. She had to be past level 10 now, and the knowledge thrilled her. How high a level was she? Without flexing her willpower, without restoring her connection, she couldn't be sure. But she needed a safe place first. As the sky dimmed, she looked for a place to spend the night. At last, she found a flooded temple with a second story sitting above the water. It would provide sanctuary, but the lack of metal made it less than ideal as a potential place to incorporate. She would just need to sleep through the pounding headache and continue looking in the morning. The entranceway was collapsed, but there was a small enough gap at the top of the rubble, so she squeezed along her belly, sparks flying where she came in contact with the stone, and entered the room. The stone of the temple was the same bland, cream-colored stone as used in the tower and the labyrinth in the desert. But on the far wall, there sat a statue of bright jade, shot through with blackened veins.
It depicted a squat humanoid with 3 legs, 7 feet tall as it sat, and a shaved head dominated by bulging eyes. Shadowy light played across the stone orbs, as though they watched her. She lay out on the surprisingly dry floor, turned her back to the thoughts of the statue, and tried to sleep. Her entire body felt wrung out, sore, and soon she entered the fugue state of almost sleep. Dark crept over the land, and fog enveloped the temple. In the small room, Zoe lay safe, but the occasional green flash outside showed the bubbles remained active. Hours passed. The pounding buzz at the back of her head made sleep difficult. The heavy gaze of the statue made it impossible. Around midnight, she crawled up to the opening above the rubble and watched the bubbles passing by. They danced through the foggy sky in their dozens. They circled each other like jeweled baubles in orbit. Green, but also blue and bright yellow. Zoe didn't know what the colors signified, and she kept still and quiet. Without her chains, the prospect of fighting dozens of the creatures was daunting. The bubbles circled each other, brushed against each other, gaining speed until they were blurs in the fog. Her metal body didn't mind the uneven rubble, and, lulled by the hypnotic lights, she fell asleep on the pile with her head near the entrance. She awoke to a stone hand closing around her ankle. It dragged her down the rubble back into the temple room. Stone scraped against stone as something moved in the pitch dark. Her technique repelled the grip. She leaped forward and collided with a colossal shape. A sharp crack of force struck stone. Her skein dropped and dust billowed up into the room. Zoe coughed in the dark, and a chain wrapped around her throat. She wrestled, but the chain snaked around her limbs, drawing them back. She flexed, and the chains bucked, her technique flicking them away, but they continued to loop back and constrict her, sliding across her skin, tightening as her skein dropped. Her arms bent back until it felt as though her shoulders would pop. Should she drop her technique? She was running out of time to make her decision. Something wet snickered from the corner. "It has been too long," said an ancient voice, "since I last tasted skein." Chapter 44. A Test of New Blood. The pitch black is an awful place to fight. Claustrophobia sets in, though the potential space is endless. Swinging knuckles find walls. The floor is inevitable. Zoe fell, and the chains swirled around her,
binding her limbs with such subtle force, didn't trigger. What was her assailant? She assumed it was the statue come to life, but the chain had slipped out after she struck the stone. Maybe some creature hid inside the statue? Snickering leaked from the shadows as her limbs bent back. Darkness clung to Zoe's skin like sweat as she lay hog-tied on the dusty floor. Hot breath trickled into her ear as a chain brushed Zoe's cheek. Tell me what world you come from. Earth, you piece of... A chain circled Zoe's throat, squeezed. Her technique rippled. The chains blew out, loosening enough for Zoe to pull her hands free and up into the knot around her throat. The chains re-wrapped slowly, and as the chains tightened, she deactivated the technique. Metal swept over mirror. Her fingers pressed against her throat, barely keeping the chain at bay as she groaned. She tapped her skein as the chain ratcheted. She heaved. Her phenomenal strength pushed the chains away, but the links dug into her fingers. None of the bubbles had worse than bruised her, but there was a painful strength to this chain. It tore at her with ghostly barbs, and her fingers grew hot. The chain squeezed her neck, and she felt herself cut off from oxygen. Vitality gave her a minute before unconsciousness. She reached for her skein. If there was a time to use it, it was now. She would boost her might until she could escape, but her skein slipped through her fingers. Blood flowed, and Zoe felt it like a loose thread being pulled. Her skein leaked, and she reached for it in panic.
Why was she losing skein? Ever since incorporating Moth, her blood carried blood essence. It was now a part of her power, and as her blood leaked, so too did her essence. She couldn't burn her skein with it flowing out of her control. She reached through her skein and tapped the blood essence within her blood. Her willpower flexed carefully as she guided it onto the chain links. A fine balance to avoid connecting with the Crimson Armada system. But blood defied her control. She reached through her skein and into the blood coating the chains. She couldn't help moving it like metal, trying to forge a shape of hard strength. But blood slipped from such control and dripped from the chains. The chain rattled as she heaved, reaching for essence, reaching for skein, and her grasp slipping from both. The chain tightened, and snickering echoed through the room. Are there more of you? Of you! The chain relaxed, and she gasped for air. Should she tell the truth? What even was the truth? My friends are coming. Oris, Princh, and Trinch. Do you know them? These names mean nothing. Nothing. The chain ratcheted closed. More blood dripped. The chains around her body dragged her against a wall. For a moment, she heard only her breathing. Fingers of mist crept over the mound of rubble blocking the entrance. They were lit with the multi-hued colors of the bubbles outside, but their light vanished as they entered the encompassing shadow of the room. Zoe reached for her leaking blood. She felt it pulsing like a phantom pain. The creature in the darkness, the statue beast, sniffed the air. Zoe froze. It snuffled and dropped to the floor, lapping and slurping. A tongue scraped across the floor, wet and soft as it licked clean the chain wrapped around her neck. A mouth pressed against the side of her face. Feathered lips suctioned around the chain and latched onto her skin. The creature slurped. 28. Zoe felt a sharp tug as the blood essence unspooled into the creature's throat. Her control over her metal skin slipped. Her flesh became mundane, and the chains tore into it. More blood poured, and with it, skein dripped. She reached for that deep unraveling in her core and grasped.
Insight bent toward feeling it out exactly. She closed her willpower upon the strand and pulled. Might and dexterity reinforced her spiritual attributes. Her build's imbalances reared their head. She squeezed, but failed to find a purchase, and the unspooling skein tore through her mind with searing pain. She screamed without air, open mouth, silent. She reached for her metal and flooded the blood. Heat flushed her wounds as her metal pushed out the blood essence. The loss pierced her, but she had no time to mourn. She felt herself slipping into the encompassing darkness. Her lungs burned. Her blood flowed like quicksilver from her wounds and coated the chain around her neck. She willed the metallic blood to join the ghostly metal of the Black Star chain. Her blood slipped in an extra link, and the chain loosened around her neck. Before the chain could tighten, she spiked metallic blood through the links that crossed against her neck and made a collar of her noose. The chain pulled, but it only dragged her across the floor. With her breath restored, Zoe scratched at the face attached to her face. Her fingers dug. She only scraped downy feathers from rubbery flesh. A muffled snicker sounded against her throat. The tongue pressed, licked, suckled at the metal-infused blood, pulling it from her control. With a twist of her willpower, spikes erupted from the wound. They pierced the tongue, and the creature squealed. It fluttered away from her, but the barbs remained hooked in the tongue. It tugged the chain, but Zoe gripped the impromptu collar. The blood keeping the chain's pin slipped away, and she gasped as it tightened around her throat. She used the last of the metallic blood under her control to make another link, and extended the chain, linking it to her throat. It snapped against her soul. She felt the chain buckling down its length until it linked up with the throat of a sallow creature. It panted against her, pulling on the barbs in its tongue, while the rest of its body oozed from the cracked statue laying on the floor. The creature matched Zoe's strength as they tugged the chain between them. She felt it weaken, even as she weakened. The chain straightened out, and she gripped it with both hands. Every time one of them slipped, the other pulled harder. She pushed more metal into the barbs, curving them around, trying to make up for her lacking finesse by distracting her enemy with pain. And the chain linked them to each other, and linked them to a greater will. Two creatures of Skane, lost in another world, fighting to the death. Zoe gazed across the chain and found the eyes in the darkness. They were both so close to failure, should she push on, try to spear her barbs through its brain before it choked her out? Or, "Hey," she gasped. "Truce?" The creature tugged once, weakened, and stilled. The tension was still there, but as long as Zoe kept her grip without tugging. It tried to speak, but it only mumbled with her barbs through its tongue. "I'll let the barbs out," Zoe said, "if you promise you're done trying to eat me." A silence stretched out in the dark. "Rattle the chains twice if you swear to a truce." There was another long silence before the chains rattled once. Zoe waited, and they rattled again. "Okay," she said. "I'm releasing the barbs. Just back away." She withdrew the metal back into her body. Her control over metal was so much more intuitive, but she felt a sense of apprehension as the metal-infused blood started pumping through her body. The wounds on her fingers stopped bleeding. The creature backed away across the small temple room, but the chain remained just as taut. No matter how close or far they were from each other, it was the same. Their fight took place in a different dimension than near or far. "How about we split this chain?" Zoe said. "It's my chain. My chain." "Fine."
Zoe held her breath while she waited for the inevitable double cross. When it didn't happen, she relaxed. "We're good?" Silence. "Okay, well, how do we split the chain?" "The system." Bright energy pressed down upon them. The chain glowed with ethereal light and illuminated the room's glistening walls. Shadows writhed as the black star system inundated the room. Ding! +1 chain for sharing. The chain snapped in the center and spooled back toward Zoe. It wrapped around her neck with the now familiar weight. A ghostly burden she felt not upon her muscles, but upon her soul. Her theory that the neck chain, the collar, was the primary chain of the Black Star system seemed to be true. Now she had a chain. The light coming from the ethereal metal seemed brighter. The creature emerging from the cracked statue resembled a wiry mass of blackened meat. A male figure, almost human, crawling and lifting itself from the jade. His jellied body set in the sweltering heat of the room. As he left the jade, the veins under the surface faded. He sat there on top of his old shell, panting from the exertion. They stared across the room at each other, while colors played on the fingers of fog leaking over the rubble. "I'm Zoe," said Zoe. "I am Ghoul, winged legionnaire of—" His words trembled in his wizened throat like a turtle chewing cabbage. "I have been trapped in that statue so long." "Did you fall down a dungeon?" No. I came with the Armada. We fought and died. They captured my cohort. Broken." There seemed no weight of emotion in the ancient creature, simply the pressing of time's passage.
He stood, dried flesh creaking as his back straightened, almost as tall as her. Zoe stood to meet him in the center of the room. You, the creature grinned with teeth the color of mahogany. Almost killed me. Zoe still felt the phantom grip around her throat. You tried to kill me first. Why? I was desperate. So long without skein. They tortured me in there, promised me my freedom. But then they died. You were the first person to return. Your scent, your skein woke me. It paused. Thank you. It stared at the broken jade in the shadows. Zoe waited for it to look back at her. Are we good? Yes. Zoe leaned against the wall. Despite the tension in the room, she felt some relief. Do you know how to navigate the swamp? Swamp? Zoe laughed. Seems we're both lost. Ghoul nodded. I want to leave this room. He stared at her intently, dark eyes glinting in the ghostly light. I can feel my skein returning, but will you help me? Zoe rubbed at her throat. Did she trust this creature? They had fought minutes before, but she felt no subterfuge. It was an attack of opportunity, one that almost saw them both die. Now, another opportunity presented itself. She extended her hand. Sure, she said. You help me, and I help you. Together, we leave this damned swamp. Ghoul cocked its head. His desiccated muscles rasped as he reached out to grasp her hand. The shake was alien and uncomfortable, but solid. Ding! Congratulations! You made a friend! I didn't want to jinx it, but I'm so happy. +1 locket. There was a flash of ghostly green light in the center of the room, so bright Zoe shielded her eyes. As the afterimages faded, she saw the object on the stones. A round locket of ghostly metal the size of her palm. split into two pieces, with each half having an open clasp. Ghoul snickered as he picked up half of the locket. A good omen. He clicked the locket into his chain. Light washed over him, and he straightened, flash filling out. Skin still wiry and burned-looking, but no longer dehydrated. His eyes brightened as he smiled.
I have not felt like this in eons.
He gave her an odd look, as though he had known her for a long time.
Thank you. And please, let me return the favor.
He gestured toward the other locket, and Zoe picked it up. It was light in her hand and smooth, less like metal and more like the shell of an insect. When she held the clasp up to her chain, it attached itself. A rush of dry wind through her veins as the ghostly light flared. An ancient resolve settled into her bones. Not strength, but the fortitude of an ancient tree with roots a mile deep. Memories, flashes, of falling through incursions, marching upon a verdant planet, her cohort fighting under the burning sky, endless cities broken, screams, reaching for forbidden power to escape, but only ending up imprisoned in jade. An eternity in jade. She shuddered and looked at Ghoul with a new understanding.
These lockets? They bond us in this reality. Let us lean on each other as
he laughed, and it was no longer a foul snickering, but something hearty. As staunch friends should. He looked down at the ground.
I am sorry for feeding on you. My hunger. But that is no excuse.
Zoe shook her head.
Don't worry, she said. I know something about hunger. ###.
They left the ruined temple with the dawn and made their way through the swamp toward the beacon. Ghoul seemed amazed at the changes that had taken place since his imprisonment. He kept pointing at various structures and spoke of the city where he had been imprisoned. Zoe nodded along as she followed him through the ankle-deep ruins of a marketplace. Three-legged frogs hopped away from lily pads. Clouds of glinting purple gnats flew up into the sky. Zoe lost herself in her thoughts. Trust and resolve emanated from the locket, but it couldn't dissuade a creeping dread. Why hadn't she received a locket from Oriz or Princh? What did it mean that the Black Star System gave its blessing to this meeting, but not to the others? Ding! Chains bind and bind. Enemies and lovers and friends all entangled. Play safe. Tee.
Chapter 45. The Smith Ghoul seemed renewed, and with every step he acted younger, as though he walked out of the dust of eons. Zoe was disheartened that their fight had cost her points in Skane, and permanent points at that, but she held no grudge. After all, she understood what one does because of hunger. The swamp became a forest as Zoe and Ghoul traveled deeper. The sandbars became islands. The islands connected and became hills. The stagnant pools flowed into rivers through the valleys. Sticky heat persisted, but the trees grew from sickly things into towering giants that cast vast nets of shade. In the shadow of one such tree, Ghoul squatted before a fractured jade statue. Black veins clotted underneath the milky jade, but there was no sign of life.
I knew her,
he said, as he scooped dirt away from her face.
A fierce warrior. She sacrificed herself so we could escape.
He sighed, and Zoe didn't ask him how the escape attempt went. They spent an hour burying the statue and resting from the sun. Dark blue fruit shaped like grasping hands hung from the branches, and the fingers were sweet. There had been no bubbles seen that day, nothing except frogs and birds, but Zoe wasn't concerned.
By her estimate, she had more than enough death energy built up. The pulse at the back of her head was insistent. She needed to relieve the pressure soon, or she was worried it might crack her skull in half. "Was there anywhere in the city with a lot of metal?" she asked. Ghoul shook his head. "Not in the city, but—" he looked about, muttering to himself. "But when we attacked, they responded with colossi, walking beings of metal. Many fell." He got his bearings and led on until they found an obelisk, deep grooves in the stone from where some errant blades fell. He traced the wounds. "This happened in the battle, so I imagine they would have fixed it if they won."
It's so hard to know what happened after all this time, but if my hunch is correct, we should find an appropriate place for you to level up over the next hill. They walked away from the unmarked grave, through the roots and the dappled shade. "Why did you go to war with this dimension?" Zoe asked. His smile only grew as the day wore on, wooden teeth splitting charcoal lips, as though every step away from his prison made him lighter. "You are not yet level 10. "No." "When you meet the smith, in my culture we called it the first shackle. You receive your second shackle when you meet the witch at level 15. The third shackle comes when you meet the gambler, if you ever meet the gambler. These shackles tie you to the system as much as the Black Star's chain. The higher you rise in the levels, the more indebted your existence is to the system. You reach a point where you cannot distinguish your desires from your quests. At least, that's how it was for me," he sighed. "Incursions riddled my homeworld. Chains snaked through our cities, and I accepted the quest to invade in a heartbeat. It felt like the right thing to do." They reached the top of the hill, and Zoe gasped at the sight. A lake stretched out before them. Miles across in every direction, the clear water reflected the pale sky. On the far bank stood the blue beacon. It would take another day to walk around the perimeter and reach the tavern. She could just make out the dark buildings of a small settlement at the base of the bright blue light. Islands stood in the lake, glinting like silver, but as her eyes adjusted to the glare, quickly with her advanced insight, she noticed them for what they were: giant suits of armor. Over 24 steel entities frozen as they waded across the water. The closest one stood only 100 feet from the water's edge. Zoe stared as they made their way down the bank. It stood taller than the tower she spent the other night in, though the water still came up to its waist. One arm was blown away, but the other extended up to the sky, as though the colossus were blocking its eyes from the sun. An intense heat had struck it long ago, and rivulets of metal streamed away like dribbles of wax. They still hung, cooled in motion, after all this time. Vines grew amongst the still silver plates of metal. There were some holes, edges eaten with rust, and white birds flying out from within. They stood on the lake shore, and Ghoul shook his head. This was a vast plain of flowers that smelled of burning honey. We had mages, level 50, masters of fire. Their techniques lit the sky. My cohort attacked from underground. We erupted in the center of the city. But it was an ambush. The city we just traveled through? Ghoul nodded. From what you tell me, that colossus closest to the shore will be a perfect environment for your incorporation. What will you do? I'll set up a camp, maybe do some fishing, he laughed. It's odd. I've done nothing for thousands of years, but all I want to do is relax. Zoe smiled, but she wasn't paying attention. Her gaze remained fixed on the statue. It glinted in the sun, frozen in an act of defense, as though it gazed upon the face of God before being struck down.
A shiver ran down Zoe's spine in time with the pounding headache. No matter Ghoul's warnings, no matter the lessons of Oriz and Princh, Zoe had no more patience. The warm air flowed over her, and she stood naked beside this man with charcoal skin. He smiled, while she remained serious, and their lockets sat heavily against their chests. Without another word, Zoe dove into the water. The cold shock broke through her meandering mind. With purposeful strokes, she swam. There were no bubbles out on the lake, and she felt safe as she cut through the clear water. Safe, but anxious.
Here, in another world, she prepared to take a step unlike any she had ever made. She swam under the water and through a hole in the Colossus's hip. Weeds and sand collected in the empty torso. The feet were invisible in the dark water below. She surfaced inside the Colossus. Sunlight streamed through holes in the head, chest, and neck. Long, frozen slag formed stalactites pointed at her. She waded out onto a dry pile of sand and logs, detritus that washed up and climbed up onto a metal ledge. In the middle of the chest of an ancient war robot, surrounded by silvery metal, she felt as though she were stepping out of the forest. Bright light and brighter eyes upon her, stepping across a threshold into a new world. Was it safer to remain in the trees with the dogs? Was it better to remain a child? She answered her questions with action and flexed her willpower. ###. Her willpower pulsed, and notifications surged. Death energy shivered her bones. The water dripped as though she were a hunk of ice. Level up! You are now level 10. Level up! You are now level 11. Level up! You are now level 12. Level up! You are now level 13. But the slamming of a hammer drowned out the system's voice. In beat with her heart, furious pounding, metal against metal. Heat washed over her body from some unknown source. She dripped sweat and reached out to the metal in the environment before she received the system prompt. The Colossus shuddered, groaned, as ancient metal twisted off into tendrils. There is enough metal to satiate the void. Do you wish to continue? Yes. She had such a void to fill. Like snakes, the metallic essence slithered through the air toward her. Silver stabbed into her body, pulsed, poured. She opened her mouth and screamed at the heavens. And the heavens broke. All stardust returns to the star. The pale sky split and tore like paper. In the darkness beyond, littered with flaming stars, and pulling the sky in twain, stood the smith. A being the size of a sun. 10,000 hands gripped reality and held the sky at bay. A blindfolded head gazed down at the world and saw only her. Zoe shivered under the gaze. Ding! No! Go away! Chains poured across the sky like stitches and tried to pull the rent closed, but to no avail. The smith reached through the crisscross of chains. Ghostly metal shattered at the touch of a hand that could crush worlds. Zoe screamed as metallic tendrils poured toward her body, as a hand blocked out the sky, as gods fought over her. The smith's hand swept up her soul and plucked it from her body. ###. Zoe stood in the forge of the Crimson Armada system, a universe of fire and heat. The stone platform under her feet rippled and glowed, a small platform connected by a bridge to an anvil upon which a world could rest. At the anvil stood the smith. Just as the smith stood at a million other anvils, in all the fire that surrounded this dimension, Zoe's mind struggled to understand the confluence of time and space she found herself in.
The smith gazed down at her with blindfolded sympathy, while it reached pliers into the fire and pulled out a white-hot wriggling figure, while it beat down with hammers like era-ending asteroids, while it plunged molten souls into oceans and the vapor rose like the gasp of a dragon. Zoe spun, and everywhere she looked she saw the smith, and she fell to her knees and she wept at the scope of the system. "Hush your mind and focus, Zoe Chambers." The gruff voice entered her head, and silence followed. She still felt the omnipresent heat, but it was like a warm hug rather than a suffocating fire. The pounding continued, but it was her heartbeat, not the constant slamming of steel. Panting, she forced herself to stand, and the smith stood on the other side of the platform. No taller than her, his forge shrunken to a human apparatus. He grinned, with muscular arms folded across a leather apron, but his blindfold remained. Zoe took a step forward. What was she supposed to say to a god? "I want to get—" "I know what you want. I know what you need. I know what you deserve." Zoe staggered. The words echoed through her, and she felt a rifling in her soul, as though she were a book, and the smith flicked through her pages. "Who are you?" He smiled. "Myself, my sister, and my brother. We are the last members of the Crimson Armada. A smith, a medic, and a drunken layabout locked in the brig. We survived Armageddon. We survived apotheosis. Now, it is not the time for history, but for the future."
Your actions and your goals determine the path of your body, in most cases. Zoe felt a familiar dread settle upon her. Most cases? Because you devoured the fragment of the Mirabelle, you must choose a body path that accommodates that magical item. Would that action ever stop haunting her? What are my options? I need to return to your dimension. You lead those who follow. You fight tooth and nail. You cross between worlds. There are 3 body paths you can choose from. Zoe felt the information slam into her brain like a hammer. She fell to her knees as knowledge echoed. The echoes of time. Detach yourself from the present and become lost in the emotions of time. Recall the past and hear whispers of the future. Through this body path, you can extend the event of the incursion so you can traverse. The bell at the center of the world. Resonance is the source and the goal of all sound. Let the world become your bell and strike to stabilize or destroy. Through this body path, you can stabilize the incursion so you can traverse. The impatient general's bell. Toll your arrival and appear amid your enemy. Let sound speak your fury, and then become the sound. Through this body path, you are fast enough to traverse the incursion before it collapses. Heat washed over her, the fire of creation. Her soul trembled as she gazed again at the universe on fire. The smith, in all his multitude, leaned over her and waited for her decision. The patient silence between strikes. The silence dying, as a strike must come, a decision must be made, before the hot iron cools. But what body path should she choose?
Chapter 46. The Costs of a Path. Zoe stood on a speck of stone while hammers echoed like preparations for doomsday. Each strike thrummed through her bones. Fire surrounded her, a blazing infinity, as though she stood in the center of a star. The crushing heat of the forge. Sweat trickled down her skin as she considered her options. The choice that would determine her future, though she realized she didn't understand enough. Oriz and Prince had given advice,
And though she wanted to trust them, the locket resting against her chest spoke another truth. She gazed up at the smith, who watched her with the wavering passivity of a well-fed flame. "Hello?" Her voice was nothing in the forge. "Can I ask questions?" "Ask." "What is a body path? I don't understand how it's different from the techniques I gained earlier." "Every time you incorporate elements, you collect raw materials for me to use. I choose the options most suitable for your future progress, and we reforge your body to follow the path. You shall become a pure function, like a fish swimming or a bird in flight." "But how is this different from techniques?" "You are aware of the skein in your body, but skein flows through reality. Your body will determine the way you move through skein. It is not an ability, but a shape. It will persist while you live and end when you die. Techniques come and go, and your body shall house them. As you level up, you shall feed your body, and its shape will draw closer to completion. Every rank in your body path brings you closer to the ideal you select right now." "I'm from a world that—" She stopped. The smith knew where she was from. He knew everything about her. "How do I know which to choose? How much time do I have?" "Time never stops, Zoe Chambers. If you do not decide, I shall curse you to remain as you are. But I owe you a favor." Zoe swallowed at the ominous words. "A favor?" The smith's mouth stretched in a rictus smile.
Flat, yellow teeth, like ingots of gold, filled the open grin. "Many fall through the holes between dimensions, but you were the first to summon one of the Trinity. My presence has repaired the damage to reality. Let me reward you." He swung his hammer hard against the anvil. Sparks flew up and spiraled in an oval frame. Zoe blinked as a view formed through the burning window. A mirrored ballroom. Bella and Anton stood back to back, defending themselves. Splinters flew.
Hash, hash, hash.
Bella wiped blood away from her eyes. The cut across her forehead was healing, but it was still bleeding more than was comfortable. Anton leaned against her back. She could feel his tired breathing, even though he stood straight. She saw his placid expression, fake though she thought it might be, in the tall mirrored walls surrounding them. Light came in spears from holes in the high ceiling. The chandeliers were nothing but homes for the spiders. Tarnish crawled over everything. Wallpaper wept black slime. The floorboards lay crooked and warped. Dust and rotted wood puffed up as she turned in a circle. "Bookshelf!" Anton yelled. Bella turned and stepped forward as a bookshelf flew across the room towards them. Rotted paper trailed behind the heavy antique. She swung her sword, heat rippling out, and split the bookshelf in half. The bisected pieces smoked from the wound. She turned back as Anton kicked away a chair. Another crashed into his head. An explosion of splinters. Anton stumbled. Bella stepped forward and hacked at the next chair. It broke against her blade, and they stood back to back again. The doors to the ballroom opened, and more furniture dragged across the floor. "Have you figured out what to do yet?" she asked Anton. "Working on it." Figures pranced in the mirrors. Lanky, mischievous men. They grabbed the furniture, knees bending out as they lifted the heavy wooden pieces above their heads and then hurtled them at the pair in the center of the ballroom. One mirror stood shattered, with black gunk oozing from the cracks. Figures still danced in the fragments. Breaking the mirror was not the solution, but they didn't know what was. Now, the lanky men had them pinned in the center. "Oh no," Bella said. Through one door, shoved by a figure in the mirror, a shelf of weapons scraped its way across the floor.
Anton sighed. I wish we had our big steel boss right now. Bella readied her sword. Me too. Bella and Anton spoke to each other, but Zoe couldn't hear the words. Anton spat blood and grinned, but it was humorless. Bella swore, pointed, and swore again as she swung her blade at a small thrown hatchet. The sparks drifted away, and the image faded. What is happening there? Zoe tried to calm her heart. She shouldn't be too concerned. If all went to plan, she would arrive back in the dungeon before that fight resolved. My presence in this dimension has corrected the exchange of time. As a reward, I give you a glimpse of the comrades you miss so dearly. Truly, friendship has created more power in this universe than even my forge. His words hit hollow as Zoe stared at the fading sparks. The smith fixed the exchange of time? Did that mean... She checked her quest clock and realized she had no access to the system. Her heartbeat flared. Does that mean time is parallel now? Yes. She felt sick. It was time to decide. What were her choices? The echoes of time. Detach yourself from the present and become lost in the emotions of time. Recall the past and hear whispers of the future. Makes use of sound, blood, mirror, and time. Forgo metal and faith. As the smith recounted the option, she felt herself stepping into the possibility. Time was a direction, and it would become usable. Her mind spun as past and potential overlapped, ripples upon ripples, echoes of voices long gone and never spoken. With this ability, she could slow down the incursion. She could extend a strike of lightning until it burned the duration of a storm. She could replay herself, repeat herself. Loneliness would never be a problem again. But so easy to lose herself in wanderings of time and the pursuit of memory and minutes. What does it mean to forego metal and faith? The echoes of time does not require those essences, and your body will reject them when you level up. Giving up metal would mean giving up her lodestone title bonus. She was certain this bonus was half the reason, probably the only reason, she was still alive. The double boost to stats was a tremendous advantage, but the title also encouraged her lopsided attributes. My technique, our hearts toll as one, makes use of faith essence. She almost couldn't ask the next part of the question. Will I lose this technique if I choose this path? Techniques exist independently of your body. You will not lose the technique. Zoe hated that she let out a sigh of relief. As much as she abhorred the technique, she didn't want to let it go. I've never seen time essence. The smith nodded. It is rare, and time is a hard mistress. This body path is the longest of your options. It will take 70 levels to complete. Cold sank into Zoe's stomach. 70 levels? A body path maps out your future levels. As you level up, you feed your body, and it grows. You cannot attain another body path until you complete your first. Interdimensional travel is an advanced concept, and few would choose it for their first level. The smith grinned again. Especially not someone from a raw world such as yours. This pleases me. The Crimson Armada abhors the timid. Are there any shorter paths? The bell at the center of the world is a path of 50 levels. The Impatient General's bell takes 60 levels to complete. Zoe knew it became harder to gain levels. Even her own experience had shown this. Larger and larger quantities of death energy were required to level up,
and the enemies that gave the increased amount of death energy would only become more dangerous. Meditation existed as an alternative method, but it was slow. She felt anxious committing to such a long path. 50 levels seemed daunting, let alone 70. She understood now why Oriz said she would regret the favor. She was signing herself up for decades of work, possibly centuries, if what Oriz and Prince said was true. But she had delivered that promise.
She no longer completely trusted the two alien women, but she felt no reason to abandon them to this reality. If she could help, she would. Whatever situation came of her selected path, she would make the most of it. Resonance is the source and the goal of all sound. Let the world become your bell, and strike to stabilize or destroy. Makes use of sound, metal, and mirror. Forgo blood and faith. Her body told. Energy coursed through her, and she felt her knuckles creak into a fist. It was all so obvious. All the world needed to create perfect balance was a single strike. She could deliver that strike. The universe would rise up to cup her, envelop her, and she would make it ring. The world was a bell, and she was the clapper. And just as she could unify energies with a single strike, she could cause disarray. She could break them down, make them collapse. She could stabilize the incursion, or she could create one of her own. The sheer power of this path made her step back. It was tempting, so very tempting, to just accept it outright. The path was the shortest and seemed the best suited for her purposes. But she stood in a cosmic forge and would not ignore any option presented by the master of this reality. The impatient general's bell. Toll your arrival and appear amid your enemy. Let sound speak your fury, and then become the sound. Makes use of sound, blood, metal, and faith. Forgo mirror. This path began atop a hill, and from the vantage, only more hills rose. Each peak held a castle, and the castles held her enemies. They cowered while she amassed her troops on the plains. The gates stood before her now, imposing wood so ancient it hardened into rock. She rang herself, a furious toll of the bell of doom. The sound was her, and she was the sound. The enemy gripped their helmets on the walls, behind the defenses, and Zoe appeared wherever her sound told. Walls meant nothing. The enemy could not hide. She was the fury of sound, and all would hear her. All would cower. She forced herself back and fell to her knees, eyes squeezed shut against a tolling in her ears. She could still see the red skies, the broiling apocalypse. That path had been the strongest. It had gripped her like an undertow, and if she hadn't forced herself back, she would be upon it still. Zoe knelt, hot stones scraping her knees, and pondered her choice. She felt a strong connection with but the power of held its own allure. One offered speed and an outlet for her rage. She could see herself standing atop a hill and directing her troops to slaughter the enemy. This body path spoke to her anger, but what would it mean to forego Mirror? Her interactions with Mirror were purely coincidental. Without the Mirabelle dungeon, without Moth, she may have never even considered it as an option. But now, she had gone through so much to attain the essence and make use of the technique. She flexed her hand. Mirror ran up and down her skin. Even without her system, she felt her technique draining her skein. It had taken an emotional realization to make this technique her own. Incorporating moth was not enough. It was the act this symbolized inside her mind and inside her heart. She had taken a step away from the desperate desire for control that spawned a flutter passed across her heart. She blinked, unsure if she felt anything or if it was just her imagination. Her palm reflected her mirrored face as she gazed down at herself through the infinite chain of reflections, all of them puzzled, intense. Maybe one of them was watching from within. She released her technique. Dark brown skin replaced mirror, though it was hard to say which she felt more natural wearing. She pulled herself to her feet and faced the smith. "I have made my decision."
"Then we shall begin."
The smith reached forward, and he scooped up her soul.
Chapter 47. A Cup of Tea.
Before the hammer came the heat. The smith tossed Zoe's soul into the heart of the forge, where she hung, suspended, as burning gas coiled about her. White heat hugged her, caressed her, stroked her, until her skin trickled and her bones flowed. It was no mortal flame, but skein excited to the point of dissolution. She felt herself breaking down, and it was a long, slow pain. It filled her mind. She could not control this moment, and anxiety compounded the pain. Would it continue until her body melted away into nothing? She gritted teeth that slid down her throat like hot marshmallows. Taste of bone as her tongue melted. She would endure, but it continued until even her sense of self liquefied. With shocking efficiency, the smith threw her molten soul onto the anvil. He stood godlike, a titan whose head brushed the ceiling of infinity. Muscles like stacked mountains, 10,000 arms gripped 10,000 hammers, raised them high, and struck. The first blow destroyed any semblance of Zoe. Her body smeared out across the anvil. The hammer came again and again. Each strike rumbled her with thunder, spread her wider. Her consciousness strained. Mind expanded, snapped. The smell of singed metal filled her. One of the smith's hands swapped out the hammer for a pair of tongs. He pinched her flattened head, twisting the tongs through supple flesh, and pried something alive and wriggling. It tugged back, resisting, but the cosmic smith was inexorable. He pulled a red, worm-like being free of her soul. Zoe's blood essence. After all, she would have to forego it if she walked the path of the bell at the center of the world. With a flick of his wrist, the smith threw away the bloody worm. It squirmed through space and vanished amongst the fires, off to resume its place in reality. Before her soul could cool any further, the smith returned her to the fire. She burned, the lack of blood essence changing her.
The smith had stripped a layer of imperviousness from her, and the heat now bubbled her molten soul. Again she was pulled from the inferno and placed upon the anvil, and 10,000 hammers swung. Each strike caused her soul to fold in upon itself, expelling weakness, and arriving at a function. When the ringing thunder died, Zoe burned bright and hard in the center of the anvil, her body compact, and beside her, beaten from her soul, lay a glowing child. The color of milk and honey, her faith essence stood on chubby little legs and floated away. It rose like a balloon into the fire and void of the forge before it vanished. Zoe felt small, hollow. She stared up at the descending hand like a mouse waiting for a hawk's talons. The road to death is paved with mistakes. Was this another one? The smith snatched her up and examined her with his blindfolded eyes. He sniffed the heat rising from her soul. "What do you think?"
She slipped from his grip of heat and steel and fell into her own, a tiny doll of light and clay cradled in her palm. She stood shoulder to shoulder with the smith, both of them staring down at the soul. Such a fragile thing to transform. But isn't that always the way? A soul is a malleable thing, porous, immortal only in that it never truly breaks down. It merely fades and spreads. She clutched her soul with a possessiveness she never experienced before. "You're not finished." "Why do you say that?" She gazed at the smith without trembling, forced herself not to feel fear. The smith might be a core component of the system, one of the original beings who ascended into the cosmic entity that altered her world on the whims of a god. But she was also a part of that system. She was a single cell in the intergalactic body. And she knew such a grotesquely vast organism is doomed to disorder, though it may strive for unity. This striving filled her now. She opened her hand and offered her soul up to the smith.
I stand on a line between disorder and resonance. This body walks such a line.
But this body isn't walking.
She didn't know how else to say it, but it was true.
Maybe it just feels odd without blood essence, but it's not animated. It's not alive.
The smith grinned. Few people from new worlds can spy imperfections in a newly forged body. Even those in the tutorial struggle, and they have lessons. You are the first outside the tutorial to meet me. How curious that you know this, when you should not. He grinned and leaned forward, and his face was a sky of yellow teeth. But such questions are not my domain. I am but a simple blacksmith. Though I warn you, Zoe Chambers, as is my prerogative, be wary of such tricks with the witch. And with those words, he tossed Zoe back into the forge to continue his work. Hash, hash, hash. Zoe floated as her soul drowned in heat. The flames rose higher and hotter, and she could hardly stand the torture. Flames scraped her, licking away her substance as she wisped away through oblivion's needle eye. Her rage snarled against the capricious universe that placed her in this moment, but it was uncertain lashing. She was a dog scrabbling up a muddy bank, only to slide back down. She wanted to give up, to let herself go and evaporate, but she remembered Oriz's warning. One day, after a battle with the worm that ended with Zoe's legs shattered, they had sat atop a dune. While Zoe enjoyed the gentle breeze, Oriz spoke. At the core of the Crimson Armada is the Trinity, the Smith, the Witch, and the Gambler. They began as 3 survivors of an ancient skirmish, pursued by their enemy into deep space. For 1,000 years they were hounded by an empire. For 1,000 years they survived. For 1,000 years they grew in power, until they became the Crimson Armada system. They ended the 1,000-year conflict in a single day when they took the empire for themselves. All 12 trillion souls. Zoe reeled at the sheer scale, and Oriz continued. For 500,000 years, it survived by hoarding power. In its mind, the fleet is only ever a day away from scattering to the winds. Oriz leaned forward. The system fears the very path the system imposes upon us, on pain of monstrosity.
What do you mean?
If the system loses its godhood, it will have to restart its journey. The journey from mortal to God is paved with luck and desperate survival. Who is to say that someone who survived once could do it again? Zoe sat, chilled, despite the balmy wind. She believed everything Oriz said, but that only made her reality more unstable. What did it mean for religion? For her place in the universe, that gods warred across the galaxy while her species struggled with fire. But Oriz had a lesson beyond the history. The system is stingy. Every notification costs energy. Every reward, every upgrade, the shaping of flesh or land, all burns through the system's power. If it can perform half a job, it will do so. When the smith forges you, there will be imperfections. Nothing that you cannot fix down the road, but it will be difficult. These bottlenecks arrest your momentum and can inspire suicidal levels of desperation. Zoe sat still and intent. How do I spot the imperfections? Oriz smiled. To teach you would take months, if not years, of rigorous study, and that's if you already knew the name of the body path you desired. So, what can I do? I will give you the advice my master gave me. She smiled fondly before continuing. There are always mistakes. The worker knows where they could improve their craft, or where they rushed or distracted. Doubt riddles the artist's mind. Let them seek perfection on your behalf. So, lie? Oriz shrugged. The smith will cheat you. Best respond in kind. ###. From the forge to the anvil and back, a loop of thunder and burning pain. Her soul became liquid, solid, lightning, hope. 10,000 hammers struck 10 million times. So time passed in the system's heart. ###. Zoe blinked. At some point, the link between her mind and soul snapped. Untethered, she raced through true unconsciousness until she woke. The smith stood some distance away, leaning on a hammer with a handle as tall as his chest. Zoe lay upon the anvil. She stood and walked and felt nothing. She frowned. Her body felt the same as before, not even particularly warm. With a frown, she moved into the beginning stance of the grasping vine. She stepped, with little effort, into the first steps. Her fists moved faster than she expected, and she tightened her stance. She kicked the air, punched heat, and circled. The smith watched. The grasping vine spoke to her, a constant spiraling pursuit of unity with the enemy, responding to their movements with her own, creating unity. The whole exists only to break. She stumbled at the thought. Her breathing faltered, and her stance collapsed. She sighed and shook her head. It felt like there were new grooves in her brain, and her thoughts kept slipping. Are you satisfied? She forced herself into the moment. I have no choice but to be satisfied. You are not so sniveling now I have performed my services. I never sniveled. The smith laughed. It is time for you to go, Zoe Chambers. I hope you make it to level 60. It would be good to meet you again. The smith raised his hammer, and reality trembled with anticipation. Zoe raised her hands, only momentarily distracted by their perfect symmetry, and stepped forward. What is the point of all this? Why are we leveling up? Is it to become a system like you? The smith gripped his hammer above his head, 10,000 hands upon the handle. He grinned. Who were you before you became a crusader? I'm a doctor. He placed one hand over his heart, fingers spread wide, and Zoe noticed for the first time that each finger had too many knuckles. Reality stretched, thinned. She stepped back and realized where she stood. A nightmare. I was a thief. A forge is a place of hard shadows. As the smith towered, those shadows deepened. Abyss streaked the burning reality of the forge.
The smith looked down at her, and she was so small it sickened her. His hands pressed down around her like walls of flesh. Knuckles seethed under his skin, splitting, fusing. She felt like a beetle trapped by children. The hammer remained lifted by a tangled mess of hands as he leaned down. The bandage across his eyes fell away. He leaned closer until a single eye above filled the sky. Flesh gouged and seared into blindness. The greedy hoards the bright things. You shall know them by the burns in their eyes. Zoe collapsed under the pressure of the gaze that was not. Her flesh squirmed. Terrible gravity pressed her down like spined marble. Her skin snapped. Bones split. She screamed, but the smith stole the sound. Her new body crumbled. A deep purple bled from the dust. She remained in that leaking puddle and reflected the smith. Ripples passed across the surface, fear on a fundamental level. It permeated her like oil through a rag. She choked on the terror, but it vanished and left only a gaping hole in her mind. The smith stole her fear. Sheer blankness. White cliffs and white holes. Her mind sat locked into place, her emotions ransacked. No thoughts allowed. She became a witness. There was only one truth. The eye above her throbbed with ancient pain. Nothing else could be true in the weight of this agony. The pain refreshed every second. No scars on a wound that cannot heal. Skein squirmed like living rivers in the charred landscape. The pupil gaped. Blood trickled from the hole in the flesh, and then it poured. A steaming cascade to wash away a world. Who is to say what any of us will become? The blood flooded her dusty remains. She became mud, became whole. Only so she could drown. Pulled by the twisting current. Her mouth filled as she struggled to stay afloat. Blood filled her stomach, weighed her down. Go into your world that matters so little and do whatever you wish. She sank into the blood. Darkness swallowed her. Play with the trinkets of my enemies. The black star chain around her throat spasmed like a pinned snake. But never forget, Zoe Chambers, you are mine. The hammer came down, and the forge vanished. Zoe fell through the air. She tumbled head over heels toward the shining lake. The fresh water stretched out under the sun. She splashed and sank into the warm water. It swallowed her. Light faded as she sobbed underwater. The weight of alien emotion begged her to keep sinking, away from the light and into the darkness. Find the bottom and grab hold of the mud. She kicked. Mind reeling, fought her way to the surface and gasped for air. Her breathing wild, she tried to calm herself, but it took minutes. She couldn't stop crying, and so she dove under the water and swam, as long as her breath held, toward the shore. But she stopped short when voices rippled through the water. The words passed over her body. They sounded garbled, but she recognized the voices. She floated to the surface 100 feet from Ghoul's camp, a small clearing amongst some thin trees. Ghoul's skin had healed smoother, with a surface like polished wood. He whistled along to the kettle as he lifted it from the fire and poured out 2 cups of tea, one for him and one for Oriz.
Chapter 48. Fish Skin Suit. Zoe treaded water as her master and her new ally drank tea together. The sight tied a knot in her stomach. Oriz stood and blew the steam from her cup. "Hello, Zoe," she said. "You've grown." Zoe floated a moment before she swam toward the shore. If Oriz wanted to hurt her, there was nothing she could do. She might as well get dry.
It felt odd to emerge naked from the water. Her body was perfectly proportioned, symmetrical. She had never been nude in front of Oriz or Prince, but her alien master did not react to her body. She looked about. Where was Prince? She didn't smell the foul black smoke. Was the green-haired woman hiding? "I'm making pants." Ghoul held up a length of shimmering fabric. "There's a cup of tea for you." He bent over the fabric. A needle blurred in his hands, threading skein through the fish skins as he stitched them together. Zoe took up the cup of tea. Warm in her hands, flashes of the forge, and her heart slammed in her ears like a hammer on a cold anvil. "Time is normalized," she tossed out the tea. "It's not slower here. We have no more time. I need to get to the tavern." Oriz placed a hand around her shoulder and led her away from the camp. "Walk with me," she said as they found a game trail leading up the sloping banks of the lake. "You're worried about your companions in the dungeon?" "Of course. If they can't survive the next day without you, then saving them is only prolonging their suffering." She held up a hand. "I know it's cruel. Life is cruel, but we must wait a day. Now, do you want to tell me what happened with your clone?" "Her name was Moth." Oriz nodded, and they kept walking. Wildflowers brushed against their shins. "Your meeting with the smith was a success? I can see you have a body path, but it is not one I recognize. A pursuit of harmony, yes?" Oriz's restrained question was at odds with the excitement in her eyes. Zoe couldn't help but feel some of that same excitement.
The horror of the smith was fading as she listened to the birds and the bugs beside the water. A sense of normalcy with Oriz by her side, acting as though nothing had changed.
"There's a lot you didn't tell me,"
Zoe said. Oriz met her gaze. "That's true. Did the smith answer your questions?"
"Yes."
"And what did you do?" Zoe looked away at the lake and the bright blue beacon of the tavern.
"I followed the plan," she said. "I selected a body path that would help stabilize the incursion."
Oriz looked her up and down.
"That's what it is," she said to herself. "Not harmony, but the balance between stability and discord. What is it called?"
"The bell at the center of the world," Oriz sighed.
"So the mirror bell haunts you still." "It seems I am constantly reminded of my mistakes. Decisions made without knowledge, without consideration, haunt me. Much like the decision to trust you and Prince." She bit back her rage and forced out a question. "Why did you consider Moth? Why would you even think of choosing someone besides me to cross the incursion?"
"That wasn't me. That was Trinch. And he didn't know."
"You said nothing."
Oriz pursed her lips. "You are an angry lady, Zoe Chambers. I don't know if you're going to explode now or later, but I know you will. Should I risk my life and the lives of people I have known for centuries on someone so volatile? Or should I trust them to a smiling clone with a childlike view of the world?" Zoe stepped back with disgust.
"You would have manipulated Moth like that?"
"I will do anything to go home." Oriz stepped close, her humorless face inches from Zoe's scarred lips. "Won't you?" Zoe clenched her fists but said nothing, did nothing, as she matched Oriz's sunflower gaze. Oriz snorted. "If you wish to strike me, then strike. Scream if you wish to scream, but let it out. I'll not abide rotting fruit in my basket." Zoe's skin flushed silver as self reflects the world activated.
"Did you know her technique would become mine?" "That's not how it works," Oriz shook her head. "The technique you possess is not the one Moth carried. There is an overlap in your mental and emotional states, but since you were touched by the system's lightning, You know it is your own. Was that Trinch's plan or yours? Trinch's. Are we done? Zoe sighed as the technique deactivated. Am I so untrustworthy? You were. Oriz placed a hand on Zoe's shoulder. You fell out of a hole in the sky with the build of a spy. How should we have acted? But now you have returned. I know this is too late, but please allow the gesture. Oriz bowed to Zoe. Thank you. Zoe felt uncomfortable at the sudden humility. Oriz's willpower flexed, and a system notification echoed inside her mind. Oriz of the Razor Grass wishes to join your party. A flutter passed across her heart. This was not just a gesture, but a supplication. And Zoe responded. Our hearts toll as one. A bubble of skein grew from within Zoe's chest. It expanded out and brushed over Oriz, sank beneath her skin, and found a beating muscle, 9-chambered and leaden gray. Zoe's technique wrapped around Oriz's heart. She felt the steady beat as though it were inside her chest. Steady, calm, so low she felt her heartbeat falling to match. Oriz looked up at her. Do you trust me now? Zoe wondered if she could even kill Oriz with her technique. Surely someone as powerful as Oriz would have safeguards. Perhaps her attributes would be strong enough, her vitality high enough, to counter her technique without needing to spend any skein. But was that the metric of trust she wanted to establish? How easy someone was to kill? That path extended out before her, and she had the body to walk it, but it disgusted her. And so she released her technique. It was all a play. Even if she used her technique on Oriz, there was no way she could complete it in time. But she appreciated the gesture, and so told Oriz of her time in the swamp as they walked back toward the camp. But Zoe took note. No locket appeared for Oriz. ###. Ghoul had Zoe stand on a tree stump while he fitted her fish-skin trousers. They hung loose enough that she could move freely. The material felt surprisingly strong, and it smelled like clear running water. I was a tailor, Ghoul explained. Armies need uniforms made and mended. Hold still. We'll start on the jacket. While he draped the jacket around Zoe's shoulders, Oriz drank tea and questioned her about the smith. But whenever Zoe thought about what she saw, she choked up. Her mind scrambled away from recounting the memory of that dread eye, that sky of burned flesh sweeping from horizon to horizon. She almost puked once, but eventually recounted exactly what happened. Oriz blew steam from a fresh cup of tea. I can't believe you spoke to the smith like that, she shook her head. I tried to tell you about the gravity of the moment. They're gods, Zoe, or as close to gods as anything that can exist in this reality. You said they can't kill us. Oriz spat out her tea. No, I never said that. She wiped tea from her lavender dress. The smith won't strike you down, no matter your distasteful insolence. He lets all roam free from his forge, saints and scum alike. Nevertheless, what you did will certainly get you killed. What did I do that was so bad? You got the system's attention. Silence crept over the camp. Ghoul tutted as he finished adjusting Zoe's jacket. It seems things are the same as they were in my time. He tucked his needle away somewhere. You're ready. Oriz stood. It's time to go. Trinch is waiting. What about Princh? She is elsewhere, preparing for our egress. Zoe glanced at Ghoul. We're going back to the dungeon I fell through, she said. Do you want to come? Ghoul shook his head. I think I'll stay here a while. Zoe wanted to push him to come, but it was only a selfish desire. She wanted someone she trusted by her side. Though, if she made it back to the dungeon,
That would happen soon enough. She hoped.
"All right," she said. "It was a pleasure to meet you, Ghoul." He clasped her hands. "And you, Zoe Chambers. I'm sorry I tried to eat you when we first met."
"So am I."
They grinned in the fading light, and Oriz led Zoe away. The master led, and the disciple followed, away from the lake's edge into the trees, and they left their ally behind to start a fire and sit beneath the starless sky. Oriz led her through the night. Game trails wound through the thick trees of the verdant hills. The air remained warm, but the bright blue beacon cast a wintry light upon the forested land. The pace increased until they ran. Zoe followed Oriz, only ever catching her back as she moved past a tree or leaped for a single brilliant moment across a fallen log. Was the speed through the treacherous forest a necessity, urgency, or was it a test? Her questions rattled in her chest as her heart beat slow and powerful. An exercise like this didn't feel as superhuman as it would have a few weeks ago, but she felt the same indecision, the same uncertainty at following someone she couldn't trust. But all the same, she followed through the trees because she wanted to get home. Chains carpeted the undergrowth. They clinked underfoot as Zoe and Oriz walked into a clearing atop a hill. Dark sky above and the beacon below them. At the center of the chains, Trinch lay beside a crackling fire. Bandages coated his torso and throat, but he smiled as they strode into the light of the camp. "So, the shiny one didn't make it?" he asked. Zoe flexed, and Trinch laughed as mirror encased her skin. His applause boomed out through the trees. "Well done! Very well done indeed! You carry her with you wherever you go. That is how it should be with all friends and foes." He spat a louse from his smile. "And now it is time for you to carry us, your greatest friends of all. How shall you do it?" Zoe glanced at Oriz. The body path I chose is called, She found herself suddenly tongue-tied, as though trying to describe air to a fish. She knew how her body worked, but how to put it into words. "I can stabilize the incursion, make it last long enough for us all to traverse the distance between this reality and our own." Trinch nodded. "Oriz, show her what she's working with." Oriz flexed her willpower, and it rippled through the camp. The constant, almost whispering presence of the Black Star system faded. "Access your status, Zoe," Oriz said, "and share it with us." Status. Name, Zoe Chambers. Level, 13. Body, the bell at the center of the world. Rank 1, progress 3 out of 10. Attributes, might, 52, plus 14. Vitality, 20, minus 8. Dexterity, 11, plus 2. Willpower, 51, plus 14. Insight, 19, plus 2. Skein, 150 out of 153. Titles, Intrepid, Lodestone, Fool's Rush In, incomplete. Questbreaker, Glutton, True Believer. Techniques, Our hearts toll as one. The self reflects the world. Zoe's eyes widened at the breadth of change. The loss of faith and blood had impacted her attributes, as well as the massive amount of metal she incorporated before seeing the smith. Trinch nodded as he studied her status. "Not bad for a backwater foundling. Now, show us your body. Focus on that." Zoe focused with those strange mental muscles. The bell at the center of the world. Resonance is the source and the goal of all sound. Let the world become your bell and strike to stabilize or destroy.
At rank 1, you gain the ability to enter the center of reality once a day. Through a single strike, you can stabilize or destabilize one object. Skein is not burned, but your skein total determines your strike's impact on the object's stability. Oriz sighed. It was a tired sound, centuries of patience rewarded with disappointment. There's no way that she'll be able to stabilize an incursion, not with her skein. She'd have to be dozens of levels higher. Chains slithered across the ground as Trinch sat up. The movement made him groan with pain. Blood spotted his bandages. What wounds did he suffer in that fight that Princh couldn't heal? She looked around. "Where is Princh?" she asked. "She is in position," said Trinch, "waiting for us so that we might leave." "I don't understand." Trinch raised a hand. It was larger than her face. Even without his monstrous aura, his presence instilled silence. "Tell me, Oriz, if she gets her body to rank 2, what then?" Oriz's eyes widened. "You're thinking of Anselfa's theory of need-based growth." She turned to Zoe. "Focus on your body, on the prompt that came up, and think about the future. No, like that, yes." The bell at the center of the world. Rank 2 upgrades. 1. Your impact on an object's stability now equals twice your total skein. 2. Your cooldown is decreased to 12 hours. 3. You can bring a party member with you to the center of the world. Trinch howled with pleasure. The shockwave of his laughter scattered the fire and cast the camp into a blue-tinted gloom. "We just need to get her to level 20. "But Princh is already in position," Oriz said. "We have less than a day." "It will be fine." Trinch's eyes gleamed in the darkness. "I have a plan." Chapter 49. The Matriarch of Horned Beasts. Claws slashed Zoe's throat. They skipped off the mirror coating and the reflected force blasted away the horned beast's paw. It snarled at Zoe, pressing her down into the matted grass. Zoe wrestled, trying to free her hand. Another claw hit her cheek, and the mirror cracked with an explosion of force. Her blood flowed, filled her mouth. She coughed, and the beast howled. It pounded its chest and raised its claws for a final blow. A noose of grass circled the beast's throat. It scrabbled at the bright green cord, but the noose tightened and dragged it backward. Zoe struggled to her feet, dripping blood from the wound in her face, and trudged over to the wheezing beast. It writhed on its back, kicking out with clawed feet, snorting. Eyes bulged with confused panic. Metal coated Zoe's fist. She punched thick hide. Ribs cracked under the force. She punched again. The beast squealed, and she punched down through the sternum with a sound like ice cracking. The beast shivered in the torn-up mud and died. Zoe pulled her fist from the horned beast's chest. Steaming blood dripped from her hand and poured from the cavity where the creature's heart once pounded. Its limbs splayed out in the long grass, yellowed stalks now stained with the dark sheen of violence, like a gorilla impersonating a gazelle. The long, hooked claws glinted with sharpness beyond sharpened bone. She sat on the large corpse and sucked down air as Oriz strode out of the grass with a stem between her teeth. Pale light soaked through the sky, a subtle beat in the distance as the tavern's music continued, and the blue light of the beacon glowed ever-present at Zoe's back. "How is your head?" Oriz asked. Zoe rubbed at the deep cut on her cheek, already healing, before she realized Oriz meant the strange tingle of notifications. She reached out and probed the feeling, like moving a finger without moving her hand. Memory of her grandparents' old television, and the static buzz that coated the screen. "I've almost leveled up twice," she said. "So you're level 15 now?" "Almost." Zoe let out an exhausted sigh. "I'm not getting as much death energy from these beasts as I did the bubbles." "Your new body will require ever greater levels of energy to grow," Ortiz said. "Your progress is good for our plans, but I'm sorry I have rushed you through your progress. You just met the Smith, and now, at level 15, you're due for a meeting with the witch. This kind of progress would carry someone from childhood to adulthood in a normal world." She chewed the long stalk of grass. "We'll get you to level up a few more times before you reconnect with the Crimson Armada system. You want to incorporate metal again?" "I can only incorporate sound, metal, or mirror. And with the Lodestone title, it just makes sense." Ortiz nodded as she inspected the beast's bone-white claws. "There's a site nearby where metal walkers fell. It should suffice." She shook the paw, and the claws whistled through the air. "If we had the time or inclination, we could make a study of these beasts, see how they use their claws." "To what end?" Ortiz shrugged. "Perhaps crystallize a slicing technique. Perhaps a new extension of the grasping vine." She took the stalk of grass from between her teeth and flicked it away. "Call it Summer's Thorns, something like that." Zoe rose to her feet. "What are you avoiding?" "I'm concerned about Trinch's plan." "What plan?" Zoe scoffed. "He told me to kill beasts until dusk and then meet him in the tavern. How am I supposed to reach level 20 by dusk? Oh wait, I forgot. He said that wouldn't matter." Ortiz pursed her lips. "I share your anger," she said, "and I respect your commitment regardless." She gestured at the dozen horned corpses laying in their blood-spattered graves of flattened grass. "But I wanted to warn you." No matter how simple or rough he seems, Trinch is no fool. If he says it won't matter, then it won't. My concern is why he says that. Zoe focused on her vitality, burning through some skein to seal the cuts on her cheek and the bruising from the last few fights. The world was powerful, but she couldn't maintain it indefinitely. Despite her mirror and metal forms, she was not invulnerable. Skein activity caused an increase in the buzzing at the back of her brain. She was almost level 15. A week ago, such progress would have been incredible. She smiled. A week ago in Earth's time, such progress would have meant nothing. A chuckle left her lips as she realized that no other human from Earth had spent as much time with the system. Ortiz raised an eyebrow. "My concerns amuse you?" "No." Zoe stretched out her arms and flexed her blood-crusted fingers. "No, it doesn't. Ever since I fell into this reality, I've been a tool in your plan. Not just you," she added at Ortiz's sour expression. "I mean all of you," she smiled. "You've saved my life and opened my eyes, and if I can get us all home, that's great. But you all outclass me. So what good are your concerns when I can't change anything?" On this side of the lake, grass stretched out until the horizon. The light steadily increased, and the endless grass rippled in the morning breeze. Beasts roamed the savanna, some monstrous, though their purple blood spilled the same as any other. Zoe rolled out a kink in her neck. Even though she was so close to reaching her goals and completing Rue's burdensome quest, she just felt exhausted. "Aren't you going to say something?" she asked Ortiz. Ortiz smiled. "You were more respectful before I started training you." The Smith said something similar. Flicker of icy terror. The endless, burned eye. Tears of bubbling fat and charred blood falling like rain. Bile at the back of the throat. "You said Princh was in position?" Zoe spat the foul taste that welled with the memory. "What position?" Ortiz pointed. You see the tavern? Zoe turned back toward the lake. About 2 miles away, the tavern looked as though a group of small houses were huddling together for warmth. Ramshackle, uneven heights, with a central stack in the center that stood 3 stories high and roofless. Percussive music floated from the open windows. A wild beer garden surrounded the collection of buildings. The light had a hazy, honeydew quality, despite the bright blue beacon cutting up from the large stacked building where the still was located. "I see the tavern," Zoe said. "Why don't you stay there, by the way?" Oriz scoffed. "Because it's a wretched place. Prince drew the short straw, which is why she's currently hiding on the 2nd floor of the still. We'll join her at dusk." "Yes, but what is she doing?" Oriz sighed. "I found the matriarch of this brood." She towed a clawed hand. "She should provide more levels than her offspring." "All right," Zoe said after a moment. She followed Oriz deeper into the grass. Her master's back was thin, wavering, as though she were another stalk of grass, and her yellow hair matched the drying fields so perfectly, though the lavender dress showed a stark contrast. She pondered on this alien and her motivations. Why teach her at all? What did they gain? The air softened like warm taffy as they marched away from the tavern. "You said I'll meet the witch at level 15. I'm not sure what that will entail, and honestly, I'm not sure if I'm ready." "Nobody is ready for the witch." They walked through the grass. The dry stalks rubbed against Zoe's shimmering fish-skin pants. It still amazed her that the material survived the fighting. "What will happen? Is it like the smith?" "No. The smith is inevitable, but the witch is a choice." Oriz turned to face Zoe, her voice lilting as though reciting from memory. "Stardust requires a star, but demons, for all their power, require willing souls." Zoe blinked. Were there demons on alien worlds? Were demons real? "Is the witch a demon, then?" "She is the mother of demons. But do not concern yourself with the witch." "I'm pretty concerned." "The witch is a choice, understand? She won't come to you like the smith or, system forbid, the gambler. No, you must go to the witch." "How?" "You'll receive a quest. Follow it or ignore it. The witch has power, but her price is dire." They stood amongst the swaying grass. Stalks rustled, flies buzzed, and a rich animal musk grew stronger. "Did you ever meet the witch?" Oriz shook her head. "I declined the quest. Trinch met her, but he did not bargain. I don't know about Princh." "Master?" Oriz placed a finger over her lips as she looked about the suddenly still expanse of grass. Nothing stood above the horizon except the 2 women. Flies hugged the stalks like blackberries. The tavern was long out of sight, its music long silent. Nothing on the horizon but yellow grass, and, all around them, the air held its breath. "Whisper," said Oriz. "You never answered my question. What is Princh doing in the tavern?" After an uncomfortable silence, she added, "If I'm a tool to be kept in the dark, at least tell me to my face." Oriz's shoulders slumped. "The system makes tools of us all," she murmured before looking Zoe in the eye. "Princh is in position to steal a Mirabelle fragment." Zoe reeled. She stepped back, mind empty with shock. "What?" "Quietly, Zoe. We only had 1, but we need 2 if—" "You lied this whole time?" "Quiet!" A roar shattered the silence. The ground rumbled. Oriz leaped away, and Zoe pivoted, rage clenching her fists.
Another roar. Zoe roared back as metal flooded her flesh. "I'm not scared of you. I killed your children. Come and get me!"
Silence was the response. And Zoe turned in the grass, crunch of stalks beneath her fish-skin slippers, as she teetered on the line between weeping and wrath. Then the ground exploded. Hash, hash, hash. Zoe tumbled in a cloud of dust and clods. Dirt pinged off her metal eyes as she looked around. Nothing. She gritted her teeth. She couldn't even tell how high up she was, but she was falling now. She felt it in her stomach. She spent so much time falling from the air, she should probably figure out some technique. A shadow darted past. Zoe turned in the air, but her metal form kept falling. A beautiful woman swam up through the air. The matriarch. Grotesque horns, heavy and curled, grew from the matriarch's head, but her facial features were flawless, enchantingly so. Zoe felt herself sighing, her lips parting in a smile, her scars of gluttony feeling desire that was beyond sexual. No, this was wrong. It was some kind of magic, some kind of effect. Zoe reached for her willpower. She had to bolster her mind and resist. But why? The creature wasn't attacking her. It wound around her as she fell, but it didn't claw or spit or strike. Zoe felt the rage fading. Her fists loosened. Why was she angry? Because Oriz lied. It was a shame that strangers so rarely trusted each other. Perhaps Zoe could change that. The matriarch's body continued to enrapture. Petite but perfect features poured onto the long body of a monstrous serpent. Spines extended out the sides like the legs of a centipede. Her tail thrashed, and her vestigial limbs trembled. But all Zoe saw were curves. Curves that went all the way down. It wasn't sexual. It wasn't beauty. It wasn't love or lust or anything so crude as to be dreamed up by the flesh. This was gazing at ancient marble and seeing the inspiration that made the chisel kiss the stone. Zoe struck the ground, and the matriarch curled over her. Small, pearlescent teeth chittered and chattered. A smile. Liquid black eyes. Zoe stared up, jaw slack, waiting. Hands hung limp from the creature's body. Boneless fingers draped across Zoe's face. The black eyes wobbled. The smile widened. Words chittered. Another language. An alien lullaby. The long, claw-legged tail wrapped around Zoe, wrapped around her snug and warm. This felt so wrong. But Zoe didn't want to feel right. She released the metal from her flesh and embraced the matriarch. Chapter 50. The Turning of Fortunes. The matriarch's delicate porcelain features hovered above Zoe's face. Her eyes were wells of oil. No reflection in those bottomless depths. A smile of pearls. Her breath warm, florid, tickling Zoe's sweat-streaked skin. Zoe felt herself lifted from the ground as the centipede coils of the matriarch's body tightened. The loops of curved flesh suspended her while the matriarch chittered. Zoe reached out toward the limp, boneless hands as they stroked her forehead. Cold and fleshy fingers brushed behind her ears, where Zoe's horns would one day grow. She couldn't wait to embrace that change. If only the transformation would make her as beautiful as the matriarch. The creature smiled as though it knew her thoughts. Of course it knew her thoughts. They were the same. Two streams forming a river. Why are we doomed to fight? Can there never be enough? Enough for all of us? Can we ever lie down in the grass and trust the world to let us sleep? Zoe's eyelids grew leaden.
coffin lids closing at the bottom of a mausoleum, quiet of the deep crypt, black pools swallowing. Zoe sank, willingly. Sometimes giving up feels better than anything else in the world.
Zoe sat at a sticky table and stuck into the happiest meal of her life. Lasagna and birthday cake at a family restaurant in the town she grew up. Name forgotten, purposefully or not, but lost. Sprinkles stuck along her cheeks, icing under her fingernails. Her mom smiled, and she didn't smell like cigarette smoke that night. She smelled like the perfume in the golden bottle. They smiled at each other, mother and daughter, as they licked cake from their fingers and laughed at the mess on the table. Too much mess for two people. They both knew better, had better manners, but there was something magical about that night. A sense as though the world would end tomorrow, and all debts were forgiven. Zoe ordered another milkshake, chocolate. Her mother ordered strawberry. The saccharine smell of the artificial syrups always brought her back to this place. Bubbles of frothed milk against her lips, taste of condensed flavor. The last happy meal of her childhood, the week before her mother left. But in some corner of her mind, soft and repetitive as a lullaby, that meal continued forever.
The matriarch's song sounded like thick, bubbling oil, lulling.
There was a conquest through pacifism that could not be matched by tooth or claw or fist or blade. Zoe sank into the deep smell of underwater. The grass shifted around her, endless swaths of yellow grass. She closed her eyes as a single purple stalk bent towards her. A noose tightened around her throat, cut into her flesh. She scrambled as suffocation sliced through the peace of the matriarch's embrace. Breath hissed out through her lips, her nostrils, but she couldn't bring it back into her lungs. It wasn't the matriarch. This was Orriz's technique. Grass wrapped her throat, choked her. Conflict was inevitable. Even an act of kindness involves pushing someone from their current path. The matriarch smiled and chittered. Her long, curled horns brushed against Zoe's cheeks. Black, oily slime dripped from her mouth, the same liquid that pooled in her eyes. It smelled like burning caramel. A droplet landed on Zoe's chin. It hissed as it melted through her skin. Zoe's eyes bulged out at the sudden pain. Violence must be reckoned with. Muscular flesh pinned her arms, but her chain lashed out and bounced off thick, rubbery hide. The matriarch laughed now, a burbling like air rising from an undersea fissure, and more black liquid spilled onto Zoe's face. Her skin sizzled and smoked as the fluid burned into her tissue. The creature was dissolving her face like a fly preparing its meal. Zoe reached for her skein. Skein 100/153. Mirror sheathed her flesh, and the sizzling stopped. The matriarch tittered and squeezed, but Zoe's technique repelled the force. For a single moment, the centipedal coils loosened, and Zoe moved. She thrust out with her elbows, the doubled force of her technique sending sharp jabs into the matriarch's flanks. The porcelain face smiled and leaked. Zoe suspected it could only display the one emotion. But the oily eyes bubbled and spat with a toxic rage. The matriarch leaned over Zoe. The pallid cheeks swelled, lips pursed, and a spray of black fluid shot out like a hose. Zoe raised her hand. The stream splashed against her palm and exploded out with the reflective force. But the mirror bubbled and cracked. Zoe screamed and thrust her hand into the giggling matriarch's maw. The overflowing black acid ate into her, but enough mirror coated her fingers. She formed a point and jabbed into the roof of the matriarch's mouth.
The reflected force jabbed up into the soft palate like a spear. Gore splashed out of the open mouth, blood amongst the black, and the matriarch bit down. Her teeth chomped onto Zoe's mirrored forearm, and the repelling force cracked them. The matriarch slithered away, coiling and rearing up. Black slime dripped from her jaw, now snapped permanently open. Fat clouds of smoke billowed out from the bubbling eyes. Zoe rubbed her fingers at the noose of grass and felt it disintegrate at her touch. She kept her eyes on the matriarch. If Orez wanted to interfere more, she would have done so. The mirror on Zoe's arm bubbled and split where the black slime touched her, so she canceled the technique. Her smooth brown skin returned, unblemished by the acid, before she flushed herself with steel. But she felt the acid in the back of her mind, pulsing, sick, alive, eating away at the mirror. She hoped the essence would rejuvenate, but for now, the technique was off the table. So she stepped into the grasping vine and advanced on her enemy.
Hash, hash, hash.
The matriarch was powerful, almost at the level of Zizatha, but Zoe had grown since that fight. Her attributes and her ability to use them were leagues better. Though her enemy had the advantage in reach and speed, Zoe did her best to keep close, wrapping her positioning around the matriarch, her steel fists striking the tough flesh. Glancing blows became bruises, and bruises became split skin. Zoe caught one of the vestigial arms, and it tore away like a slow-cooked drumstick. Blood flowed and watered the earth. The grass all around them was torn, and a new mud sprung up, squelching as they circled each other. The sky hit the zenith of light and began the long march into darkness. Exhausted, Zoe faced the rearing monstrosity and relied upon what reflexes she had developed. Vitality kept her standing, and her body moved for her. The matriarch lashed with her tail and spat acid. Zoe avoided what she could, blocked what she could not, and advanced. It was in this state, borderline automaton, that Zoe understood the changes in her body. There was a hum, though not quite a hum, a chime, though not quite a chime, a ringing from every atom that was almost inaudible. It was not a constant sound. It was distracting, but when she tried to focus, it vanished. Always there on the edge like a darting mosquito. But if she followed the sound without following, she found a new rhythm, a new resonance that had nothing to do with the grasping vine. It was not a stance. It was nothing recorded. It was alive, a living resonance, and Zoe moved into the heart of the sound as she fought the matriarch. The world swelled, humming, rising around her, cupping her. Gouged mud and torn grass and sky and blood and the twisting coils of the matriarch, all rearing like waves, still moving, still flowing through time, and she became the clapper inside the bell at the center of the world. Her body felt the opening. Muscles tensed, she flung herself forward in a blow. The movement was too quick, and the walls of reality slipped away as her metal fist passed through the air. But enough remained. She struck the matriarch's sternum before the resonance faded completely. She struck, and the blow resonated through the matriarch's body. Wounds burst open, blood flowed. The matriarch squealed as black slime fountained from her mouth. She twisted once like a hooked worm before collapsing in the mud. Zoe stared down at her knuckles. The hum was in her bones. The power of this path. Intoxicating. She wavered, staggered, and collapsed, snoring before she struck the mud beside the matriarch's corpse.
Hash, hash, hash.
Bella crouched beside Anton in the makeshift shelter of wardrobes and cabinets. They both had circles under their eyes, pallid features from the sheer exhaustion of staying awake and aware. Anton gripped the wardrobe, fingers digging into splintered wood as he kept it from being tugged away by the people in the mirror. Tears of bloodied grime stained his cheeks, remnants from the development of a technique. It had happened in an instant, but the shock of seeing his eyes explode still made Bella shiver. He said he wasn't like Cassie, and she believed him. Mostly. Her grip tightened around the rune blade. No, he's an enemy. His blood must slake our thirst. Dry is the cracked desert, and deep is our thirst. Give him unto us, before we must drink of ourselves. A chair slammed into the shelter. Wooden splinters bounced off the ballroom floor. Bella tried to ignore the wheedling blade, but she could feel the growing presence of the Doomed title. Doomed, +5 to all attributes for each unlocked rune soaked in blood, -5 to all attributes each day the blade goes thirsty. She didn't have an exact countdown, but it was coming. Her body felt as though she woke in the middle of the night after drinking all day. Sun wrung dehydration. Her veins pumped dust. Her tongue swelled, searched for moisture in a paper-lined mouth. Slice open his throat. He is the enemy. Give us his blood. He is not worth our trust or our time or anything at all. Anton grinned at her. His eyes flashed like pearls. I'm ready if you are. She released her grip on the blade. White knuckles, but no sweat on her palm. No moisture left for sweat. She nodded at Anton, and he activated his new technique. Ghostly eyes floated out of his own. They rose like pale bubbles, 9 of them, and rose through the small gaps in the makeshift shelter. His grin grew wider. Did she think the boyish smile made him cuter? No. But it was nice to see something other than his fish-blooded poker face. I see them, he said. Let's go. Bella gripped the sword and hacked through the wardrobe, leaning over them. It fell away in 2 pieces. She stood tall and wild as heat billowed from the blade. Where are they? She croaked. Anton stood as his eyes floated about the room. He stepped up behind Bella and placed his hand on her elbow. 3 steps forward, he murmured. Bella noticed the tall, thin man in the mirror giggling soundlessly as Anton led her toward him. The curled toes of his shoes wobbled ridiculously as the man pranced on the spot with malicious glee. Turn a half circle, Anton said. I can see them in the mirror, Bella hissed as she turned. That's just their shadow. He adjusted her elbows as though spotting her at the gym. Like this. Now slash. The blade swam through the air. Bella felt the slightest resistance, as though slicing through a falling feather. Blood splattered the mirror on the far wall. The glass reflected nothing, as the blood ran down the glass and pooled on the floor. But the gore remained on the inside of the mirror. Bella checked her status. The blood of the reflection men counted toward her doomed title. A knotted tension left her shoulders, and she grinned as the thin men scampered about the room. Let's cut them to pieces, she said. Hash, hash, hash. Zoe woke to the pounding of drums. It echoed the beat in her forehead. She sat up. The sky above was dark. Oriz knelt beside her and held a clay jug of water to Zoe's lips. Drink. After drinking, wiping her mouth, and looking about the wild and weed-strewn garden, Zoe blinked with understanding. We're at the tavern. Oriz nodded. We didn't have time to go to the metal walkers, but there's metal in the still. It should be enough for when you level up. You should have woken me. Sleep is important, Zoe. Arguing now would achieve nothing. And so Zoe stood beside her master and stared at the tall building on the other side of the tangled garden. A path of loose flagstones raided from labyrinths wound its way to an open gateway. No door, for the entrance to the tavern remained forever open. Won't incorporating the still cause problems? A small smile slipped across Oriz's thin gray lips. Where we're going, that won't matter at all. She stepped onto the path. Come, it is time for us to leave this dimension. Zoe nodded and followed, but she felt no elation. She wanted to trust Trinch's plan, but the march towards the tavern, the pounding beat in the air, the groans of unseen customers, the smell of fermenting grain. Was it really time to go home? Or did the universe have one more trick up its sleeve to make her life a living hell?